nice to have your company. Welcome to Friday, April the 8th, and it's another... Actually, the weekend's not going to be too bad. I wouldn't get too excited about it. We're not exactly going to be basking in sunshine. But we're still talking about the Easter getaway, which is effectively next week, but people will be going away this week because people want to enjoy themselves. And I suppose, to fly in and out over a weekend is preferable to just standing in a queue for hours and hours like some of the airports. So Sunak, when he first sort of emerged into the dawn blinking, I thought, oh, what a nice man. He seems very nice. And the more you hear about him and his wife, the more you sort of think, I'm afraid we don't like you anymore. Because everybody's suffering, whereas your wife's chosen to be non-dom, which means that she doesn't pay as much tax as she should do. It's all perfectly above board and legal. It's just, it smacks of something nasty, doesn't it? It smacks of somebody using everything because they're so filthy rich. Makes everybody else feel a little bit disappointed, to say the least. Javid has urged the NHS to protect women-only NHS wards. Now, I didn't know they had... When my mother was in hospital, she was in a mixed ward. She didn't like it. But I don't think they had them. I thought now everybody's separated. Because when I was in hospital, it was only men in my ward. I don't remember there being any women. No, there weren't any women there. Why would there be? I thought... But the producer thought they were all mixed. No, definitely not. I mean, I think it's been... and they've obviously tried to make sure that women are separate. Because if you're an older woman, you wouldn't want to be next door to some old man in a bed who maybe is having sort of all sorts of other strange problems. You want to be with, your own sex. I wouldn't have thought that was too complicated at all. So they have to protect women-only NHS wards. I mean, single-sex wards are standard, apparently. But you obviously get some places where they go, listen, we just don't have any more beds and we don't have enough people here. I mean, when I was in hospital, they had an emergency and 20 ambulances were parked outside with people in who needed beds. So I got shoved up to another ward. I was quite happy. And then the next minute they sort of say, come on, Stephen, we're packing you off. And so they wheeled my bed out and I was in the lift and upstairs to another ward, which is... It's all very exciting. They didn't leave me in the lift or anything like that. Mind you, I definitely saw in one of the wards, one of the hospitals, that there was a person who died and they were wheeling them through. You knew that they died. And I remember thinking, they're just so busy, hospitals now. Wherever you go, hospitals are very, very busy and they're very good for what they do. Although, actually, I did feel quite ill in one hospital. I can't remember why. It was just one of those sort of things. And I was sitting in the corridor thinking, oh, I need some air or an ice lolly. An ice lolly seems to cure everything for me. And they did these little ones in one of the hospitals I was in. And it was quite nice. It was sort of like a fruit-flavoured lolly, but not orange or anything like that. This was sort of mixed passion fruit and stuff like that. And it was like a water ice. And it was bloody gorgeous. And I'd say to them, when I had my lunch, can I have a couple of ice lollies, please? So dutifully, these ice lollies would turn up. This was private. And I remember thinking, life doesn't get any better. And sometimes you could have sort of apple pie and custard. And for breakfast, they'd be very good about, calorie counting. I thought, well, definitely for me, because I'm diabetic. And not that I mention it. And what else did they do? Oh, they did a lovely fish pie. And yet, when I was in the NHS hospital, the food I thought was equally good. I thought it was delicious. They'd come in a fish pie. It's all different fish, bits of cod, bits of smoked salmon, stuff like that. Really nice. But this one had the lovely potato crust on it. It wasn't too big, but it left you wanting more. But it was the ice lollies, because you were not only getting a drink, because you have as many jugs of water. But unfortunately, when I drink water, I like it chilled. So if I'm out somewhere, and I have water, I want the glass filled up with ice. It's got to be filled up with ice because I like it really ice cold. And I sometimes just like lime juice and water, but loads and loads of ice. There's something about Rose's lime juice, and it's got to be Rose's lime juice. It can't be anything else. I'm one of those people that sort of adheres to things like that. So here we go. This was my menu. Was this? Oh, NHS hospital. Fish pie with potato topping, sweet and sour pork, vegetable stroganoff, which is vegetables in a creamy paprika sauce. See, all of that is lovely. And it comes with creamed potatoes, boiled rice, garden peas, sliced carrots, or cold roast chicken and chicken bowl. And then ginger sponge custard sauce, rice pudding, fresh orange, pears in natural juice. And that was Monday lunch. By supper, you're on to thick vegetable soup, orange juice, plain omelette. I thought it was brilliant. I really did. Fish pie with potato topping and sweet and sour pork. You don't get tons and tons of it, but you get enough to keep you going, so you're not going to die. And it came round. It was, I don't know where they cooked it. I've got no idea. It might have been cooked off site. I have no idea. Excuse me. So hot. But no, it was the iced lollies that were the saving grace for me. I just absolutely, because you could sort of, you'd either bite a piece off or you'd sort of suck it. And it just it was just lovely. It was very, very nice, actually. Oh, guess who introduced Jimmy Savile to the royal family? Lord Mountbatten. Now, I'm telling you now, there's a story there. I think there is a story the like of which you've never heard before, because Lord Mountbatten is long since dead, and Jimmy Savile long since dead. Lord Mountbatten, of course, was blown up by the IRA, and I remember that so well from years and years ago. And Jimmy Savile, of course, died without realising that everybody knew exactly what was going on, with his life. He was a pervert. That was the year I joined LBC Mountbatten, and dying. I remember that. Blown to pieces, I think. But he was very, very, very good friends with Prince Charles. I demoted him momentarily. Yeah, he was like a mentor to him. They would go out and chat for hours and hours, because I think in the royal family, well, let's face it, all of a sudden Charles has to rely on Jimmy Savile. I relied on you to help me with that speech and stuff like that. Charles obviously liked the older man to start advising him. Unfortunately, they were all the wrong older men. And there's definitely a story to come out about Mountbatten and Savile. Somebody's probably writing it even as I speak. Guess what's back again for about the fourth incarnation? The Railway Children. Again. Why would you want to remake Perfection? We don't need to, thank you. The Mr. Ben and Elmer creator dies at the age of 87. The Labour MP facing a ban for bullying a guard at the House of Lords. Goes on all the time. And who's been telling us that they're going to weed out all the miscreants within the police force in this country? Somebody was saying that in the paper the other day. They said all these people, we're going to weed them out. Yeah, right. Heard it before. Anything that's got Priti Patel's name on, forget it. It's just basically her babbling to nobody at all. It doesn't achieve anything at all. And the Maradona girl, one of his daughters, says the Hand of God shirt auction. It's not the one. It's not. Of course it is. It's been proven. They've got the provenance of it, and they've proven it. The reason, of course, she's saying this now, it's been in a museum for 20 years, is because all of a sudden they kind of said, oh, you have that and all the rest of it. And it's worth how much? £6 million. We want it back. It's a fake. It's a fake. I just think people should be told. She's lying, of course. It's not. It is genuine. You wouldn't find Sotheby's selling something if they hadn't checked out the provenance. 20 years sitting in a museum, and all of a sudden she goes, oh, by the way, it's not the T-shirt. There was another one, or not the shirt. The iconic pop magazine returning for 1 week only. We all used to read it. Smash Hits. Loads of people started on Smash Hits. Loads of people. I mean, there was a cast of millions who actually went on and they wrote for Smash Hits. They did the features for Smash Hits. And lots of them went on to be very famous people. Some actually ended up with a career in the music business. So I'll tell you some of that. You'll be horrified when you discover how many of the writers. I mean, there were all sorts of people there. The magazine was at its peak, I think, in the 1980s. Heat's Mark Frith was from there. Also, Neil Tennant of the Pet Shop Boys. He worked as a writer and assistant editor, and once claimed had he not become a pop star, he'd have liked to have pursued his ambition to become editor. Miranda Sawyer was there. Tom Hibbert, Steve Beebe, Mark Ellen, who went on to launch Q, Mojo and Word. Loads of people. They all worked there. And but the most famous being, I think, Neil Tennant, that he used to write for them, which is good. Walsh says, locked in live after a long time. I've been listening back. I was on my security course for 3 weeks. Oh, God. Security course, honestly. Kate Thornton, actually, the television presenter and journalist, was there. Last edition of the mag appeared 13th of Feb 2006. They're going to bring it back for a week only. Everybody was in it. Everybody was in it. It was the magazine that you wanted to read, because it was the forerunner of all these Closer magazines and Heat and everything else. And it was a case of that's where you went to get your gossip about all the different people, which was interesting. I watched the Nikki Graham programme the other evening, and that was very interesting, hearing her mum talking about her, and then hearing the person who was charged with trying to unravel her mind, because if you've got anorexia, it's a very serious illness. She said she only felt happy when she knew that her anorexia was back. That was the time she felt more in touch with everything. Before that, she didn't feel as though she was getting to grips with her illness. And I've never known anybody with anorexia. I mean, I've known people who've been in the newspapers. There were two sisters. If you remember, one of them, they went skeletal. Literally, they were so thin. Karen Carpenter came into LBC, and they'd said at the time when she was coming in, they said, "Listen, she's very thin. Don't mention the weight or anything like that." She came in black. They used to have all these Daimler Sovereigns whizzing about London. That was considered the flash pop star's car, and to get it into Gough Square was a nightmare. But they got the car in. Once you were in, trying to turn it around and get out again was the big problem. And Karen Carpenter came into the reception, and everybody was looking at her because it was Karen Carpenter, and she was. If you'd never seen them, and there's a very good album out, the Carpenters live at the Palladium. And their sound on stage was identical to the albums and the records. They could recreate that sound identically because of her beautiful voice. She was only 32 when she died. When she came in to see us, she can't have been that far away from dying. She was thin. She wore black and she was layered up, but you could see how thin she was. You could see it in her face. But there were these twin girls from years ago, and one of them died as a result. And you would have thought that would have spurred the other one on to go, but it's an illness. You have to remember it's an illness. People didn't know what it was. Anorexia nervosa, what's that? Just means that you eat something and then you go outside and you throw it up because you just feel awful about eating food. You just feel bloated and horrible. I mean, bulimia is that sort of throwing up side of it. And it happened all the time. Lots of people were getting it. And young girls, because the pressure was on them so much, very much so when I was in the 70s, to be thin. Everybody was thin. You look at all the models in the King's Road and everything. They were thin. I was thin. In fact, I was so thin, I used to share a flat with 3 girls in London, and I could get into their jeans. I was that thin. And they were like a 24-inch waist. I could actually get into their jeans. A little bit of a squeeze in certain departments, but I could still get in there. And most of the girls, as anybody over the age of, say, 40 will tell you, to get your jeans on, you had to lie down on the floor and you put a coat hanger through the zip and pull the coat hanger up because you couldn't manage it any other way. Oh, God, yes. I was very thin. I could practically get my hands around my waist. Very, very thin. And then you just graduate. I think I got to 25. And then you start putting on weight, and then it doesn't disappear as fast as it used to. And so I went through that sort of phase, and then somebody'd say, "Oh, you've put on a bit," and you go, "Yeah, I know." But that's the trouble. Yeah, I like my chips, I like my curries, I like all my bits and pieces. Because when you're young, your metabolic rate is completely different. As you go out there, you do running. I mean, running for the bus. Sod that for soldiers. There's no chance of me running for the bus anytime soon. Although I did run for the bus yesterday morning. And I've got to do it again this morning. And then, because I couldn't quite read what the number was on it. It was the wrong bus. Anyway, it didn't make any difference. I mean, my bus still came along. Because I've got a bit of a walk at Waterloo Station to get to my train. And I generally start at the top of the platform, and I've got 6 minutes to get down the front of the train. And I've always managed it, actually. But if I miss it, there's a train on the opposite platform that leaves 4 minutes after my train normally leaves. So I can always manage it. I like to sort of... It's a bit of a test. We'll take some of your texts and emails in a moment. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. It's 4:15. No, it's not. 16 minutes past 4.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to be company. Welcome to Friday, Freitag. We do it in every language just to appease everybody, just in case. Where would we be, Steve, says Nick, without mobile phones? I'm here in France having a week's holiday and have you here with me. Good morning. Love your show. Thank you. Yes, I mean, to be honest with you, who is it? There must have been somebody talking to Darren about it. It's in my mind. Somebody was talking about mobile phones and children shouldn't have them. They should absolutely have them. They should absolutely have them. For the simple reason you can find out where they are, if they're going to be late, if they're in a situation. And do you remember there was that lady on the bus the other day and she called the police pretending to order a pizza because there was a man who was harassing her. And so she said, and the conversation goes as follows. Can I order a pizza? Are you in trouble? Yes. And that's how it goes. They ask you questions and they then put you through to a serving police officer. Okay, are you on a bus at the moment? Yes. Okay, the number of the bus, and by the process of elimination, the police were waiting for the bus when it pulled in and they arrested a man of harassment of this woman. So if ever you get into that situation, you phone 999 and you pretend you're ordering a pizza, because at some point they're going to ask for your address, but you will be connected through to a police officer, and they will say to you, you say, I want to order a pizza, please. And they'll go, are you in danger at the moment? And you go, yes. And that prompts them immediately to click into action. It's a brilliant system, and it's worked time and time again. Time and time again. So, yes, mobile phones, absolutely. They're an absolute godsend. Yeah, that's what Darren was talking about. I couldn't be without my mobile phone. In fact, I don't know how I'd run without my mobile phone. Do you know, it's shocking. A third of all children under 6 have a mobile phone. I think maybe 6 is a bit young, but I mean, listen, if they know how to operate them and they appear to, then why not? Why not? Goodness sake. Steve, how can the Chancellor's wife be non-dom when she lives here all the time, says Monica. The whole thing stinks, as far as I'm concerned. You know, I've gone right off the Sunaks, I'm afraid, right off them. She might be worth 400 million, but if you're not paying proper taxes, you know, she should be. It's not. It's one of those things that sort of, it's like a legal out. You can do this thing, but you're right. She lives in this country, and it makes me heartily sick, I have to tell you. It really does. Steve, didn't Lena Zavaroni die of anorexia? She did. She went painfully thin. Mama, she's making... Lena Zavaroni started on Opportunity Knocks. And she used to have an agent in London. She came down to live. Her parents lived, I think, on the Isle of Bute. And they were singers as well. They used to tour around. But Lena was this little powerhouse when she appeared on Opportunity Knocks with Uncle Hughie Green. And, you know, little girl, big voice. But the pressure got to her. And I think she might have even got married. I can't remember. But she came to live with Connie Filippello, who was a very, very big agent. But she suffered anorexia. Then she developed, I think, clinical depression. Because at 10, she had an album, Mama, He's Making Eyes at Me. She was the youngest person to have an album in the top 10. Then she got her own television series. And 13, she got anorexia. 13. Following an operation to cure her depression, I don't know there was an operation that cured depression, she died at the age of 35 from pneumonia in 1999. Such a terrible, terrible, terrible waste. But she had this clinical depression when she was 15. And, you know, some people never come back from things like that. Her middle name was Hilda, which is a very old-fashioned name. Lena Hilda Zavaroni, Scottish singer and television host, very good friends with, you know, I'm going to thqueam and thqueam and thqueam. Yes, they were absolutely the beziest of mates. They really were. Much missed. But that's what happens, you know, for a lot of kids. The pressure on being in show business is phenomenal. And people don't realise, because the one thing they don't teach you is how to deal with all the things that are going to be happening to you throughout your life. Her parents had a fish and chip shop, and of course, being she was in the Isle of Rothesay, in the Isle of Bute. There you go. And her father, Victor, played guitar. Mother, who died in 1989, sang. And then her grandfather had emigrated from Italy. And they had Zavaroni's ice cream, light meals, teas and coffees. You could see it in your mind, Zavaroni's ice cream. She was discovered by a record producer who was on holiday. And then I think she was contacted by an impresario, Phil Solomon, which led to his partner Dorothy Solomon becoming Zavaroni's manager. And the rest, as they say, is history. But for all these people who go on, it's very difficult. You read stories of, you know, people in Hollywood, kids who got caught up in drugs and sex and all sorts of things like that, and very difficult because you're at the mercy of all sorts of not only distractions, but things that could really, you know, do you an awful lot of harm. I mean, very young to be so famous. Because literally, you get exactly the same. They don't differentiate taking a picture, whether you're 7 or 70. It makes no difference to them. Having said earlier on that I watched the John Leslie programme, where John Leslie was outed incorrectly on television, and his life changed. John Leslie went from being mega big, to being dropped by ITV, all for nothing. It was just not true. Not true at all. And he had to go through court appearances, and the press were outside his house every day. And then he came back after the court case, and I thought, oh, good, this will start getting back on track again. And blow me down, it didn't, because he was caught snorting cocaine in his house. which, you know, I mean, to be honest with you, who cares? They had some people on the television yesterday, Bez and somebody else, going, listen, it's cocaine. Who cares? He wasn't killing anybody. He wasn't murdering anybody. And then that hit the papers, and it just got from bad to worse. And then ITV decided to drop him. So he had a very lucrative contract, $250,000 a year, to host This Morning. He'd been, you know, one of the star presenters on Blue Peter. He'd done loads of things, but it was This Morning was the thing he was most excited about. The one problem for John Leslie was that he was very tall, very good looking, lovely speaking voice, and he fancied women. Bit of a rarity in this business, bit of a rarity. And that's what the press got him for. And he was hounded, literally, you know, outside the court. He burst into tears nearly. He was holding it back, but you could tell he was on the verge of collapsing, you know, because the judges said, you leave here without a stain on your character. And he'd literally had the press camping on his doorstep, people writing stuff about him in the papers, which was just not true. People tell lies in situations because they think, you know, it's like the Ed Sheeran thing. You know, people say, I co-wrote that song, you nicked it from me and all the rest of it. And so big celebrities go, oh, let's pay them some money. It's nothing to do with them, but listen, to save an expensive court case, pay money. But the two pursued it and they lost. So can't wait to see how big their bill is. That'll teach people in the future. Don't mess with the Sheeran. But in the case of John Leslie, you start thinking, he's probably thinking, oh, I've moved on from that. I live in a little farmhouse now, a little bungalow. But back it all comes. But he was huge. He was very, very big. And they interviewed, Richard and Judy interviewed him. Loads of people did. And he was sort of saying, you know, it just grew like Topsy. One minute he was known because he was good looking, went out with Catherine Zeta-Jones. I mean, he went out with just about everybody. If they were good looking and female, John Leslie was there. And he fitted the part. He was always immaculately dressed. He was always very charming, but he fancied women, you know, and as people kept saying, so? But then a lot of women started coming out saying things. And it was a great shame, actually, because he would still be working nowadays. I think he went off to do a state agency or something like that. And it was just very sad. But then to sort of drag it all up again, it's a case of that's what the press do. They'll sort of make up stories. In fact, it's quite normal for the press to make stories up. And I don't know why they did it. I don't know. I've no idea. No sort of reason at all. Yeah, there was nothing new to add on it. It was just that perhaps it was an anniversary of something, but I shouldn't imagine he was particularly thrilled seeing it again. I mean, it's been 20 years since he was named incorrectly. You know, he could have sued Matthew Wright quite easily, but he decided not to and said he made a very grave error. It destroyed him completely. He was, you know, people now talk about the press and the intrusion, and I should imagine it probably sent him round the bend. Unfortunately, he also made a porno film, which didn't help. Well, I say he didn't make a porno film. What he did, he filmed a sex act. It was a sex tape, which, you know, you've seen them over the years, or you haven't seen them. Jordan's had one, you know, Paris Hilton's had one. Everybody, they all do them. Half the cast of Essex have done these exposing themselves on camera. It's amazing, actually, how many major celebrities have also exposed themselves on the internet, where they've basically got a woman on the other end of the line and they start doing things. You know, even well-known comedians get caught out by that one and then try and plead innocence at the end of it. But it goes on all the time. Nothing new about it. Ross says, Lena's family had an amazing ice cream shops too, went there often growing up. And Josie says, I'm racking my brains here, Steve. Was it Smash Hits that had a competition running through the magazine where they altered a certain letter and you had to spot it? Oh, I don't know. You must have a better memory than me. I don't know. John says, I don't know about running for a bus, Steve. I feel shattered running a bath. Yes, that's a good one. Did you mean a Daimler 420G limo, Steve? Oh, they were all over the place, Jeff. All over the place. They looked very flash in the early days. I never went in one, but they used to bring people in to LBC. You'd see them all over the place because you could get about 6 people in there. John says, you're so right about Rose's lime juice. All others taste like cardboard. Rose's lime marmalade is lovely. I know it is, but the lime juice is absolutely delicious. And of course, they used it on board ships as a preservative. Yeah, they'd have barrels of lime juice because it acted as a preservative. Nelson, I think, was put in a barrel of brandy, wasn't he, after he died? To preserve his body. Must have looked dreadful at the end. Must have been all pickled and everything else. But yeah, he was in a barrel of brandy. I thought so. As you know, Joe, don't have a question. Steve Allen, He's never wrong. We watched the Savile Netflix programme last night, almost unbelievable in places. When you watch footage now and you hear the language used regarding young females, things like, when I retire, I'm going to be a caretaker in a young girls' school, it's chilling, but very well made, says Tony. Yes, but interesting. You wait. I promise you, within 2 years, there'll be a book about Lord Mountbatten and Jimmy Savile.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Friday. Welcome to, good grief, is it really the National tomorrow? Have I picked some horses? Yes. Am I going to tell you what they are? No. Just in case they don't. And also, it's dreadful. If somebody says on the radio, I'm going for this one, and then you do, and then it loses. How much am I betting? I don't know yet. I haven't decided. I'm going to split it all over the place. I think I'm going to go each way. I think that's probably safer. Oh, the wedding of the century. The poor Beckhams. Still no photographs of them with the Peltz family, because the Peltz family, if you realise, are not into celebrity. Have you seen any pictures in any of the gossip magazines in America? No. They haven't done anything like that. They don't do that. You know, only the Beckhams are so insecure that they have to have all these pictures taken. The Peltzes don't need publicity, and they don't actively seek it, and they've told their daughter, we don't want you to go into that kind of thing. They'll be furious if she keeps popping up in magazines. They don't mind for the wedding, and that's it. But if you notice, you know, the Peltz going out, you know, perhaps to a local restaurant with the Beckhams. Good God, no. The Beckhams don't know anything about food. You know, she eats out of Tupperware boxes, a leaf. You know, that'll be it. And Dave sort of goes for pie and mash and stuff like that. That doesn't sit down with the Peltzes, who've got gardeners, cleaning staff, kitchen staff. The Beckhams have got none of this. None of it at all. Shame, really. Margaret Thatcher pushed for Savile to receive an OBE, according to a recent documentary. I didn't know that one, but it wouldn't surprise me, because he did charity. And charity excuses a lot of people. I knew somebody who was a famous sports person, and they had all sorts of dabblings with drugs, and yet they were given an award because they did charity work. Charity work seemed to cover it all up, didn't it, really? Except in the case of Jimmy Savile. Whereas he did charity work, but they didn't want him on any programmes. They were, you know, people knew exactly what was going on. They just didn't want to raise it. He used that as a cover, I think, the charity work, and his work in the hospital, so he could get access to other people. I mean, seriously, it was just dreadful. Kevin the Milkman says, I still have quite a few copies of Smash Hits magazine from the early 80s, including one with Claire Grogan on the cover. Cue heavy lovelorn signs from men of certain age. Yes, she was Altered Images, wasn't she, the group Claire Grogan? I think, Happy Birthday, I think so, wasn't it, that one? And also, didn't she star in a film? She was in a film with, oh, God, let's have a think. Claire Grogan was in, I can see it now, a Scottish film, and I can see the boy in it, and I can't remember what, was it Gregory's Girl? Was Claire Grogan in Gregory's Girl? Don't argue with Steve Allen, he's never wrong. There she was, and she was in Altered Images and Gregory's Girl, and she did Red Dwarf, and born on the 17th of March. I'll tell you, it's a good time to be born. She was working as a waitress, and she was spotted by Bill Forsyth, who was the film director. There were objections because she had a facial wound. They covered it up with Dermawax. And she was in everything. I thought she was great. I thought she was absolutely great. Gregory's Girl. Who was the boy in Gregory's Girl? Who was the boy in Gregory? Who was the boy? I can't remember. I can picture him. I can picture him now. I can see him, and he's John Gordon Sinclair. Now, what's he doing at the moment? That's what I'd like to know. What is John Gordon Sinclair doing at the moment? Good-looking boy he was. I interviewed him ages and ages ago, and he's 60 now. Wow. He was in Traces in 2019. And do you know there was a John Gordon Sinclair with Equity? And if there's already somebody there, you can't have that name. You have to change it a little bit. He was in all sorts of things. He narrates Biggleton on CBeebies replacing Eamon Holmes. Interesting, isn't it? Very interesting. And he's still working, so it's good. He's what? Bits and pieces. He's got a Laurence Olivier Award, so that says everything. Anyway, Kevin says, and I've also got a good collection of early punk fanzines and the second and third editions of ID magazine when it was still a fashion zine sold on the streets, not the glossy mag it is these days. I would never part with them. So much of my history there. Oh, I mean, I agree with you. I don't part with anything at all. You never know when it's going to come back again. That's what I like to think. Paul in Brentwood says, I watched the first part of Netflix series Savile. He advised the royals on how to react to the Lockerbie disaster. Well, we've seen the letters of him writing to Prince Charles and Charles replying to him, thanking him very much for all his help with the royal family and hoping they can get Sarah Ferguson brought in under control because she was just completely mad as a barrel load of frogs. I mean, she didn't know when to keep her mouth shut. You know, we remember actually all those things during the Virginia Giuffre, you know, and Sarah Ferguson going, he's a good man, Yeah, £12 million later, she kept a big trap shut, which is probably quite advisable. But she's never had any money, but she's accepted money from all sorts of strange people. And you start thinking to yourself, perhaps they just sort of thrive off each other. I don't know. Whatever it is, it's a very odd family. Very. Tim says, I've spent the last 2 years at the front line in the NHS and avoided getting COVID until today. Mind you, looking on the bright side, I can listen to you, which will see me through it. Oh, don't worry. It goes quick. It goes quick. I mean, some people get it and they go down, you know, and it affects them badly. Other people, it'd just be like heavy cold. But don't worry, after the first couple of days, Tim, it gets, well, as you know, you're frontline NHS. Shouldn't need to tell you things like that. But no, it's what a pain. I bet you know where you got it from as well. Most people seem to think, oh, I got it here. I'm still, you know, it's annoying. It's annoying now. It's something you go, I mean, I'm touch wood somewhere, plastic, whatever. You know, I've managed to avoid it. So I haven't had it at all. And I'm high risk. But I've had my jabs, and if they offer me another jab, I'll go for another jab as well. And we'll wait and see what happens. Fans of June Brown, lovely June Brown, who died the other day, say bosses should honour her with a statue. Well, the BBC treated her appallingly. Don't believe all the guff you read. She told us on the interview, if they don't put you in a scene, you don't get paid. You know, you can't just walk across set. There's got to be a purpose to it. Alison Hammond's been transformed into a chocolate egg. There's this company that can turn you into a chocolate egg, which I quite like the idea of. I wouldn't want one myself because I'm not really into sort of chocolate eggs. I just think they're terribly expensive. The Queen's Easter egg has just sold out. Her one's very posh, £145. You imagine, £145. But there is a mural of June Brown. It's appeared in Romford. And I love people who do these murals. And it's a really good one. It's really, really good. I don't know who's done it. It is amazing, isn't it? I love people who can do stuff like that. These are talented people, not those little dimwits who do their little scrawlings, you know, their little monikers. They don't serve any useful purpose. They're generally sort of a bit brain dead. But this is brilliant. And I don't know who's actually done it, but whatever it is, it's very, very clever. And they said it's for June, and it's brilliant because what they're doing is they're painting from close up, so it looks brilliant away from it. I'm assuming the man covered in paint is the artist. Whoever he is, he's brilliant. That's very nice. I want one. Of me, I don't mind, me or Dot, I don't care. But that's lovely. She did look like that. That was a very good look. You could look at that picture and go, in years to come, that's her. That is her. That's the good thing, as I said the other day, about people who pass on, who've been famous. You're never going to forget them because there's always going to be box sets and films and articles about them years and years into the future. You know, they won't talk about me after I've gone, apart from people writing in going, oh, I just found an early recording of Steve Allen from the year 2022. He was still doing the same thing. It's lovely. Oh, people will be addicted to my programmes for ages and ages and ages. Martin Lewis, the money guru, says people should sit in sleeping bags to keep warm. That's quite a good idea, actually. I mean, I don't think that's... I wouldn't know where you got sleeping bags from. Camping shop. You go to a camping shop, wouldn't you? And so he says you sit in that to keep warm. So if you're a pensioner, I think Costco must do them. Loads of people must do them, mustn't they, really? What else we got? The race fans flocking back to the Grand National for the first time in 3 years. And Ali Ross talking about Alex Beresford. He said, because he won that programme, he said he's on his way to Broadway. Ealing Broadway. Taking too much Viagra can make you go blind, apparently. I don't know any Viagra jokes. Well, I do, but I can't bring them to you. They're far too rude for this time of the morning. And you can't read them. And Denise Van Outen says she lied on her CV to get the Big Breakfast role. She's still flogging her autobiography. Yawn, I fell asleep. Mind you, it's very good for propping doors open, just in case, you were wondering about that. Corrie Kell, this is in Coronation Street, Kell in tears on the set as Laura loses a cancer battle. It is just acting. I do wish they'd all appreciate these sort of things. They all take it so seriously, don't they? They say, we were all in tears. We took a box of tissues onto the set and everything else. You think, what? And somebody says, okay, should we do that bit again? No, that's okay. It's not real. It's not real, please. Don't get too excited. The Duchess's podcast could be settling old score. She's not a duchess. She's just a very average actress, old Megan What's-Her-Face, and they think the podcast is going to settle some old scores. Well, we've heard one podcast. It was the biggest part of drivel I've ever heard. Seriously. And I speak as somebody who's been making podcasts for years and years and years. Kim says, I might have a wee flutter tomorrow, Steve. I won it a couple of times. £8 is the maximum I've won with a 50p bet. Maybe I'll splash out and put £1 on this year. Well, you did very well if you won £8 with a 50p bet. I mean, I've got my horses, and I shall go out and sort of book that today. Then I've actually got it. I mean, I don't even know what time the National is. Generally about 3 o'clock in it or something like that. 5ish, is it? Oh dear, not sure. Perhaps I'll be busy at 5. I'll be on a train or something. But no, you've done very well indeed. But do it for fun. Don't, unless you're a professional gambler, do it for fun and gamble responsibly. Please. 5:15 it is tomorrow. 5:15. How much would you pay for a portrait of Prince Andrew? There's one place doing it as a charity auction. About £1, I reckon, and then you can ceremoniously burn it. Which I think, because you don't want to keep it, do you? Definitely not. The refugee scheme is a shambles. It is. It is absolutely scandals. In one particular village, 39 people have said we want to take refugees in. So far, 3 people have managed to make it through. This is Priti Patel, isn't it? Making all sorts of wild, imaginative promises, and she can't fulfil anything. In fact, I'm not actually too sure what she does. Is she there as some joke? Nick Ferrari's got a trail running at the moment. He's in a foul mood on it. Absolutely dreadful. And the formula for good health, your waistline is half your height. So you double it, don't you? You're on your waist. And that should be your... I'm 5'10". So I don't think that can be right, can it? Well, I don't know, it might be, actually. No, it definitely can't be. So 70 inches height. That's 35 waistline. Thank you. Very kind. I think I'm 30. Well, actually, at the moment, I'm 35. But so 70 inches. That's 5'10", is it? Really? Oh, there you go. It works. Yes, I am a 35 waistline. I know it's not possible to believe, but I have to keep doing new notches on my belt all the time. It's not because I'm losing. I don't think I'm losing weight. I think I'm just getting old. And I think you shrink when you get old. Yes, having to stretch down. They've given me a locker here. It's very nice of them to. But it's the lowest one that you can get. I have to kneel in front of it to put the key in the lock. I can't just bend over. I fall over. I'm like one of those dreadful toys. I'm like sort of, what was it called? Tommy Tippo or something. And there was a little doll who sort of rolled over. Used to get all these things outside these bric-a-brac shops. No, it wasn't a Weeble. No, Weebles wobble and they don't fall down. This was Tommy Tiptree or something. And he used to do a somersault. I had Tigger that bounced all over the place. That was a fairly good one. But I only bought it as fun. I didn't actually have it. But Tommy something. Tommy Tiptree or Tommy... Yes, it was definitely something like that. Don't even doubt me because I'm always right. It's 14-5.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. Do you know they've got a robot that can sniff and tell you that whether whiskey is cheap or fake or both? Isn't that clever? Mind you, they've got dogs that can sniff money. I'm a bit like that. I can sniff money. Definitely money there. I like things like that. Somebody was doing that the other day. And, I just had a thought the other day. It can also work out Scotch, Irish whiskey, and it could soon replace trained sommeliers. The people who sort of sniff and they can tell you all about the wines and all. I never understand that at all. I quite understand what sort of people do. I know what sommeliers do, and you spit out the wine, and they always go, "Oh, it's got tastes here of peach and nectarine." You know, I've never noticed that in wines or anything. I just know, does it have the same effect on it had on me 15 years ago? And the answer is probably yes. They have currency detection dogs. They're trained to detect large amounts of US dollars and euro notes, trained to a passive or an active indication. And what happens is, when detecting currency, the dogs are trained to follow and block the individual. They generally sit in front of them and stare up at them, basically like they're about to take your face off. They're like that. And in America, they've got dogs that sniff out fruit. And you know, if you bring an apple or an orange in and try and conceal it, the dog will smell it. Their noses are that sensitive, and they do the drug dogs. We've had them at Twickenham Station loads of times, but they can only work them for like 15 minutes, then they have to have a rest. Because apparently it's a bit stressful for them or something like that. But don't you, I was just thinking the other day. In fact, actually, it was this morning. I don't know, I told a fib, it wasn't the other day at all. It was this morning. And I remember Terry Wogan used to have a chat show on the television, as you all know, because, you know, the old Wogan. And he'd sit there, and they had a thing. Every American guest who came on started touching his knees because somebody had done it. And they leant forward to touch his knee, and that sort of became touching the old Wogan's knee. And, you know, he was an art form in itself. And then he went on holiday, and they sort of thought, who should we put on it? So they put Selena Scott on. And she was, and I can't remember because I only remember the one show. Can't remember any of the other ones. And who was her guest? Prince Andrew. And it was almost like watching fawning over each other. It was a bit embarrassing to watch. It was a bit simpery and all the rest of it. And sort of the body language was very interesting. They'd have had a field day with Judy James on that programme. And I remember Prince Andrew, and I thought, my God, how strange. During all this stuff about him, I'm surprised they didn't contact Selena Scott and say, so, you know, what do you think about Prince Andrew now? Never saw this one coming, did we? Well, that we should have done, because he was an arrogant so-and-so, even when he was younger. And he was young, he was good looking, and then he turned into that sort of person. But she was sort of doing her sort of doe-eyed bit, which I thought you spent most of the time looking at her, looking at him, and it was flirty, and it was very coquettish, which I love. I love that kind of thing. But it was so funny. But what he was on there promoting, I've got no idea. But he was known as the Playboy Prince, because basically that's what he did. You know, and then he went to all these different islands when he was pictured stark naked. There are nude pictures of Prince Andrew all over the internet. As again, I sent the sympathy card. Don't want to miss out all these sort of things. Josie says, did you know you can get life-size cutouts of the Queen wearing different outfits? £34.50. Now, why would you want something like that? Oh, so lifelike, I'm going to get one to put on my balcony for the Jubilee party. They're not going to believe that the Queen has moved into your apartment. It's not going to happen. You can try. Johnny Colchester says sitting in a sleeping bag works really well. If you also put a hot water bottle in, you keep really warm for a few hours. Oh, right. Steve, one of the most disturbing moments in the Savile programme was, I should imagine all of it, the footage of him leching all over Selena Scott on breakfast television. She's on the documentary looking back at the times he was on the show. How the hell was he not dealt with? I don't know. I mean, I really can't... I can't tell you. It's just that everybody had heard the rumours about him, and he was just known as being a bit of a pervert. And that's what it was. I don't think anybody realised to the extent of his perversion, just how bad it really was. But people seem to know about it because they didn't put him on lots of shows. Certainly not anything that was anywhere near children. And that's the problem with the whole thing. But it was Mountbatten who introduced him to the royal family, and I should imagine Charles must be kicking himself. Have you noticed they've all had something the matter with them in the royal family? You know, there's always been somebody there. They couldn't keep, you know, their marriages together. They had arguments and all sorts of things. And eventually you get somebody like Andrew, who is a disgrace, full stop. You know, he can never, ever resume anything in the royal family at all. He's just, I don't think the public will be booing from on high, I promise you. I mean, the Queen and William are sort of scandal-free. Even though William and Kate split up, didn't they? They went out, then they split up, then they sort of got back together again. And then they were doing it was a scandal in the royal family because they were always interested in who they were going out with. You know, and some of them who went out with Harry, that must have been a boring event, said they didn't want anything to do with the royal family. In fact, there were quite a few of them who said, what, that kind of life? Why would you want that? You're under the microscope. But it seems to suit William and Kate. They've got the children, and Pippa, who everybody admired her arse. That's what they did. They did a whole programme on television the other day looking at the scandals throughout history of all sorts of different things. And one of them was Pippa. And they said the camera concentrated on her bum as she was going in to the church. And so poor Kate, who's there, and she went, here comes Pippa. And then they had all sorts of people like Stefan Dennis going, I have to be honest, I'm partial to a bit of... And you think, what? What? You can't get away with that nowadays. But it was only filmed recently. I know. But people were talking about it. They said you couldn't wear knickers because you'd have VPL or something. There must be some way around it, I suppose. I sort of basically switched off at that point. Have you ever considered, says Melvin, writing an autobiography? A no-holds-barred biopic. It would be a fantastic read. I do envy your memory. I'm a few years younger and I can't remember yesterday. Well, I can't remember yesterday, but I can go back 25 years. I can go back 43 years. I can go back 45 years if I put my mind to it. I remember school. I remember all sorts of things. Of course you do. Things trigger it. So, I mean, I don't know. But mind you, sometimes I do forget other things. Somebody will write to me and say, oh, I met you with so-and-so, so-and-so. And, or I was, yes, and I always go, did you? What was I like? And, yeah, you just remember little bits and pieces over the years. But there's certain bits of television that I almost see something and store it in the back of my mind, and then you can regurgitate it, at a moment in the future when you suddenly think, somebody will say to me, oh, so-and-so's died, and I go, I interviewed them. We've still got that. We must get it out, actually. Steve, I don't think, says Jason, it's Priti Patel who's the problem. I think it's all the useless civil servants at the Home Office who love bureaucracy and red tape and who can't accept that we've left the EU. They all need to be chucked out, but they won't because they're so protected by the unions, says Jason. No, I think Priti Patel is the problem. I mean, the civil servants, it makes no difference to the civil servants who's in government because, if the Conservatives moved out, Labour moved in, the civil servants don't change. They're still the same people. To get a grip of what's sort of going on, watch Yes, Prime Minister. Margaret Thatcher used to watch it avidly, saying it was the most accurate depiction of what went on in government that you could ever find. So she used to absolutely love it. But no, so the buck stops there. The civil servants are working there. You have ministers like Sir Humphrey, the equivalent over in there, but they're still working to the Prime Minister and to the people, lower down. Fascinating watch, says Alan, who's on holiday in Muddyford, on Jimmy Savile. He said, but fascinating watch how he fooled the public and the authorities. Well, I don't think he fooled them. I think that what they did was they just really couldn't believe it. I think they knew exactly, and the public, I don't think, knew what was going on. There were jokes about Jimmy Savile told, and we got the documentary while he was still alive, which was done by, what's his face? Louis Theroux did that one, and that was very telling on it. Jimmy Savile still doing his now then. Sorry? No, but it was interesting that they were trying to get answers out of him for what was going on, and he was being a bit reticent. And he always wore that tracksuit because he did charity, but at the same time he was an out-and-out paedophile pervert. And nobody realised the extent of it. I think people knew that something was going on. They didn't realise the extent of it and how revolting it really was. Mickey says, yes, sir, I put £2 on Enjoy de Allen at 12-1 in the Grand National. Come on, my son. Yes, I'd like to think that it was going to be doing all right, actually. Sam says, I remember when Graham Norton touched Britney Spears' knee. If looks could kill. I didn't think that Graham Norton ever got that close to his guests, or perhaps that was pre-COVID, because they're so far away. But no, I mean, he gets all sorts of stuff out of them, doesn't he, Graham Norton? He really does. I mean, it's just one of those things. That's why he's very successful. Very, very successful. What was the other one that I quite liked? I quite liked the airports being told, get a grip on the Easter chaos. Because I think actually there is going to be chaos. And if you don't get there, early enough, it's going to be too late and the flight will take off and you'll never get there. And the weather's not brilliant in Spain at the moment at all. Money's tight, is it ever? But the Queen's Jubilee is expected to spark a spending boom. You know why? Because people always make that excuse, don't they? It's like if you're going on a holiday, you get to the airport and you go, oh, let's go and have some breakfast. How much? 15? No, let's go and get a sandwich or something. Let's go and do that. It'll make it much easier. And then they go, no, we're on holiday. Come on, let's enjoy ourselves. Nobody worries about how much things cost when you're on holiday. And you watch, price of petrol will definitely go up. It will definitely go up because they're going to be capitalising as the little stations try and capitalise on us, and they inflict huge... I mean, I thought it was supposed to be coming down. I've seen no evidence of this whatsoever. I like the BT Van Louts job, which was cut off. He was stupidly in a works van, and he abused a motorist. He abused a motorist very badly. So she reported him. He's been fired. They've taken away his van, and he's lost his job. Don't ever do anything in the works van, because if somebody gets you, no company nowadays wants bad publicity. So I've been watching some of these road rages in America. Oh, some of them are just revolting people. They really are absolutely disgusting. And the road rage ones are even worse. Even worse, these people shout obscenities and just really disgusting with children. And then you watch, some of the stories about racism on YouTube are just phenomenal. You can't believe it. One woman working in like a Premier Inn type thing called the police because there was a black woman swimming in the pool. She called the police, and the black woman said, "I'm staying here. I'm a lawyer." So dumb, so dumb.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. Friday, April the 8th, just one day until the big race, the Grand National, and the Beckham wedding. Which, as I say, I mean, they've gone a bit quiet, actually. I thought by now we'd have, the Beckhams releasing pictures of what she thinks they're going to be wearing, and the huge amount of celebrities that won't be going. Like, I think Harry's been invited. Why he'd want to turn up to a commoner's wedding, I can't imagine. But I suppose being a commoner himself, I suppose he might want to. But that would be a bit of a naff thing, because he might know the Beckhams, but he's got no idea what Brooklyn is at all, which is a shame. Also, we've got the Easter bleak end. 3 days of jams, cancelled flights and railworks. Trouble on tracks, as they say. It'll be interesting. And this new miracle treatment, we want this one. We want this one. This is a breakthrough by scientists, meaning that even Keith Richards' famous wrinkly face could end up silky smooth. I think, though, they're going to end up a little bit... He's going to look like a Thunderbirds puppet. There's no way. I'm looking at pictures of him. He looks a bit scary. Get my drift? The boffins have found a way to successfully reverse aging in skin cells. In a world first, using a revolutionary technique, they've made the cells 30 years younger. And so you can look roughly 20, whereas in fact you're 50. I mean, God in heaven, I'm going to look like a fetus. It's going to be ridiculous. It's also had the potential to help people like Keith from the Rolling Stones take years off their appearance by making their skin younger and healthier. Well, where does it come from? I mean, but I don't understand what this is. But it's a team from an institute in Cambridge who found the renewed skin produced much more collagen, a key protein for firm skin. Dr. Diljit Gill says, "I was so excited when I saw the results. But you can imagine if all these groups are going to... How old are you? You get 15? I'm 97. Because it doesn't change your voice. You're going to be exactly the same person, aren't you? But they prove that cells can be rejuvenated without losing their function. I was always told the key to eternal youth is to die young. Because it's the only time you're going to look your best, I promise you. Irons out all your wrinkles and everything else. So they've done a picture in the paper on Keith Richards to show what he could look like, and it is a wee bit scary. It's a wee bit scary because you don't want to... That's what he's going to look like, they say. No, you see, you don't. You're going to look like either a Thunderbirds puppet or a vent doll. It's not going to be anything else, and I don't think we would... Can you imagine what all these other people would look like in their 80s and 90s? I mean, surely it must have a side effect. Don't you think so? I mean, surely it should be a picture of him from 30 years ago. Well, might be. EastEnders Sam Mitchell's return. This is the one who's replaced Daniela Thingy, who apparently still keeps trying to relaunch a career doing what? We have no idea. But she's arrived here and she'll pop in and you'll see her on April the 19th. previously played by Daniela Westbrook, who we're famously told wanted to sue the BBC for replacing her as the character. As if you've got a leg to stand on that one, dear. But it doesn't matter. Steve, just heard you say there's a horse called Alan running tomorrow. That's it. No, don't put... Listen, you can't put something on because it's got my name in it. It's called Enjoy de Alan. Enjoy de Alan. And they're off at the producers going, bet now, bet now. It's 12-1. But if everybody starts betting on it, it's going to... You imagine, they go, this is slightly strange. This horse, which didn't stand a cat in Hades chance of winning anything, let alone a run round the kitchen, all of a sudden there's a flurry of bets being placed on it. You know, that could throw the cat among the pigeons, couldn't it? Who's it owned by? It could be owned by a spiker. Can you imagine if it's owned by a spiker? That would be so funny. Did you know, Steve, the star of the movie Coda, which won Best Picture at the Oscars recently, is Emilia Jones, who's the daughter of Aled Jones? Of course I knew that. I worked with Aled Jones. Heavens above. Aled Jones, who, I mean, seriously, I don't think she's his. He doesn't look old enough to have children. He only looks about 15. Dave says the civil service are instructed to do what the ministers want to implement. They're now being scapegoated for Priti Patel's failures. Well, you see, I mean, you know, it's Priti Patel's failure all the way through. As far as I'm concerned, I'm not remotely interested in what the civil service do, because, as I say, they're there for everybody. It makes no difference at all. But she hasn't got the faintest idea. She just seems to come up with these crackpot ideas, and nothing happens. Nothing happens at all. You know, and you begin to wonder: is she just there as some joke figure? She might be. Racegoers got very wet the other day at Aintree. Honestly, they get most appalling fashion senses. I don't know what these people are wearing. Perhaps in poor old Aintree, they haven't got any fashionable shops. They must only have sort of... it was NHS Day. Ah, that's why. NHS Day. Because normally you get... I mean, some of the people are so badly... I mean, I don't know where they get these outfits from, but do wear them beforehand just to make sure, A, they fit, and B, you don't look a bit silly in them. You know, because when you see some of these people, so-called they haven't got any class at all. They really do look absolutely... I mean, there's one woman here. What's this one wearing? What is that outfit? Where do they... I mean, I don't want to be rude, but God, have you looked in the mirror? Oh, this one's got tattoos up her leg. Oh, how are they letting these people in? They shouldn't be allowed in. You know, people who... They obviously don't suit them. Look, the bloke's wearing an anorak and carrying his little umbrella, with a girl who's wearing, I don't know, that might be just about passable compared to some of them. It is the most ghastliest fashionista mistake. You like that one, do you? Because it looks like a doily. That's why. Looks like she's wearing a doily. We go back to some of those other ones. Some of those other ones. There's that one that dress doesn't. Look at, I mean, what? Go back. Look, that does not fit. Get something that fits, dear. Get a sack. Put yourself in a sack. I mean, and also, if it's windy and it's raining, you can't wear some of these dresses because they get wet and cheap material clings to your body. Wouldn't find me going out wearing anything like that, you know. But also, if it doesn't fit you, dear, and it shows all the lumps and the bumps and everything, don't wear it. Don't wear it. I mean, this must be for people who go catalogue shopping. Can't be for anybody who's ever been in a shop and bought something. I mean, we used to laugh at poor old Colleen Rooney. And she used to go out to a shop called Cricket and buy all these terribly, terribly expensive items. You can just imagine all the girls in the shop going, oh, that really suits you, Colleen. Oh, you look lovely in that. She's never had anywhere to wear them. I mean, she can't wear that. They were doing this thing on television where it all goes wrong. And they looked at Rooney and his visiting of the brothel, where, believe it or not, he signed autographs to people waiting in line to see a girl, and they had copies of his signature, which he'd written to people. Lovely to see you, Wayne Rooney. It was the oddest thing I'd ever seen. It was where the news goes horribly wrong, and yes, very, very clever, because he's only got the one suit that fits at the moment. But then there were two. He went to an agency because the Mirror were the ones who scooped him, and they only scooped him because somebody at this agency said, we've got him on CCTV, and he wanted 2 girls delivered to his hotel, and they had to be twins. And they then sold their story to the newspapers. And, I mean, you can't imagine, honestly. It is worrying, isn't it? Will Smith finds out today, although we love it. We do love it. It's all right when it's happening to somebody else. Will Smith will find out today if he'll lose his Oscar. Apparently, the producer goes no, and at the moment, the governors have said they're 50-50. They could tip it one way or the other. And the Academy of Motion Pictures, Arts and Sciences have been deciding whether or not they're going to take it back. I think they'll take it back. I think they have to make an example of him. You cannot have somebody who launches an attack on Chris Rock during the ceremony and shouts obscenities and everything else. You cannot have that. There has to be some sort of penalty. He has retired from the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, and I think they will take it away from him. You know, apparently a lot of people... I know Roman Polanski kept his. I know all these other people, but I think that's changed. Times were different. I think that they're going to take it away from him and say, no, it's definitely not happening. Ali Ross says, future good stars, Gordon Ramsay. I need to see the Drive Passion delegation. What am I not seeing? Ali Ross writes, a second series. Disaster. Why don't people stick to what they do best, as opposed to then going, oh, I think I'll be a host of a game show or something like that. You know, it just doesn't work, and it certainly doesn't work for him. Effing and blinding all over the place. We don't need that kind of filth, do we? I've not seen it, no. Can't watch anything. And what was the other one? Oh, yes. Nice moment on Friday's episode of Lorraine, when a clip of Elaine Page was accompanied by a caption spelling out Lisa George's all-star musical intention. Come Sunday night, the blurb said she'd be playing Sally Bowles. Sorry, but they put it up as Sally Bowles. He says a typo, I assume, but no. Turns out Sally Bowles was a frighteningly accurate description of the noises she and some of the other contestants have been making on all-star musicals. She was the most dreadful singer I've ever seen in my entire life. And Elaine Page was going, she's really belting it out there. I thought, yes, flat. Seriously flat. And she wanted to play Sally Bowles, but she couldn't. She was the wrong shape and everything. You can't sort of lie to people, but that's the show that Ali Ross says. Alex, this is Alex, the weatherman, can go all the way to Broadway. Ealing Broadway. There you go. And then we'll have to wait and see what happens. What else we got? A trawler landed their biggest haul of Dover sole. How many tons did they land? Tons, tons is a lot. 12 tons of Dover sole, earning a record £156,000 from one voyage. Because what they do is, and I think it's very expensive, Dover sole, always has been, but it's a case of the crew will split the money. There's a crew of 6 here. They came back with 277 boxes of the flatfish. That's amazing, isn't it? Beat the previous haul by £30,000. That is absolutely amazing. I mean, there must have been like sort of am I a fan of what? Dover sole? Well, I don't know, really. It's like a piece of fish, isn't it? I couldn't care less. It doesn't make any difference to me. You become a fan of Dover sole and go to their union meetings and things like that. Yeah, the Dover sole fan club will now be held in a fish and chip slab. We hope you can turn up. I'll stew it if he's got it. I did have one once, but they had to take all the bones out for me. But I never trust them on things like that, because sometimes I think they might leave a few bones in there. And I've always got this panic that, I'm going to swallow a bone and choke. Yeah, and it would kill me, so I'm always worried about that. Did you know that there are over 200 moons in our solar system, says Ian in Somerset? You need to get a life. And, well, no, I mean, to be honest, who cares? 200 moons in the solar system. Yeah. And little green men piloting spacecraft as well, I should imagine. Wish they'd come and take away Gemma Collins, which I did watch the other day. They were showing a repeat of the Gemma Collins Diva programme, where she was trying to convince a few half-hearted Americans, who they'd coerced probably with money into being filmed, that she was somebody who was very famous in this country and reckoned she could sell houses as well. And she was saying, because I used to sell cars, she said, and I got like loads of awards for selling cars. I thought, do you know, you're more delusional than you ever were. At the moment, because the work has dried up, she's having to appear, I think, in her little one-woman show. What she tells you in that, I've got no idea. And she's going into Chicago. After that, it'll be pantomime, and after that, obscurity. Let's get the latest LBC travel, shall we? With Joanne Webb.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Friday. At least you've made it through the week. And I can't work out whether I think it was cold yesterday or it wasn't too cold, because I've got all these plants arriving. And they're all in their little packaging and they're little plastic greenhouses, or quite big plastic greenhouses. And but I'm blowed if I can remember what the plants are. So I'm just going to plant up this year, and just it's going to be pot luck. What's going to grow? All I know is they're spreading plants. That's all I know. I mean, some of them are tiny, little tiny things. So I'm hoping they're actually going to be all right, which is nice. And then we'll take pictures of them, which we do every year. And every year we sort of end up with, really quite good. I've had some really very good results, but no hanging baskets this year because we've had a lot of barge boarding changed and it's plastic and I don't want to start screwing into barge boarding. So I don't think we're going to do hanging baskets, which was a shame because normally I do about 15 hanging baskets, but it's a watering nightmare. Absolutely, you have to, at the end of the day, you have to go, I've got to water the baskets, honestly. And you try and put it off and think, listen. So all the plants that I've picked for planting out seem to survive in not near drought conditions, but sort of something roughly akin to it, which is good. So here we go, the Beckhams, obviously not as friendly with the Peltzes as they're trying to let us believe. 1.3 billion is what the Tryon company is worth, which is owned by Mr. Peltz, and he seems very nice. He's got 10 children between the ages of 19 and 56, so they'll all be there with their families and everything else. They've got a £76 million mansion in Palm Beach, because you couldn't do it in the Beckham's pokey little place, because there wouldn't be any room. They've got a 27-bedroom mansion in New York as well, because with all these families, you just need a bigger place. They own several private jets, including a Boeing 727, and they've got helicopters, whereas the Beckhams have got a Kensington townhouse. Well, it's Notting Hill, and it's 31 million, but we're led to believe it's falling apart. And they've got a Miami penthouse worth 20 million, where they don't seem to spend much time, and a £6 million Cotswolds retreat, which is lovely. And all they've got, the Beckham Brand Holdings, VB Fashion, DB Ventures. Well, VB Fashion not doing very well financially. In fact, I don't think it's made a profit since they started it. They're only worth 345 million. But they do have to cut back, because if you're going to have a boat, this £5 million tug that they've bought, which they go out with occasionally, you'd think that they would say to the Peltzes, do you want to come and come on our boat and you can have a shandy or something? Because that ain't going to be happening anytime soon. But the Peltzes are private, and they're just happy that their daughter is going to get married and is going to be happy. Woe betide them if they split up. Woe betide them. Kim says, OK, then I'll pick another one. I'll get the list of the runners in either today's Daily Record or tomorrow's. Wait and see. He'll win. Oh, I hope not. I hope not. The producer's totally convinced, but I'm not totally as convinced. But we have to go with the name, don't we, I suppose, which is quite nice. What else have we got here? Oh, this is a picture of Ashley Roberts. Oh, here she is. She's heading into Leicester Square because she works here. They all work in this building. Everybody works in this. There is nobody who doesn't work in this building. And Ed Sheeran mustering up a little bit of energy. And he had a party at his own bar in Notting Hill. It's called Bertie Blossoms. You'd never know, would you, if I hadn't told you that Ed Sheeran's got a bar in Notting Hill called Bertie Blossom. Not huge. And they only had about 30 people there, which kind of filled it up. So they're obviously looking for sort of nice things. This is Bertie, but all the food looks quite nice. Looks a little bit, it's a bit posher than you'd ever imagine. Right, to share, honey and mustard mini sausages, only a £5. Baked camembert black garlic and sourdough, £12.50. Beer battered fish chips, pea puree and tartar sauce, £14. For a ribeye, hand cut chips and peppercorn sauce, £24.50, which is about right. Puddings, strawberry cheesecake. That sounds nice, doesn't it? But they also do ice creams and sorbets, vanilla, salted caramel, chocolate, pistachio, lemon sorbet, blood orange sorbet. Oh, that sounds nice. And mango sorbet, £2 a scoop. So that's very reasonable. You'd have 2 of those. And yeah, that's good. And they do a Sunday drinks menu and everything else. So there we go. Because we like Mr. Sheeran. We think he's a nice person. Conor McGregor appeared in court yesterday on 6 driving charges. He was stopped in his Bentley Continental GT. That's the trouble with those cars. They go so fast, and obviously you kind of forget. I was warned, actually, by the garage who sold them to me. They said, just be careful. They're fast. They're very fast on the motorway. And, of course, I'm very well aware of the motorway. I'm very well aware of where all these cameras are now. So I pootle down. Not particularly rushing, but I do the speed limit. But the amount of cars that whiz past me is almost unbelievable. It really is. Daily Star today, they've got the wife of Chancellor Rishi Sunak. This is turning into a total disaster for the Sunaks. Absolutely. If you want some really bad press, this is the way to do it. This is the way to do it, because they've avoided paying more than $4 million in UK tax by being declared a non-dom. Akshata Murthy, who married Mr. Sunak, owns a 1% stake in Indian IT giant Infosys, worth a reputed $690 million, making her one of Britain's richest women. You'd think she could afford to pay the tax, wouldn't you? But as I say, it's all legal. I'm not doing anything that's not legal. There's nothing illegal at all. It's just that it doesn't sit very well with the British public. Thank you very much indeed. It really doesn't. Could go bad. Anti-predator police patrols are protecting women partying at the Grand National. Well, it's mainly people complaining about the outfits, I should imagine. But when you see people at Aintree with machine guns, literally patrolling with machine guns. When I went to Vienna for the first time, I got off the plane at the airport, and it's the first time I've ever got off a plane, and all the police at the airport had guns, all walking back with guns. And I remember thinking, blimey, what sort of country have I come to? Yeah, they heard I was coming. They heard that's Steve Allen. And but they used to confiscate things. I was notorious for having things confiscated. I had a letter opener confiscated because it's a weapon. Pair of scissors. I bought a pair of decorative scissors for the kitchen. They got confiscated. But the worst one was a gun that fires blanks. I was going through an airport. Unfortunately, what I should have done is put it in my luggage, but I didn't. I put it in my hand luggage, and that kind of showed up as you can imagine, and provided endless amusement. Not one of my better moves. And so they sort of after I'd explained what it was, they were happy. But when it first came up, there was pandemonium at the X-ray machine. Oh dear me, it was terrible. So once I'd explained what it was, it's a magic trick. Yes, not take on plane. So they put it in a jiffy bag. I bought it as part of a magic trick from a magic shop in Vienna. And it's like it fires blanks. It doesn't actually fire anything physically. It just makes the noise. It's like a cap gun, only with sort of, noisier. I know, but the Austrian police, I like to kick them occasionally up the bottom, just liven them up a little bit. Yeah, keep them on their toes. I love my smartphone, Steve. Couldn't be without it. No, I mean, I agree with you. I'm all in favour of smartphones. I could get addicted to it. Unfortunately, the battery goes down, says Connie. Isn't that the pain? Isn't that the pain? I mean, I used to come in with a bag, and I've got a bag and a plastic bag and everything. I'm like sort of Edna the inebriate woman, I think. Mickey says, I'm going to put a couple of quid on a horse called Creosote. I've heard it's really good over fences. Right, you're barred. You'll never write again. You'll have to go and find another station. Steve says, Sunil, any idea why people who go bowling wear funny type shoes? No, they are. I mean, most bowling alleys, or are you talking about the bowls outside on the green? Because they all wear those sort of white shoes and everything else. I don't know, actually. I mean, wearing slick shoes helps you slide when you're bowling, if you're doing 10-pin bowling. But if you're doing the outdoor bowling, you just have to, because it's part of the... No, this is on the bowling greens. It's grass, not 10-pin bowling. You're bowling to... Have you ever seen people bowling? It's an elderly person. A lot of young people do it now as well. And so you wear special shoes for outdoor bowling. Yes, absolutely. They have an outfit. It'll be all white, and the shoes are white as well. I mean, you wouldn't dare wear high heels or anything else. You wear special ones in bowling alleys too, yes. Well, because it's a polished floor, isn't it? And the idea, I'm very good at that, actually. One of the few sports that I'm particularly good at. That and synchronized swimming. Unfortunately, nobody ever wants to do it with me, so I'm basically doing it myself. Steve Strike Allen, they used to call me. But but when you do it outside on the grass, on those beautiful greens with those beautiful bits of grass, yes, you've got to wear special shoes on that one. Oh, the whole thing is very regimented. You don't mess around with those sort of people. Definitely not. They're all wonderful. A stalker who started a fire outside Denise Welch's home and left her terrified, has been jailed for 7 years. She gave evidence over video link as Torek Wingard was sentenced at Chester Crown Court yesterday. She said, the whole experience terrified me and continues to do so. I have a wonderful life and this man has permanently scarred it. He started a fire in a skip outside her home in Wilmslow in Cheshire, also scrawled witch and pimp, along with, he's obviously somebody who needs medical treatment, along with an upside-down cross on her front gate in Blue Markham, was captured on CCTV at a nearby shop buying the pen. He pleaded guilty to stalking, causing a serious alarm or distress, also charged with knife possession, criminal damage and arson. 7 years too lenient. Should have been 20 years, at least. Stupid person, honestly. They don't realise, do they? Ex-Coronation Street star Charlie Lawson claims he's in talks to return as Jim McDonald. Well, that's all right. That time we got some more people back on again. I think it's absolutely necessary. Steve, I really hope you can make this Sunday's Chiswick Vintage Market. I'll be outside the old police station. I've so many pictures, you won't miss me. Really excited, just love vintage. Please be a sunny day, says Jeanette of Kingsbury. So, well, you might... I don't know what time these things open. Is they really early? They're early, are they? I might have to sort that one out.
Leading Britain's Conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, 27 minutes to 6. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. It's nice to have your company. Sam Raimi wants to make more Spider-Man films with Tobey Maguire. The director has made a trilogy starring the actor. Sam says, I'd love to work with Tobey again. That'll please Tobey. He'll be very pleased, I should imagine. And a red-faced job hunter accidentally submitted his STD test results instead of his covering letter when he applied for a dream position. Dear me. Jacques Paul had spent hours filling in an application for a digital marketing role and rigorously proofread it for any spelling mistakes. But the influencer of Haringey says you get an email confirmation of your application and it said to log in to see the status. Then I saw the PDF of the STD results and freaked out. His video about the gaffe has clocked up 1.1 million views and his 101,200 likes on TikTok. He now hopes his honest mistake will make people less nervous about CV mix-ups. God, I can't remember the last time I did a CV. Do you remember you'd have to put down, your thing, and then at the top it would go marital status, single, and you don't do those CVs anymore, do you? But everybody used to do them. You'd have the CV and you'd send it off in with your little demonstration tape if you were coming into radio, and then you make a show reel if you're going into television. Very funny. I did make a show reel, actually, after Fives Company, putting down all my little bits that I'd done on there, because I seemed to get loads of bits on that. What was in my demo tape? Oh, what, for LBC? Oh, for LBC, it was a news bulletin. It was a news bulletin. We just lifted it from IRN. It was being transmitted because at UBN we had we used to take IRN's news, and so we lifted the news bulletin, wrote it all out, and then I just copied the words. I read the words again. Then we edited it in the thing so they could hear what I sounded like reading a news bulletin. Got the job immediately. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Apparently, according to David, all UK airport police officers carry guns now still. Do they? I must be a bit out of touch with these things. But I think it's a bit frightening, don't you? I think if they've actually managed to make it to the terminal and then there's police officers there, I think I should be hiding behind pillars. You do see a lot of armed police in central London. Do you? Where are you looking? At the London stations? I see them occasionally. I see sometimes the army at the stations, their fatigues or something like that. But King's Cross, Euston, Waterloo, places like that. Oh, well, thank you. I get to Chiswick Vintage, says Jeanette, about 7 a.m, set up by around 8:30. So I'd say arrive by about then. I agreed to get out now in the mornings and the evenings are lighter. It's lovely. We have such long winters. Make the most of these days. Early to bed, early to rise. Makes a man healthy, wealthy and wise. If only. If only. I live in hope. So what else have we got today? Britain facing crippling energy bills for, they say, about 3 years. Let's see how many of us managed to make it through the first year. And 52 years on, the railway children are back. Sheridan Smith is in the latest one, and Jenny Agutter, because you cannot make the railway children without Jenny Agutter. But this time, Jenny Agutter's come back as Roberta, due to arrive on cinema screens 52 years after the railway children set her on the track to Hollywood fame. Jenny Agutter is now 69. 69, so she's still playing Roberta. Is she? That's unbelievable. She was in the hit film alongside Sally Tomset, Dinah Sheridan, who played the mother, Gary Warren, and Bernard Cribbins. Loved him. I thought it was a great film. I just, I know it's Daddy, My Daddy and all that, but it was just everything. Bernard Cribbins was fantastic. And it was a good film, actually. It was a very, very good film. I liked it a lot. I suppose you do like those sort of things. I'll tell you what they're bringing back, and it's because I heard about it on LBC the other day, My Fair Lady. And I remember thinking I was in an amateur production of My Fair Lady some years ago. In fact, we were the first operatic society to be allowed to do it on stage. We were the very first ones. We had to submit what we'd done before, and we'd done The Merry Widow and everything else. It was a very, very good company down in Newbury. And we were allowed to put on My Fair Lady, and the costumes all arrived down in all those big wicker trunks. They were all the costumes from the film and everything else. It was fantastic. I mean, it was fantastic. The set was fantastic. And the best thing, the thing that brought the house down was, I just played a flunky. I was just sort of a waiter with a white powdered wig on. We were asked to do it at school, and they were looking for people, and we went down and we got the job straight away. So we didn't really have to do anything apart from stand there by doors, open the doors for people. But second act, when the curtain went up, or sideways in our case, and everybody was standing there in their poses for the Ascot Gavotte, and they were all wearing these black and white outfits, I think by Edith Head. And it looked sensational. It really did look sensational. It looked exactly like the film. So when they said it was coming back to the Coliseum, I remember thinking, with a full orchestra, it's going to be a sensational production. Every duke and earl and peer is here, everyone who should be. And so it went on, and we had a full orchestra and everything. So the idea that My Fair Lady is coming back, I thought, filled me with much happiness, much happiness. There'll be loads of people my age who'll be doing it, because this is I think it's the Lincoln Centre Theatre's multi-award-winning production of My Fair Lady coming to London. First time, actually, for 21 years. And it tells the story, as you know, of Eliza Doolittle, gone. He went out, he found her in Covent Garden, and he was a linguistics professor, Henry Higgins, and that she hated him. Just you wait, Henry Higgins, just you. He actually was determined to turn her into a proper lady. But who actually was being transformed? But all the songs, you know, I could have danced all night. You know, for God's sake, get me to the church on time. Wouldn't it be lovely? They were just literally hit after hit after hit. And the original album had Julie Andrews in it. I've got the album with Julie Andrews in it. And it's also touring the UK. It's a great piece of nostalgia, but it's going to be that Ascot Gavotte scene, all in black and white, that's going to bring the house down. I bet you. The rest of it's still brilliant. I absolutely loved it. Loved it. So there you go. I'm a nostalgia person. I can't help it. It's not my fault. It's just the way I was made. Steve, you sent in a demo tape to LBC, says Kevin. I would have thought it would have been a demo wax cylinder. Right, you're out. Exit stage left. I did make a demo tape. I did. But I got it because they could hear what I sounded like on the radio reading their news bulletin. So that was the reason. It's no good to send it. When we used to get people sending in to UBN, which was based in United Biscuits, people would write in and go, I like custard creams. Seriously, I couldn't believe people were so stupid. I mean, can you imagine if the tape contained what I did now? Would I have got the job? I don't know. I was only applying for a job as a newsreader, and then that went on to doing presenting, because it was part newsreading, part presenting, and then I got some shifts which were just newsreading. 43 years ago. Good God, honestly. Small wonder I've aged. Small wonder I've got grey hair. You can imagine all the things over the years. But literally just after I joined, Falklands War hit. And that's where, you know, LBC comes into its own. You know, when there's anything big going on, we can change programmes at the drop of a hat, you know, to accommodate just about everything. Like Ukraine. 1 minute we were doing one sort of programme, as you all know. The next minute it was completely news-based, with all the experts that we had at our fingertips and all the correspondents who were there for us. And that's what we did. We started doing that years and years ago. We were able to do it. You could turn on a sixpence. It was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Still is brilliant. Brilliant. You know, people sort of say, you know, what keeps it going? And I said, enthusiasm. And the other thing is, you know, you come in to have a bit of fun. I mean, you can't sit at home, can you, staring at four walls? You've got to come in for a bit of fun. You can have a nice cup of tea. You can have a sit down, you know, and you can chat about things. You go through the papers, and you see some things, you know, that sort of annoy you, and some things that don't annoy you. And some things you think, oh, that's a shame. For example, the beloved children's author David McKee, who created Mr. Ben and Elmer, the patchwork elephant. I'd heard of Elmer, but I didn't know what it was, and the producer had to show me pictures. It was a bit sort of psychedelic. But he's died at the age of 87. The award-winning writer and illustrator died surrounded by his family after a very short illness. See, I don't remember. I mean, I remember the name Elmer, but I couldn't have told you it was a patchwork elephant. Was it actually called Elmer the Patchwork Elephant? Oh, right. And did he have stories or something to tell, or did he have adventures? Can't remember. It was just... Oh, right. I remember Mr. Ben, because that was quite good, wasn't it? He did. I know, he did that too. My favourite is still Paddington. I don't care what anybody says. People go, oh no, Winnie the Pooh was better, or whatever. I say, no, it's definitely got to be Paddington. The ancient Chinese martial art Tai Chi could aid stroke survivors. Well, we see it down here. Just as you go to Trafalgar Square, on the left-hand side, going down to the river, there's St Martin in the Fields, and they do Tai Chi in the courtyard at the back. A lot of Chinese people. And they've got music, and they're all doing this sort of very slow kind of... They do it all over China. You see elderly people everywhere doing it. And there is a special 12-week programme of exercise. It involves deep breathing. You can either do it at home or in a wheelchair or sitting in a chair at home. You can do all these sort of things. But you do see them sometimes. If you come back into town later, you'll see like 20 or 30 people doing Tai Chi. So it's obviously very good. Have you seen the classic film An American Werewolf in London? No, I haven't, I don't think. I know Jenny Agutter starred in it. And Jenny played the mother in the ITV remake of The Railway Children, says Scott. I know, I didn't like that either. Isn't that funny? I didn't think it was good. It was filmed at the Bluebell Railway, and I love anything like railways, but you can't beat the original. And, I know that they make all of these different versions of it, but my favourite bit in the Railway Children, in the first one, was where they're sort of waiting for news about their father. They've given it to the elderly gentleman who obviously owns the train, and they decide to go down to the field where they generally would sit there and wave as the train went past. Only this time, as the train comes round the track, and it's like an odd bend in it, and they start waving, and everybody in the train is waving out the side windows. It was just mind-blowing. It was so good, and they thought it was really odd. And so they wave, and the man at the back, the elderly gentleman who owned the railway, held a newspaper out of the window, and he's pointing. Did you see it? Yeah, he's pointing at the thing like that, and they're all waving, and everybody's got their handkerchiefs out. A real teary moment. And anyway, the train goes past, and they go, extraordinary. Yeah, that was the 1970 film. Extraordinary. And Jenny Agutter goes down to the village, to the train station, and Mr. Perks down there goes, oh, I'm very pleased for you indeed, my dear. And she goes, what, Mr. Perks, what? He said, good news, and all the rest of it. And the train pulls in, and then she's standing on the platform, and there's all this smoke and steam and everything else. And then gradually, as it slowly clears, there's her daddy, and she sees him, and she does that, that famous line, "Daddy, my daddy," and runs towards him. And it's just brilliantly done. And at the end of the film, the nice thing is that they all stand there in front of the train, and she's writing on a board. She's basically writing the words "the end," and they all stand there and they go bye. And everybody who's been in the film waves. They all wave at you, and it's beautifully done. And then she turns the board around, and it says "the end," and she looks over the top. And she goes goodbye. It's really good. It's very good. I have to get the producer to watch all these things, but he's hopeless. So we definitely want this pill that's going to halt the ageing process. We like the idea. I think I want to go back to the age of about, 25, 26. I'm not sure, actually. I can't remember. Yeah, yes, only 30 years. It'll only go back 30 years. How disappointing is that going to be? 5:45. Let's get the latest LBC travel with Joanne Webb.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Made myself cry now watching the eclipse of the Railway Children. So many different versions, but the original, I'm afraid, you cannot beat. And it's the "daddy, my daddy" bit, and them waving and all that kind of stuff. Anyway, the reason we were mentioning it is because they're making another version. How many more versions do we want? I don't know. Pink Floyd are going to rise again, and they're doing it for a purpose. They've got their first new song in 28 years to support the people of Ukraine. Proceeds from the Hey Hey Rise, Their first track since 1994's The Division Bell will go to the Ukraine Humanitarian Relief Fund. All of them. That's Dave Gilmour, Nick Mason, joined by long-time Floyd bass player Guy Pratt and Nitin Sawhney on keyboards in a secret recording session last week, which I'm thrilled about, absolutely thrilled about. Anything that raises money and brings together, a supergroup, I think has to be applauded. And they'll probably make a lot of money, and it'll go to Ukraine. Whether it's going to make any difference, I don't know. That's the only thing. I was watching, there was an interview Sky had with Putin's sort of right-hand man kind of thing, who they were very clever on their interview, very clever. They'd obviously submitted questions in advance, but they had the backup answers in case he said something that was incorrect. And he was saying a lot of things that were incorrect. They were saying, well, actually, that's not true. This is what happened. This is how this happened. And it was very, very interesting. This is a guy called Dmitry Peskov. This is his first broadcast interview with Western media. He was talking to Mark Austin, and he said that Russian troops had suffered significant losses, but denied that they committed war crimes. He said the whole situation in Busha, where photos showed many murdered Ukrainian civilians, was a well-staged insinuation, nothing else. Excuse me. He said we're living in days of fakes and lies in reference to verified photos and satellite images of dead civilians on the streets. But responding to the interview, Sergei Nikiforov, who's the press secretary for Ukraine's president, said the lies that had emerged from Russia over the years repeatedly appeared to be false, citing the country's denial of the Salisbury and Navalny poisonings. They just don't know how to tell the truth. That's the thing. You feel like saying, didn't your mother ever tell you, don't tell lies? And you've got people over in Russia. Look at all the models we had the other day. We had that story about the models who, because Chanel had closed their shops over there, they didn't want to sell things to Russians. Because of the war situation, they were cutting up their Chanel handbags. They're obviously a bit pathetic and feeble, and somewhat stupid as well. David in Shropshire says his Pinewood studio is still running. I think that's where the Carry On films were made. I can't remember where the Carry Ons were made. I think you might be right, actually. I think at Pinewood Studios. I mean, they did so much at the studios are still going, quite clearly, because they've got all sorts of things. And I think you'll find they did do the Carry Ons there. Going back to the first one, which I think was Carry On Sergeant, yes, I think it was Carry On Sergeant, which was 1958 or something like that, I think. But no, there was still good value. The box set, if you buy the box set, it's about 25 quid. You get all the Carry On films. I mean, it's not bad value. Not bad value, but the one thing that set them apart from every other British comedy film at the time was they used a big orchestra, so it sounded expensive. Even though it was cheap to make, they sounded expensive. A lot of it was filmed in Windsor. They used the council offices in Windsor, and that doubled up as a hospital and all sorts of different things. And you can see different things. Carry On Cabby was one of my favourites. I loved that. The original cast, they were very, very clever. I didn't see Jenny Agutter in the film Walkabout, Roger, for the simple reason she appeared naked. And I'm not a huge fan of sort of naked bits in films. I never forgave Julie Andrews. She was then called Mary Popouts, I believe, because she went topless, I think. Doug says, you got me blubbing now, Steve. Daddy, my daddy. It was the train coming around the tracks and everybody waved. And the kids didn't know why they were waving, but they were sort of the family that they just got on well together, and the mum was fantastic. The whole thing was just brilliant. But it was a certain period in our life when we watched all these things. I think somebody told me, was it today or was it yesterday? Hayley Mills's birthday. I think it's Graham Dean's birthday today. I seem to remember somebody told me it was great. Was it yesterday? Yes. So if you're celebrating your birthday today, I wish you a very happy birthday. And here's the story of the decade. Not, but it's a peculiar one. The Yorkshire Ripper said gangster Ronnie Kray made advances to him in Broadmoor. Because Ronnie Kray was gay as a goose. Gay as a goose. You'll see all these pictures of Ronnie Kray, when they had their club. And there were always pretty boys with him. Always pretty boys with Ronnie Kray. And then I'm led to believe that Reggie had male friends when he was in prison. But the story goes that Peter Sutcliffe wrote to a friend denying he and Kray fought. He said, I didn't give Ronnie a beating, although I did threaten him when he tried to make advances towards me. Imagine, can't you? Gets more bizarre. Gets more bizarre by the day. Jonathan Shallett, professor, says, good morning, Steve. I'm nervous hearing all these reports about flight delays and cancellations tomorrow, and I'm nervous, he says, because I'm flying from Heathrow to Hollywood, where I shall be spending 2 weeks in Beverly Hills. Of course, you know me. I want to know why he's going there. I think it's business. He says, I was wondering if I should ask to borrow your private plane to avoid travel hell. Jonathan, listen, if I could afford the petrol in it, you could have it willingly. It's as simple as that. What are you going to Hollywood for? It's got to be business, hasn't it? You don't go to Hollywood, even though when we went over there to interview Julie Andrews, we did take one of the tour buses. I became a tourist. It broke down 3 times. We had to change buses. It was a total disaster. Stuart Manning says, Steve, the hospital was in Maidenhead, not Windsor. Thank you, Stuart. And Warren says, very windy yesterday. Do you know it was very windy yesterday? It was incredibly windy, actually. He says, have you got the new car yet? Bentley or Rolls-Royce? Always Bentley. Always Bentley. Makes me feel happy, actually. Makes me feel happy. But no, it was particularly windy yesterday. And I remember thinking to myself, because you have to hang on to your hat as you're crossing the road. Because I'd have to leave it if it sort of flew off me. I don't want to be seen running down the road chasing a hat. Terry says, I'm a regular of your show as you brighten up my day. Like me, I know you love certain films. So have you seen Oh Lucky Man with Malcolm McDowell? Yes. It's the first time texting in, says Terry. Well, you must do it again. Just do it again. Heavens, well, you mustn't be a stranger. I thought of you, says Mark, when I saw Iceland selling pigs in blankets. Why do people think of Steve Allen where there's pigs in blankets? It really is the most bizarre thing ever. But no, windy yesterday, and it's not going to be too bad over this weekend, is it? Middling. Middling is okay. We can cope with that. A Second World War veteran has turned 100 and says the secret to old age is not to stress over life. And that is it. If you're not stressed over life, I shouldn't imagine. I only just thought about it a minute ago, actually. Jonathan Shalit, who is agent to the stars. In fact, a lot of stars in this building have a career thanks to Jonathan Shalit. You know, they provide the talent. He does the background stuff. And I bet he doesn't have much stress. I reckon he had more stress years ago. I think now he's got it down to a fine art. But anyway, Frank Greep left school at 14 to train as a mechanic, joined the Navy at 19, becoming a minesweeper, worked at the dockyard, married to Margaret for 66 years. The great-grandfather still lives independently in Devon. He said he's not eaten fried food for years and loves sirloin steak. So there you go. Fried food, I can't even speak now. Fried food, not so good. Steak, good. Steak, good. So there you go. But thank you for thinking of me when people buy pigs in blankets. It's my love of Christmas. That's what it is. My love of Christmas. Prince Philip's Navy uniform and cap are going on display on the anniversary of his death. The intimate items could be seen at the National Museum of the Royal Navy in Portsmouth as part of the Queen's Platinum Jubilee. Apparently, a museum spokesman said the Queen has experienced the same emotions felt by every member of a naval family. What an odd... I wonder how many suits he had. He must have had loads of different suits, though, mustn't he? And every time they wore them, they took them off, then they got them dry cleaned, then they were put back in their bags and all the rest of it and be marked up and then hung up again. But the naval uniform worn by him will be going on display, and his admiral's cap as well, which I thought was... I can't remember if it was on his coffin. I'm sure there was some cap on his coffin. Well, they still could have taken it off, couldn't they, before he was interred into the crypt of St George's Chapel. Ian Hyland's TV page is very good. And Matt Lucas has said maybe we should do a naked bake-off. No, I think we're all agreeing definitely not a naked bake-off. Terrible suggestion, Matt, says Ian Hyland. Paul Hollywood's famous handshake could be problematic for a start. So, we don't want anything like that, do we? Goodness sake. And incidentally, he says, I can totally see why some Tory MPs are saying there's too much left-leaning content on Channel 4. He said, I said exactly the same thing when I was watching Naked Attraction the other night. All those programmes that you get on Channel 4, you know, are the sort of programmes you think to yourself, they were innovative. Why are they messing around with it? What's the point of selling it? I don't understand. Do they need the money? Yes, because they definitely, the government hate pensioners. That's why they're going to, from next year, 2023, start charging you national insurance. You know, because you're still working and they don't like you. They hate you. Even though, Rishi Sunak and his family don't need to worry about bills at all, do they? They've got oodles of cash, which is very nice. Steve, I'm very excited. Very excited, says Lisa, an original spiker. The Dame of all dames, Christopher Biggins, has announced as appearing in Peter Pan this Christmas in Darlington, a return to our beautiful Hippodrome where he made his Dame debut in 1976. So I'm going to the box office this afternoon. They're not selling tickets for Panto already, are they? Good Lord. There's a ticket worth getting. Biggins in Panto, a delight.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas. And fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the east of England. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-levels. Search Skills Revolution.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's Friday, April the 8th, and you are most welcome to the programme. Hope you're looking forward to your little break. This weekend and next weekend, a lot of people are going away. Jonathan Shallett's flying off to Hollywood. Well, he hopes so. Otherwise, I'll have to lend him the biplane, and then he can sort of take off. We just sort of put him in a plane and then sort of push him out the door with a parachute on. We have had a check, a Mother Goose, and which is what Biggins made his name in 1976, appearing in Darlington at the beautiful Hippodrome. I haven't seen the theatre. I don't know what the theatre looks like. What does the Hippodrome look like in Darlington? But he is appearing in Peter Pan. I think he's Mrs. Smee, and he'll be very good now, Biggins. Well, he's always been very good. He's always done, pantomime. Long weekend next weekend. But I think people are going away this weekend, and they're going to make the most of it, if you can do it. Am I going to love the Hippodrome? Is it going to be a... Oh, my goodness me. The Darlington Hippodrome, a theatre brought back to life again. Wow, that's something. So what they've done is it's got a modern exterior, but the interior is presumably the original bits. They've done exactly the same with a theatre in Hammersmith. It's a modern exterior, but yet you go into an old Victorian theatre, and it looks like they've done the same here. No, not Riverside. No, I've been to the Riverside. This is off the actual main drag, as they say in Hammersmith, the Lyric. So it's an original Victorian theatre inside, but the exterior of it looks terribly modern. Because I went down there after they took all the stuff away from inside and, put it all back together again. And it's quite interesting inside. But it's an original theatre. There you go. That's the exterior. Sorry, we're looking at pictures. And then you look at the interior and you go, oh, goodness me, you can't. Listen, if you haven't been to see a live show, go see a live show. Lisa is going off to see. I can't believe they're selling tickets for the pantomime already. But I mean, best you get in, because when we looked at the Darlington Hippodrome, it was absolutely beautiful. And the Lyric in Hammersmith is lovely. All of this was recreated by a company called Dove Brothers. And I know that because I remember thinking, if ever I buy an old theatre, that'll be the company that I get in to recreate it. And they made copies of all the bits and pieces, and Dove Brothers put it all back together again. And so you go into a modern, even outside, the bars are all modern and everything else, and then you go in to an original Victorian theatre. It's quite a special thing. It really is. And obviously Darlington, exactly the same, because it does look very similar. Does look very similar and very nice indeed. Steve, on a rainy day in Australia last week, I watched Death on the Nile. I missed the end as I had to rush to collect the grandchildren. Any idea who did it? I can't remember who did it in Death on... Well, I fancy missing the end of the film. I mean, what a ridiculous thing. It's a very old film. I don't want to do a spoiler alert on it in case some people haven't actually seen it. Jeff in France says Guy Pratt, bass player with Pink Floyd, is the son of actor Mike Pratt. Really? You live and learn. You live and learn. So anybody help us out with what happens at the end of Death on the Nile? Who did it? I'm trying to think. Wait a minute. I must have seen it. I have seen it. Is this the film with Betty Davis in? And they were all, yeah, I'm pretty certain. I know there's been various Death on the Nile. You're talking about, there's a new version, isn't there? There is, it's my stomach having a bit of a field day there. But when it first, no, this one here, 11th, 22 it came out, and I'm trying to think who was in it. This is the Kenneth Branagh film. Who's in the blooming thing? Because you've got, obviously it's Poirot, yeah. And so, there's nobody who's of any interest to us. I was thinking it was the original, because you can't have been watching, if you were watching this on the television. So wait a minute, so, yeah, Jacqueline did it. But I don't know if that's been the same in all of them, whether it's the same, because there's been so many different versions of it. I wonder whether or not it's the same. Is it the same plot, though? Well, they might change these things, mightn't they? Death on the Nile, you don't think so? I like the actual scenery, but if this is the one you're talking about, it's Jacqueline. Jacqueline. Sorry. And Steve, I'm off to the Norwegian fjords on Saturday. Looking forward to the break. Who was it who did a joke about the fjords? The fjords. It's something to do with Monty Python, I think. Pinewood is busier than ever. And which is good news. And somebody says, big thumbs up from me. I'm new to your show, so I get a thumbs up. Thank you very much. You must work at Pinewood then. And Steve, I've got 3 trays of pansies. Sorry, just thought of every joke under the sun. And one of petunias in the greenhouse, which I dare not plant out as we're expecting cold weather in the northern Pennines. Yet too early, too early to put them out yet. But that sounds lovely. 3, and just remember to do the pansies, pinch them out, pinch the flowers off. I know it's a bit harsh, and you'll cry probably as you're doing it. Pinch them out, and then the pansy will spread, and you don't need to put as many in a pot. Okay, little trick there. Steve, I've already bought my tickets for the panto at the Palladium this year. Have you? They're selling them already. Good Lord above. Jack and the Beanstalk with Julian Clary and Dawn French. I can't wait, says Sue, who wishes everybody a nice weekend. I didn't know they were selling tickets for these things already. Good Lord above. Lovely. And Brian of Bromley, there you go. He says, I booked my tickets for Jack and the Beanstalk at the London Palladium. Dawn French, along with the usual crew. It's amazing. Steve, I've got the original Carry On, I like Dawn French, Julian Clary, Paul Zerdin, of course, Nigel Havers, Gary Wilmot. They seem to have found the winning formula. I think they earn a fortune through doing it. I'm pretty certain they do. It's very grueling. I went there because I've known Paul Zerdin since he was 14. Met him out in Vienna. His mum and dad were working out there. And very clever lad. Magician. Very good magician. But now he's got Sam, his doll, because he's a very, 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 very good vent. And he does his show all over the place. I've noticed a lot of people copying me, An Audience With. I started doing those years and years ago. And now Tony Beek's doing it. Anton Dubek, An Audience With. He's known as a dancer, so not really known as somebody who talks, but there you go. This one from Kathy says, I've got the original Carry On DVD box set. Did you know every film has a director's commentary with members of the cast? Yes. Tickets for Jack and the Beanstalk, by the way, at the Palladium start at £35. And they go up to quite a lot. I seem to remember over £100 for a ticket. Depends where you're sitting, I suppose. But it's a lot of money. But you're seeing an all-star cast. But secretly, pantomimes used to be for children. I think now they're mainly for adults. A lot of the jokes at the Palladium over the years have been very much adult-based. Children just wouldn't get them. So, they start at £22.50. They've gone down already. Good Lord. Up to £185? What do you get for that? Do you get a 3-course meal and a bottle of champagne in a box? £185? So £22.50 means you're sitting with the gods, so you'll need oxygen. And £185 means that you're sitting downstairs with the orchestra, I should imagine. Or it would mean boxes never have the best views. So I always say to people, don't bother taking a box, because you'll be peering around the side of it trying to see any action going on, which is a bit difficult. But that seems an awful lot of money, doesn't it? Perhaps you get sort of personal service and bevies or something like that, free programme. It's got to be something, hasn't it, for £185? Ben Shepherd, apparently Tipping Point is back. I didn't know it had gone away. I thought it just carried on. It was like, so it's on every day, it seems to be. And he says, appearing on it forces contestants into the silliest answers. No, they're stupid people. They find some people who are particularly dim. 5 classic questions and answers. In the epic poem, Homer refers to nectar as the drink of the gods and what as their food. And the answer came back, donuts. I mean, the correct answer is ambrosia, as you know. Which smoked fish lends its name to a very wide tie? Salmon? No, it's kipper. Thought to be from West Wales, Saint Non is the mother of which patron saint? Shirley Bassey? The answer is St. David. On which December date is Christmas celebrated? Wednesday? No, it's the 25th. And in 1883, which train service first ran between Paris and the city now called Istanbul? Eurostar? No, it's the Orient Express. Did you not know that? Oh, right, okay. Oh, we'll forgive you then. It's obviously something. Yes, you must go on it. You've never been on the Eurostar? Oh, I've been on it. Yeah, I bet. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Tipping point. It is the same thing every day, though. It's when they do the celebrity versions, you sometimes have no idea who the celebrities are. It'll be somebody who's won the Paralympics or something back in 1840 or something bizarre, and we're supposed to know who these people are. I never know who they are. I never know. Sometimes they're very irritating. As long as they don't put anybody on from a reality show, I'm fairly happy, actually. So millions of fans of The Crowns can rejoice. Hurrah! What can you rejoice over? The good news is that plans for a run of prequels are well advanced. £500 million worth, if you please. With 2 more series coming to cover the reign of Elizabeth II, Peter Morgan is now working on up to 5 historical spin-off series. They're going to do, I think, The Duchess of Windsor and Edward VIII and Wallis Simpson. That'll be the one to watch, won't it? She was known as a raving beauty. I must need to go to Specsavers. I didn't see it at all. But he was a bit weak and ineffectual. But up in the next series, you get Queen Victoria. So I can't wait to see how they're going to be portraying her. Queen Victoria. It'll be very good. And we shall. I keep saying I'm going to watch it, but I never get around to watching the blooming thing. And people keep saying, you must watch it, because it's the best thing you'll ever see on television. But I'm hoping. A foster carer has been warned her bid to host a Ukrainian family with 4 children could take up to 3 months. I mean, Katie Love and her retired policeman, Andy Fitz, offered to host the family at their holiday cottage in Wales. The Wolverhampton couple are now paying £800 a week for them to stay in a foreign Airbnb after seeing pictures of them sleeping in a tent at a Polish railway station. Miss Love has been told her application to house the family could take longer because it's not straightforward. Why is it not straightforward? This is what Nick Ferrari's complaining about, the incompetence of these people. So they're now not sure if they can keep up these £800 repayments while the cottage in Gwynedd remains empty. Miss Love says, I would hate to have to turn around and say to them, we can't afford to do this week for you. She fears the application is so slow because it's for a large family and because the eldest 2 children have a different surname. Why can't they pull it together? I don't understand the incompetence of these stupid people. There's another one here. North Morton in Oxfordshire. Villager Polly, who is coordinating, says, I feel frustrated. We haven't been able to welcome the refugees in our village. They're hoping to, but it could be down to, weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. 32,000 completed Homes for Ukraine applications have been submitted, with only 9,000 visas issued so far. The chance of them living long enough is looking pretty remote, isn't it? All because the government are just incompetent. Incompetent bunch of nincompoops. 16 minutes past 6. Let's get the LBC News headlines with Simon Conway.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Be grateful you're not in Sydney at the moment. They've got terrible flooding going on. This is caused by heavy rainfall. And I think this is the 3rd time in 6 weeks that part of New South Wales have been flooded. I mean, it's the last place you'd be thinking of that would get flooded. Over here, because we get rain on a fairly regular basis. But over there, who knows? Steve, the new Death on the Nile has the same plot. Russell Brand is in it. Oh, I'm really not sure. Russell Brand, good Lord above. Thank you, Justin. He said it's a great rainy days watch. And then somebody's asked, Patrick, who says, is Peter Pan actually a pantomime? Well, you could argue over what is a pantomime nowadays, and they seem to, some of them don't seem to me to be pantomimes, but, actually it gets bums on seats. And we have to take it from there. More flights cancelled. Great news. Holiday at home this year, says Lloyd. Much easier. Keep the money in the country. Thank you. British Airways have cancelled 74 flights today. EasyJet 52. And travellers are now bracing for Crunch Saturday. at airports after huge queues start in Manchester at 4:15 a.m. Hope they're all listening to the programme, with 2 months of chaos on the way. This Saturday, one of the busiest days of the year so far for British airports and ports. Staff shortages, surge in passenger numbers has led to chaos for customers. Manchester Airport this morning featured the worst of it, 3-hour queues again. I mean, it's not particularly brilliant, is it? So we keep our fingers crossed. Winnie says, Steve, will you be betting on Enjoy de Allen in tomorrow's Grand National? Well, I'll let you in on a little secret, Winnie. The answer is yes, but I'm not holding out too much hope. It's only, I think they're offering 12-1. But, by the time you get round there later on today, it'll be something else. But no, I'm going to put a few little bets on. I've selected some horses. I know nothing about any of them. I didn't know what the odds were on any of them at all. I'm just going to basically sort of write it all down. They'll tell me how much it costs, and I keep my fingers crossed that a few of them come in. And if I get the winner, I mean, I've done reasonably well in the past. Whether or not it works well this time round, I've got no idea. What else we got? In the paper, oh yes, Prince Andrew. I have to mention it because it's so stupid, the story. A London club have included in a charity auction a framed photograph of the Queen's disgraced second son, and it's provoked a furious row. One member of the Chelsea Arts Club was apparently so angry she took the picture from the wall and has yet to return it. Well, I have to be honest, I'm inclined to agree, but I don't think you should have to nick things. It's included in this charity exhibition, and it had fetched £210 from an anonymous winning bidder. It's a black and white portrait. Well, as I say, I mean, having sort of thought about, Prince Andrew being interviewed by Selena Scott when she hosted the Wogan show some years ago, when you watch it back, it's almost creepy. Almost creepy. And Sex Pistols diva John Lydon has seen a trailer for Danny Boyle's 6-part TV series Pistol, and apparently he's spitting mad. John's likeness is clearly being used to sell this series, a series he was not involved in and was put together behind his back, declares a statement on his website. The drama's been made by Disney-owned channel FX. It is, putting words in John's mouth and rewriting history, the statement adds, a middle-class fantasy. Disney have stolen the past and created a fairy tale which bears little resemblance to the truth. It would be funny if it wasn't tragic. Well, don't worry about it, dearie. You go and advertise butter. We don't need to worry about things like that anymore. Steve, I can't believe that Biggins is doing pantomime in Darlington, my local theatre, says Wendy. Front row booked. Unbelievable. I can't believe how many of you are sort of booking pantomime already. But actually, that's where Biggins started doing pantomime all those years ago, back in the 1970s. And that was the first place he did pantomime. So he's gone back to his roots. I bet the fee's a little bit bigger. And the theatre's beautiful. Very impressed by the theatre. It's very lovely. I think the film with Peter Ustinov, it was a couple played by Simon McCorkindale and Mia Farrow who did the deed. Yes, I seem to remember Simon McCorkindale and Mia Farrow. And one here, which is from... I can't see who it is because I can't get all of it up, actually. It says, I worked in the pub next to the Palladium in 75-76, and the panto was Hans Christian Andersen with Tommy Steele and seemed to be on for most of the year. It's from Mike, is it? All the stars would come in for a drink. Milo O'Shea was a real gentleman. Willoughby Goddard, who was in William Tell in the 60s, would always have a barley wine in a pint glass topped up with lager. And Bob Todd, Benny Hill's sidekick, always seemed permanently toddled. Rarely saw Tommy Steele himself. How lovely. You see, things like that are great. There are certain... It's like the theatre in Richmond. People go round to the pub just round the corner and go and have their drinks. I used to see Terry Scott in there when he was doing pantomime there, and he would go in this old fur coat kind of thing, and he'd sit there with a whiskey and he'd have a bottle of beer as well as a chaser kind of thing. Terry Scott. A bit before your time, Terry Scott. Yeah, he was on his own, yeah. That's what was so sad about it. You think to yourself, he was a big star on television. Had a big hit single with My Brother, who put salt in Grandma tea, my brother. You remember seeing him? Terry Scott was in a great thing with June Whitfield called, I think, was it Terry and I, Hugh and I? Something like that, I can't remember. And they played a middle-class suburban couple. Terry Scott and June Whitfield, very good pairing. Steve, we're told that Priti Patel is working really hard on getting the refugees in. More talk, no action again. Oh, I don't believe a word she ever says. How can you tell when Priti Patel is being overcompensated in the news department? Her mouth's operating. because we haven't seen any evidence at the moment. Frank in Bristol says, back in 1962, my parents took my brother and me to Drury Lane to see My Fair Lady, and I'm pretty sure Stanley Holloway was Alfred Doolittle, but I can't remember whether Liza was Julie Andrews. Well, Stanley was in the film. Julie didn't make it to the film. She didn't make it to the film, which actually was probably a good idea, because then she wouldn't have got the other things. And it was first performed when it opened at Theatre Royal Drury Lane. That was in 1958, and I can't remember who the cast was. I know that, there you go. Yes, you were right, actually. Julie Andrews was Eliza Doolittle. Stanley Holloway was Alfred Doolittle. Costumes by Cecil Beaton, believe it or not. Black market tickets, wait for this, were selling for as much as £1. As much as £5, almost 5 times the original price. So there we go. One of the biggest nights in West End history. So there is an album of Julie Andrews doing the stage version, but didn't make it onto film. But then I think that was just as well, because she wouldn't have got all the other things. But it had been running for a little while, actually. There you go. Steve, I've just put £5 each way on De Allen. Got 14-1. I think an each way bet would be advised. And I can't advise you on things like this. I get into trouble. So I can only say, please gamble responsibly, just because it's got my name on it. Of course, it'd be hilarious if it won, wouldn't it? Can you imagine? We come in on Monday. Well, actually, we'll know before the. Yeah, no, the producer's he's gone mad, completely crackers. And Steve, another one here. I see, like most of your presenters now, you have to vote Labour and push an anti-Tory narrative. I think you're on medication, aren't you, actually? Terry and June. Yeah, that's from a lefty. Terry and June, says Lawrence. It was Terry and June. They were, I think I've got the box set of Terry and June. There is a box set, I'm quite sure. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So here we go. Jan Moyer talking about the Duchess of Martyr. This is poor old the Duchess of Sussex. She's not a duchess, never was a duchess. She has no royal blood in her. And she's got a podcast coming out. That'll be rivetingly dull, I suspect. Birthdays today. John Madden, the filmmaker from Hampshire, directed Shakespeare in Love, which got an Oscar for Best Picture. And also Robin Wright, the Golden Globe-winning US actress, starred in Forrest Gump. And also Claire Underwood in Netflix's House of Cards. John Madden is 73. Robin Wright is 56. And interestingly enough, in April 1994, which is going back some time, he made his name with his boisterous antics, but now there are concerns that Mr. Blobby has been going too far. The BBC's withdrawn a company's right to use replicas for public appearances after their unruly behaviour tarnished the lovable image of Mr. Blobby of Noel's House Party fame. It was a guy called Barry Killaby. And I worked with him on a few occasions. It was so funny because we were doing a New Year's Day parade, and he came up to me as Mr. Blob, and he went, "Hello, Steve." Because it was very funny. It was a funny character, and he would just fall over and everything.
This may just sound like someone on the train sending boring emails, but it's so much more. It's the sound of Claire landing her biggest sale. And this is the sound of her planning what she'll spend her pay rise on. A fancy dinner or a multi-compartment bin. How will she decide? Claire's living her best phone life on the UK's fastest 5G network. 3. Life needs a big network.
Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data, H1 2023, c3.co.uk/bid network.
It was great. Very odd, but it took off.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice Dairy Company. 6:34 is the time. Friday, April the 8th. So the BBC loses a bid to name a dangerous MI5 asset. They've been barred from naming an alleged MI5 informant described as a dangerous extremist, despite warnings he could pose a lethal threat to women. And as a mother with terminal cancer in the papers today, claims she was reprimanded by hospital staff because she posted a video on social media about her treatment. She said basically she didn't think she was getting the right treatment. She's at home at the moment, and she can only speak to her doctor at pre-arranged times every other Friday. She's receiving no home care from the NHS, and she got called out by her oncologist for a telling off after sharing the video. This was at the because she's got initially diagnosed with bowel cancer, but the tumours spread to her lungs, stomach and ovaries. So far, she's undergone 12 gruelling rounds of chemotherapy and operations to remove cancerous parts of her liver. She's being treated at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital in Woolwich. She outlined her treatment so far and said suspected tumours were no longer present in her lungs, and so it went on. And she was called in to see the oncologist, and the nurse told her I shouldn't put stuff on my Instagram, and they called me to tell me off about my social media. A spokesman for the Lewisham and Greenwich NHS Trust, which runs the hospital, said, of course, they can't comment on individual cases, but they say Harriet will receive a full response to her complaint once we've completed our investigations. So the family have had to raise more than £40,000 towards the cost of potential private treatment abroad. How successful that's going to be, I don't know, after you've been told that you're terminal. But she filmed a video, and she said her parents have had to move in with her to look after her. She said she faced a constant battle with the hospital with inconsistent information about her treatment. She said, one moment I have lung cancer, the next I don't. The operation on my bowels is a success, and then it isn't. She said, there have been days I wanted to end it myself, and I even looked at going to Switzerland, but she's decided to keep fighting to show her children they must never give up. So no doubt that one's going to continue for a little while. Alfie Boe's touring. Alfie Boe touring. Everybody's touring at the moment. Have you noticed? He's at the Royal Albert Hall coming up. And ABC are touring. The Look of Love, which is very nice for them. And will Adele ever get back to Vegas? The shop at Caesar's Palace is still selling oh-so-expensive merchandise from the postponed weekends with Adele residency, but it's nearly 3 months since she quit, and there is no sign of dates being rescheduled. Las Vegas journalist Scott Roban of Casino.org tells us, I can confirm it's been absolutely silent over this way, other than a growing sense of her Las Vegas residency not being on the radar at all. There are no further rumblings about a move to another resort. The signage is still up at Caesar's Palace. The merchandise store is still open. But the consensus is she's going on her merry way without much concern for the financial and PR hit which Caesars Entertainment took, not to mention the disappointed fans. We did say, actually, didn't we, that we think it's unlikely that's going to go ahead because the show's not ready. I mean, she's done loads of shows. I don't know what it's not ready. And Harry and Meg's have been settled in Santa Barbara, but local gossip suggests they're considering renting a second home, an apartment in New York. Well, you might as well spend some of the ill-gotten gains, dear. Why not? Do whatever you want with it. Well, they haven't done anything for any of the money they've been given. They were given $100 million, and so far they've delivered nothing. Nothing at all. Meghan is said to harbour ambitions of a UN role. Like delusions of grandeur, I think, but like her friend Amal Clooney, who worked there as counsel to former Secretary-General Kofi Annan. I wonder really whether or not that's the way. And as for Harry, God knows. Nobody's too sure at all. And Richard says the Panto season's already started, Steve, with Putin's lying Kremlin stooge on Sky News yesterday. Yes, but what was absolutely amazing about that was he sounded so convincing to himself. Certainly didn't sound convincing to us. Steve, talking of flights, we flew back from Fuerteventura to Stansted, and after 3 aborted attempts to land because of the wind, ended up at Gatwick. That's some wind. It's great when your lift or car is at Stansted, says Bev. I know, I shouldn't laugh. That's not very funny at all, is it, really? And Stephen says, when I was a young child in the 70s, I was in New Brighton, near Liverpool with my family. We were near the back of the Floral Pavilion Theatre when a man wearing a Columbo-type overcoat dropped a scarf. My dad called out to him and passed it back, then realised it was Frankie Howard. Yeah, Frankie Howard. He came into LBC years ago because he'd had a resurgence in his career. And all of a sudden, students had discovered Frankie Howard. So he went out there with a script that must have been at least 50 years old, and he just adapted it. He was still doing the 3 little fishes, all that kind of stuff. And every single thing he ever said, from the, oh, no, yes, oh, no, all scripted. Every single word of it was scripted. And he'd operated from the same script for years and years. But then, all of a sudden, you'd find swathes of students wearing T-shirts with "Titter ye not" on the front and stuff like that. And he'd come on stage. He loved being, you know, sort of a hero again because he'd had so many different careers, bless his heart. But he was a character. He invited me out for drinks. Somebody said, don't. So I never did go for drinks with Frankie Howerd. I don't know. He could be a bit flirtatious, put it that way. But he said, "Ooh, come back, have a drink. Ooh, very nice." Andrew said, "I've just got in my car and I'm already smiling. I love Steve." Thank you. Me too. I love Steve too. And Steve, Terry and June was set in Croydon. How times have changed, says James. I didn't know where it was set, actually. And Kevin says, my kids love going to the Palladium to see Sleeping Beauty. Some years ago, Julian Clary was great, says Kevin Brisbane. Sleeping Beauty. Is that a pantomime? So you have to ask the questions each time. Is it a pantomime? And the answer is probably, I should imagine. Kim says, these weeks are just flying by. Today I'm off to the dentist for a filling or two. Tomorrow out shopping for a new frame for my hall. Sunday taking the boys out for a hike. Whatever you're doing, Steve, enjoy, and I'll catch up with you on Monday. So take good care, and I love your flowers. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much indeed. Who else is touring, actually? The John Williams, the best of John Williams with the London Concert Orchestra. I love the music of John Williams. Everything from Harry Potter to Jaws to Star Wars, Jurassic Park, everything. What a prolific writer. And mind me, Dionne Warwick is back. Or Dionne Warwick. I know people call her Dionne Warwick, but it's pronounced Warwick, apparently. And she's touring the UK. Plus, we've got Here Come the Boys, and that I don't understand what they are, but it's Pasha, Nadia. Oh, it must be dancing, mustn't it? Also, until June the 1st, Barry Humphries is touring, the man behind the mask. He's appearing as himself, not as Dame Edna, so don't be confused by it. Phil Vickery says, morning. And he says, free Frankie Howerd. I cooked him lunch once with his auntie. Very funny man. He was a very, very funny man. But I bet he fancied you gutless. Absolutely. You cooked and good looking. How sickening must that be, a combination? How old is Barry Humphries? 87? 88. Yeah, not bad. Only a year out. I know, he looks great. I interviewed him years and years ago, and he took my phone number. And for some reason, I can never work out I didn't know why he took my phone number. I suppose he just sort of, it's probably to give it to somebody else, I should imagine. So, 84850, Steve at LBC. And also Dirty Dancing in Concert is back again. And that's also, everything's touring. Plus, the Bob Marley musical is playing at the Lyric Theatre in Shaftesbury Avenue. It's called Get Up, Stand Up. I wonder how many people listening know about Bob Marley. I can remember... talking about Bob Marley years and years ago, because I thought he was great. I thought he was absolutely great, mainly because I sort of love reggae. And if you like reggae, you will love Bob Marley. Still popular, I think, with most ages. And people still talk about him, which is good. But he died years ago now. Years and years ago. 40 years ago, was it really? Good Lord above. What was it? Do we know what he died of? Was it some sort of consumption or something like that? I don't know. Was it cancer? Also, it's dreadful, isn't it? The more you hear about cancer, the more you think it's ghastly, and the more you think to yourself, are we ever going to find a cure? And the answer is probably not, because there's so many different... Died in 1981. Well, there you go. You live and learn. I see that Simon Calder, he says, when Paul Routledge, writing in his column in the Mirror today, says, when you see travel expert Simon Calder appearing on the news, you know the transport system is in chaos. Because that's what they do. If in doubt, get Simon Calder out. He used to have a show on LBC years ago, and he would offer advice on it, and it was very interesting. I'm sure it's not true, but he appears to relish cancelled flights, delayed trains, and traffic jams. He's the man to go to for TV bosses who need a running commentary, often from Heathrow or King's Cross Station. He seems to fit it all in, doesn't he? He relishes helping people through the chaos. But that's what he's there for. He's not there to go, oh, here's a lovely holiday you can book. The Orient Express, the food is very nice. No, he's there to tell you, unfortunately, you're going nowhere fast. The travel chaos is predicted for the Easter breaks, what with the P&O ferry scandal and airport woes, rail engineering, and the fallout from the ferry scandal. Basically, happy Easter. I don't know why we all get excited about it. And then at the end, people go, oh, I've been waiting here for hours. And you think, well, have a holiday in this country. There must be things to do here. You don't have to. You can have a staycation. Much nicer, much nicer. Let's get the latest news headlines at 7:15 with Simon Conway.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to the start of the weekend. I'm hoping that you managed to get away if you're one of those people heading to the airport tomorrow or trains. I mean, there's always something, isn't there? One of these days we'll actually get it all right. I remember I went to Copenhagen years and years ago, and they were repairing one of the bridges over the canal. And when we got there on the Friday, they were just starting it. By the Saturday morning, they'd finished it. Here, it'll run for weeks. Weeks and weeks. They just drag it all out. It's ridiculous. Perdita, good morning. Says, hope you're extremely well. I think I am, actually. I think I am, yes. Pretty certain. Went for a pizza supper yesterday. Imagine my dismay when I looked at the menu and saw that my favourite dessert is 757 calories. That's over a third of the recommended daily calorie intake for women. Still had it, but I feel a gym session coming on. See, that's we were talking about this, Perdita, the other day, that they're now putting it onto menus. And I was saying, would you actually take any notice or go, listen, if I want strawberry tart, I'm going to have strawberry tart. I'm not going to worry about the calories. As you say, it just means you're going to go, I'll go and have another gym session. I'll work it off again. Why should you deprive yourself of something you like? It's like, that's what I do. Well, I don't do the gym session bit. But I mean, it's like going in there and discovering that cottage pie, having a nice potato topping and everything else. I had potato the other day. I've started cooking it in a frying pan. I go and buy mashed potato, already done, in M&S. They do a Maris Piper mashed potato, which was particularly delicious. I put it in a frying pan, and it's lovely. And I had it with frankfurters yesterday, and it was very nice. I could make some Hasselback. I like those Hasselback potatoes. I love. They don't do them anymore in Marks and Spencer. The idea being you could probably do them yourself. They're just baby potatoes, salted thinly, and then you just sort of fry them or stick them in the oven. And they're particular. I like anything like that. You're supposed to have potatoes. Apparently, they're supposed to be good for you. But when it comes down to 757 calories, I could get really depressed going out to eat. I mean, tomorrow I'm going out to eat, and I won't take a blind bit of notice on any calories on it because I'm going out with a friend to go and have something to eat. I don't want to sit there going, oh, I feel all depressed. I'll just have to have a salad leaf. I mean, I don't know if KFC do it. That would be a nightmare, wouldn't it? Because it's the coating, isn't it, that's going to bump up the calories. Not the actual chicken, it's the coating. Steve, first-time texter. You've kept me company as I've spent the last 3 nights in a hotel that has been so cold. And I've had the worst 3 nights, so thank goodness. I'm checking out early. What sort of hotel are you in that's cold? That's ridiculous, isn't it? And Elizabeth in North London says, Steve, I'm off on my first ever cruise next week on my Todd. So fingers crossed it'll be okay. Wish you a lovely weekend. Oh, you'll love it. You'll love it. I think that's the best way to do cruises by yourself. You don't want to be with a load of people. There's loads of things. And also everybody talks to you because you'll be sitting on a table with other people. So there's loads of places, to go and loads of people to talk to. You won't have any problem with that at all. If you want to meet somebody, it's probably a very good chance of meeting somebody on a cruise. But you won't be sitting on a table on cruises by yourself. You'll be put on a table and there might be another 6 people round there. You'll get chatting. You don't sit there and don't say anything. You'll love it. And not sure, it depends where you're going. Depends where you're going. If you're going somewhere sort of nice, you can get to do the excursion. I hated the excursions. We only did one. We did Rome, and I thought that was interesting. But if you're on a cruise ship, Rome is so far from the water, it takes you about an hour to get into Rome. And the places it docks aren't usually that exciting. They just seem to be a bit functional. When we were in Cannes, in the south of France, we couldn't bring the ship in, so the ship moors off, and then they send tenders of these little boats that they have with them, which can hold about 100 people. They're quite amazing, really. And then we took a picture of the ship, and it looked really impressive. The only ship that went in was the EasyJet ship. They had Easy Cruise. Can you imagine going on an easy cruise? Even the sound of it sounded terrible. Steve, KFC put the calories on the box. Do they? Oh, thank God I can't read. That would be I'd be so depressed about that. So depressed. But I'm not going to worry about calories too much. Listen, I don't have the biggest waist going, and it's all looking a little bit good. But I keep seeing all these adverts for all this food. Every time you open up the paper, there's another advert for food, and it does look particularly delicious. But I always get carried away. They've got an advert here for Lidl. and it's big on fish. And they just say deluxe side of salmon, $9.99, because I love salmon. I had salmon this morning, smoked salmon. I had a packet of it and I ate it this morning because I work for breakfast. I worked on the assumption I thought it was fairly good for me. I don't know whether or not salmon is fattening or whether it's not. I just think just plain salmon. They said it would be quite nice if you had it with squeezed lemon, but I'm not that fussed about it. I just opened up the packet and just ate it. There's not a huge amount in there. There's about 4 slices or something. And so there you go, packed with nutrients, vitamins and omega-3 fatty acids, all of which will boost your health and lower your risk of cancer, heart disease and cognitive decline. Well, that's me sorted. I'm going to go and get more today. I can go another 3 packets, £10 for 3 packets. So there are benefits to smoked salmon. Thank God for that. I'm sure that you can find benefits for KFC as well. I'm sure that, well, there must be benefits. There must be, I can't think of what it is at the moment, but there must be something, which is quite nice. So we're definitely looking for this skin aging, 30 years. We can reverse it. Scientists say they can reverse it. And I'm thinking, I'm going to look pretty ridiculous, 30 years younger. But you're still the same person inside. It's a physical appearance. Pam says terrible back problems, but listening to you has cheered me up. Thank you, and thank you for my birthday messages on the 17th of March. Oh, back problems, a pain. It really is. You can get tablets, can't you? I've had tablets for back pain before because I've only ever had it twice, I think, back pain, and it was just crippling. It's like, you feel like you're going to fall off your hips, and it's no matter which way you arrange yourself. Sometimes I went round to the doctors with it years ago, about 5-6 years ago, if not more. And I remember hanging onto a lamppost outside because I was so frightened that I was going to fall over. And you just think, oh. And so I got inside and they went, are you all right? I go, oh, back. I was a bit pathetic, actually. I tend to be a little bit of a diva when it comes to awful, can't breathe. And so they gave me some tablets and it cleared it up very quickly. But I mean, that's one of the worst things you can possibly have. But if we've cheered you up, I feel as though we've done quite well. Oh, no. Oh, God, no. Dreadful picture in the paper today. There are people who breed rats, people who love rats. And there's a couple here. It's an animal trainer, Grace Dickinson. She has 11 rats. I'm not sure. Perhaps I shouldn't be frightened of rats. She's got blue rats, brown ones, and she teaches them to do tricks for movies and television. They're called stunt rats. Believe it or not. Oh, I'm not sure about these things. But in step with the RSPCA's recent opinion, she recommends rats as pets, especially over more traditional choices, such as hamsters or rabbits. Oh, I like hamsters, but no rats. No. But I mean, she sort of has them as perhaps she likes them. Not for me, I don't think. So if you don't like rats, do not open up the Daily Mirror today, pages 22 and 23, because you're going to see lots of the blooming things. They say in London, you are never more than 6 foot away from a rat. 6 foot, that's what they say. Woo! My studio is about 12 foot wide. In fact, if not more. God knows how many. Oh, no, don't say that. Don't frighten me. Not on a Friday. But no, they always say you're never more than 6 foot away from a rat. And mainly because there's food everywhere. They don't need to go foraging too far. It's sitting on the pavement for them. I've walked through Soho and Chinatown in daylight and seen rats running up and down the corridors. Quite normal. Big rats. Well-fed rats. Planning on... I've got to go, actually. Have I got to go? Yeah, soon. Planning on taking a night out to paint the town red. The best place to go to is York, apparently. York is the best place if you were planning on painting the town red. If you don't want to, stay in London or stay wherever you are and have a very nice weekend. Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Monday, April the 11th, 2022. This is sort of even though everybody was out yesterday, because I think people thought that yesterday was Easter, even though it was Palm Sunday, wasn't it? Because we saw some people out there doing some ceremonies and little bits and pieces. So I'm assuming that was Palm Sunday. And it was lovely, but London was heaving. I came into London Saturday, came to London yesterday, heaving. I mean, around the museums yesterday, because we went to the V&A and had a cup of tea, and it was all very nice. And yet the signage in the museum is the worst I've ever encountered. We had to keep asking people, excuse me, can you tell us where the theatrical floor is? It used to be so easy to find. It's no good just you've got to walk down endless corridors to find it. Can you tell us where the Beatrix Potter exhibition is? Which, of course, we didn't have tickets. And this little woman snobbily told us, sorry, do you have tickets? We went, no. She said, well, you can't get in, it's fully booked. I thought, well, get you, love. But apart from that, the food's always very good there. The exhibitions are nice. We had a look at Queen Victoria's tiara. It was only a little tiara, and some really lovely stuff. They've got a Fabergé exhibition on at the moment. Again, you have to pay for that one. We didn't have tickets. In fact, the cheapest way to get into all their exhibitions is to buy admission to the museum. You can buy a family ticket for the year, and that gets you in free to everything. So that'll save you a lot of money. It's like the Pret-a-Manger thing. Although the other time, did I tell you, I went in on, it might have been Friday, I can't remember actually. I wanted the bacon roll. Of course, as usual, they do that sort of bacon with that chronically awful egg there. And so I got my £10 note out to pay for it. And do cards. Only do cards. They don't do cash. And so I said, oh, well, I won't buy it then, will I? So, that's Twickenham Pret-a-Manger. So don't bother with cash. Perhaps they don't trust the staff in there to handle cash. So they only take cards. Well, I don't want to use a card for buying a roll that's costing £3.25 with a piece of egg I'm going to throw away because it's so disgusting. Dreadful. Ugh, horrible, horrible, horrible. Will Smith's career, flat bottomed out, gone completely. He will never make a recovery from this. Banned from the Oscars and any associate company for 10 years. They're cancelling work for him left, right and centre. Big mistake, pal. Big mistake. I call people pal quite a lot, actually. They're not my pals, I want you to understand that. Her Majesty the Queen says COVID left her exhausted. Not surprised. Not surprised. I was fairly exhausted myself reading about it. The SAS Who Dares Wins presenter, there's another one of these programmes. He's sort of replaced the other one who was dreary. This one apparently has met aliens and his wife has seen spaceships. These people just tell blatant lies, don't they? It really is. It's so awful. They had another alien programme on the television and they start off with showing little lights in the sky. And they go, look, and now they're moving really quickly this way. Go, oh, yes, they must be aliens, mustn't they? Suppose the RAF with a torch. Rishi tells friends he won't quit. It's growing like Topsy, this one. Although somebody pointed out to me before, all he really wants to do is be Prime Minister. That's all he wants to do. He wants to be Prime Minister. But and now they're having an investigation to find out who leaked it. Because did you know it is totally illegal, prisonable, if you talk about somebody's tax affairs? And so he's asked for an investigation. They will find out who it is. Although I should imagine it can't be that difficult to find out. If you've got 200 million and your wife's got 400 million, you can't keep things like that secret very long. But it is illegal to release it to anybody. So if somebody releases my tax details, which of course you'd never find in a million years, even I can't find them. And on the LBC website, Steve Allen earns. In fact, I was delighted to report how much I'm worth. We checked me out this morning. I'm worth between £1 and £2 million. So dollars, which actually is, I felt a little bit miffed actually, because it's a bit more than that, but it doesn't really matter, does it? Money is only money. You can use it to go into space, or in the case of me, not, but I wouldn't want to go into space anyway. The other one, what was it? Oh, the BBC, June Thapong. She is the creative diversity person at the BBC on a salary of $267,000. They've decided to axe the post, basically because they're a bunch of idiots. Who needs it? What does she do? Do you remember this some time ago? And I'd love to find out what she's doing. Amy Lamar or something. Amy LeMay. And she's the night czar in London. Really? When was that, love? What do you do? Nothing. That's it. They must have axed that job ages ago. She's still got it. What does she do? What in God's name somebody like that tells us what to do at night time in London? No, thank you. Ridiculous, isn't it? Absolutely ridiculous. Here she is, Amy Lame, as I call her, the night czar. So she's been a proud Londoner for 25 years. She's been the night czar since 2016. What in God's name does that mean? Doesn't mean anything, does it? Doesn't mean anything at all. The night czar. I'm sorry, does she understand what going out at night means? I shouldn't think so. She's way too old for that kind of thing. When you get to her age, it's comfy slippers and a cup of cocoa on a £75,000 a year salary. 75 grand a year for being the night czar since 2016. Fabulous. What a waste of money. What a waste of money. Noel Gallagher says he never buys cut price supermarket food. You know, you always get the bin, which has got the yellow stickers on, just to really point out to people that you are a peasant and you can't afford to buy food. He said he won't buy it because it's for poor people, which is absolutely stupid. It's not for poor people at all. You see loads of people buying it. If it's, I mean, I look at stuff. If I want to eat it that day and it's got the sell-by date, you know, that day, then I'll buy it. I mean, some people go at the end of the day for discounts because sometimes the supermarkets start chucking stuff out. And in the case of Marks and Spencer's, they have people waiting outside their bins for all the stuff that they bin. They bin loads of food. And you think to yourself, there's people waiting there to climb into the bins to take it out. I thought that Pret a Manger do a delivery. They put all their food they haven't sold, they go and distribute it to the poor, in inverted commas. So that's why. But, you know, for sort of Noel Gallagher saying he never buys it because it's for poor people is one of the most stupid things. Pret give it to homeless charities. I know, they've got a van. I've seen the label on the side of it. Chocolate fans have slammed Cadbury's for shrinking Easter eggs. Well, they're American, aren't they? That's not British enough as far as I'm concerned for me. Thank you very much indeed. And but that's always been the case. They're making things smaller but charging the same price because you have to, because we've got shortages. You know, I asked in Joe Allen's the other day when Corey and I were in there for lunch. Very nice it was too. And I wish I could tell you the name of the cocktail I had. I had two. I had one when I first went in. Because Corey phoned me, he said, I'm here. He said, what cocktail do you want? And I said, I don't know, it's something with a load of ice in and a bit bit zingy for a summer's day kind of thing. And then I had this other thing. It might have been a poor green grass. Anyway, whatever. It was very nice. Here we go. Wait till I could tell you what I had. No, I didn't have that one. Are these the ones at Joe Allen's? Oh, no, there must be other ones because they didn't have any of these ones on there. I don't remember seeing any of these ones. Well, no. Spiced popcorn, no. How strange. Find it on the pudding list. I'm sure it was on the pudding list. Wait a minute. But oh goodness, I recognise so many people. So yeah. Anyway, they were very nice, the drinks that I had. But I did say to the one of the owners, I said, "Have you had to put the prices up?" And he said, "Yes." Obviously, he said because the cost of everything has gone up. They have to pass it on. I mean, I don't think it's gone up that much. Bit of a shame, really. Steve, we had a flutter on the Grand National. Don't talk to me about the bloody Grand National. And we had to enjoy De Allen, my favourite film, Lost in Translation, Say No More. My partner, Steve, had a big birthday at the weekend. We're heading down to Cornwall today. Excuse me, for a much-needed break after coming down with COVID 3 weeks ago. Knocked us for 6, but feeling a lot better now, thankfully. Still very tired. You have to forgive me for not tuning in at 4 a.m. this week, but I'll be listening via catch-up. Well, there you go. There's a start. Yeah, the thing. I think 2 of my horses fell. In fact, there was a raft of horses that didn't complete the course, and 2 were put down. And thereby lay the rub, I'm afraid, that a lot of people were complaining, saying they put horses down. Somebody said it's all hushed up. It's never been hushed up at the National, not in any horse race I've ever known. They'll always tell you exactly what happens, and I think there are quite a number actually. An 8-year-old gelding became the second horse to die as a result of an injury sustained in the Grand National. So there you go. This is Discorama. Had suffered fatal injury, and Eclair Surf, second horse to die. It's just, I mean, it is appalling, but unfortunately that's what happens. It does happen quite a bit. I mean, do we then ban racing because horses are dying? I don't know. I don't know what the answer is to that one. Bit of a hot potato, as they say. Bit of a hot potato. Apparently there's a superb cafe, says Ian. Opens around the corner, opens at 6:30. Well, I don't remember any round here opening at 6:30 in the morning. Is the one at 6:30? Opposite my bus stop. Opposite my bus stop? And there's a cafe that's opened at 6:30. No, there's not. What, a cafe for getting a cup of coffee and sitting outside? Really? Opposite my bus stop? Well, I must have a word with the county council about that one. I don't remember there being a cafe opposite my place. I'm trying to think. I know there's lots of places down there, but they don't open at 6:30 in the morning. We're going to end up with a Greggs, though. In fact, Greggs have done an onslaught into town. There's going to be one on the Strand and there's one at the back of Leicester Square. They need to open it all night because they would do really good business and it would knock all the other places, especially if they kept their prices reasonably normal. You know, but if you start shoving on, you know, and you have to pay extra for a pasty or something, you know, and they should have hot food all the time, because if they did pasties and they did all their usual bits and pieces. Wait a minute, where? Oh, that one there. Sorry, I thought you were at the Garrick Theatre. I know that one there. Yes, I've never been in it. That's open at 6:30, is it? This is the coffee, sandwiches, hot food, eat-in, takeaway, which was closed during pandemic, right next to the gay bar, which is called Halfway to Heaven, because you are halfway to heaven, as it were, which is just down on the Charing Cross bit. So, yeah, I've never been in that cafe. I feel like going in there and just going, can I have a bacon sandwich to take away? I wonder what it's... You'd probably find I could, actually. Yeah. Can I have a hot... Or feeling that a toasted bacon sandwich. Sitting on the bus with a bacon sandwich. That'd annoy everybody, wouldn't it? I quite fancy that one. Ian says it's superb. Oh, right. There you go. There you go. 6:30 is a very good time to open. As far as I'm concerned, if you wake up, go down and open up. Much better. And Bruce says, I woke up at 8 and made coffee, took my morning pills and started making calls. And I thought it was getting dark and checked the radar. It was 8 p.m. Honestly, ridiculous, isn't it? Some people, they just can't get anything right. Shane in Sydney. It's good to see the sun in Sydney, but the rain's coming back tomorrow. They've had flooding in Sydney. They've had flooding there, which you wouldn't really think it. Apparently, Ian says Fernandez in St Martin's Lane, down from the Noel Coward. Fernando's. Is that another cafe? Wow. That's the one that Ian likes. So Fernando's. I think I might have... They open at 7, Ian. I'll try and get it right, honestly. Nothing worse. That's a bit tiny, isn't it? Just a little sandwich bar. You can't eat in or out. Oh, look at that. Bacon, sausages, mushrooms, those bloody tinned tomatoes. And baked beans. I do like a cooked breakfast, it has to be said. That looks quite nice. Is that mashed potato? Scrambled egg, is it? I don't like scrambled egg. Not really. If I'm going to have an egg, I might have a fried egg. But it was a very nice weekend, actually. It was very nice, all in all. And then I nearly ran out of petrol. I didn't run out of petrol, but I did get to that stage. And my friend has managed to sync my phone now with Apple Music. So I've got that coming through the car system as well. How posh am I tell you. Yeah, I've got the Carpenters and everything. I've got every tune you can imagine. And then I did post a picture of the car on Twitter saying it looks like it needs a wash. And I did then take it to the car wash a little bit later on. But it looks clean, even though I could see it wasn't clean. You know, it's one of those sort of colours which looks really nice.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Sophie Ridge from Sky sent a bit of a menu for a restaurant. Next to it, the calories. It's horrendous. It is horrendous. For example, 21-day aged sirloin of beef, red wine Jew, 1,778 cals. Slow-cooked pork belly, red wine Jew, 2,653 cals. Cauliflower cheese, 455 cals. I know cauliflower cheese is tremendously fattening. Pigs in blankets, 433 cals. I mean, it's just... Pigs in blankets. Why would you have thought it? How about nut roast? Oh, we haven't got nut roast one. Half a roast chicken, pig in blanket, just the one. Actually, that reminds me, we went to a market the other day as well. We went out for sort of a cup of coffee and went to a market down in off Marylebone High Street, which is a big market, very big market. And they have all sorts of stuff. You know, they have all these vegetables and they go, oh, vegetables here, you know, all grown on our own farm. And you look at it and think, that's from Nine Elms. You never grew that yourself. And they had one woman, and unfortunately, the person I was with is vegetarian, but it looked delicious. She had sausages in one of those big griddle pans with onions and everything else. And they were doing 2 sausages or 3 in a hot dog with crispy onions over the top of it for $5. It looked delicious. But we didn't have it. We went to get something elsewhere. And then the other thing is, and it does annoy me, it really annoys me. It annoys me more than anything else in the entire universe. No, it's not true. It's not true. But you find them on a Sunday. You find them down the Bayswater Road, and you find them up by the Ritz Hotel, paintings on the railings. And you look at them and you go, you never painted that. You know why? Because artists always have the same style. They would do a style of pictures. These ones A paint? No, not the caricatures. No. These are oil paintings. And I remember the programme on television because they showed them going to these warehouses where people in China are painting these things. Thousands and thousands and thousands, and you could buy them all over the place. And you see and they turn up with a van. Nobody turns up with this many things. Most of them claim, they are the artists. They're not. They're lying through their teeth. They bought them because you can see them, and the ones that are the most obvious as being painted by somebody else is the ones with the gold frames around them, which look all sort of oldie English. You can tell that they're not, and also nobody would be this prolific to turn out that many pictures. We went to see the Raphael cartoons, which were painted years ago for the Pope. Anyway, the Queen ends up with them. I can't remember the story, but have you ever seen the Raphael cartoons? They are huge. They are absolutely enormous. These paintings must be 20 by 15 or 20 feet, and there's loads of them. About, how many did we see? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, probably about 10. And they were painted in 1 year. 1 year. All of these were painted, and they cost £300. And who brought them to this country? Charles I, who was beheaded. And they used to keep them rolled up in boxes in the banqueting house. And then, for some reason, the Queen then gets hold of them. Because they've got them, because they then made tapestries out of them, and they hung at Hampton Court. And because they've faded over the years, they project the colours onto them. So you could see now, by the age of this, they're at the V&A now. I know we've seen them. I've seen them there loads of times, but they've all just been taken down and rehung, as they say. And so they get my vote, definitely. That was well worth going to the museum for, just for that. Just for that. Listening to Friday's show, says Noreen. Hope you're well. 2 things rang bells. You were talking about the railway children and waving to the train. It reminded me that as a child we used to go to Manchester, where Mum was from, to visit family, and sometimes went by train. My grandma, Dad's mum, lived at Berkhamsted and walked through the meadows and waved as we passed through as a young child. It was very exciting. And somebody mentioned to you about something happening when they were at the New Brighton Floral Pavilion Theatre on Friday. At the time I heard them mention, we should have been on our way to a concert at the Floral Pavilion, but it was rescheduled to next year. What a coincidence. Due to see, I think it was the Swinging Blue Jeans. So I've lost the bit of your text, I'm afraid, Noreen. I'm sure it says something lovely like "Have a nice day and a nice week," which is very good. There we go. See, the Swinging Blue Jeans and the Mersey Beats. How lovely. She loves her shows. She loves her shows. She says, enjoy the new car. It is very nice. Which is very nice. Who must be exhausted? Noreen. I know, she never seems to slow down or stop or anything. It's quite amazing. Quite amazing. Oh, and I found something else, actually. Because we were looking at what we can do for Make Some Noise. And I thought a teddy bear. And so we found a company. Well, a company found us, actually. And so we're going to have sort of check out prices. And then I spoke to my friend who looks after the Magic Circle, and they had teddy bears done as well. And they're about the same size that we wanted. And you can put them in little T-shirts with printing on the front of them. Yeah. And so I thought we might investigate those ones as well, which is very nice, isn't it? So could be a Steve Allen teddy bear this year for Make Some Noise, because I think teddies are nice, and we've never done a teddy. If we can get good value for money, so that we can make some money for the charity, then it'll all be worth it. All be worth it. Steve, what did you have to eat at Joe Allen's? Food. We had food. Usual sort of thing. I wanted to eat the tablecloth, but you can't do things like that. I can't remember. Sausages with mashed potato, which was very nice. You see, something I'm very simple with my food. I don't want anything too complicated. Nothing sort of. I nearly had the mushroom risotto, because I'm partial to a risotto, and mushroom risotto is particularly nice. And Billy says, laying in bed this morning listening to you. I said, I don't need to go to work this morning. I know, that's the advantage of unemployment, isn't it? It's fantastic. I did that when I was unemployed years and years ago. And I used to wake up in the morning, and the girls would all be going off to work, and they go, you're going to go and look for a job? And you go, yeah. And the moment the front door shut, gone I used to be able to sleep for the country. And if I didn't have anything to do, I was, it's very easy to get into the habit. I can understand how people who are unemployed remain unemployed for long periods of time, because once you've got into the habit of sort of staying up really late and doing whatever you're doing. When you come to get up in the morning, you can't be bothered. And you basically push it to the back of your mind and go, I'll do that later. You know, I'm very bad at doing, it's like doing invoices for me. I do invoices and I put it off and put it off and put it off. And then at the last minute, I managed to get it done. It annoys me. Very annoying. But they're going up to London, is Billy, to watch a matinee of Phantom of the Opera. Joe Allen's most definitely on the cards for our post-show dinner. That would be a very, very wise choice. Very wise choice. As I say, yesterday, there were 4 Steve Allen listeners, not yesterday, Saturday, in Joe Allen's. And a lot of people go there, as I say, the thing they want to know is, which seat does Steve Allen sit in? Makes it sound like a commode. Yes, there's a small throne in the corner. Sue in Blairgowrie says, could you do some mugs to go with the tea tray if it makes some noise? The trouble is with mugs, Sue, and I'll tell you this quite honestly, we would have done mugs. They end up getting broken in the post no matter which way you do them. They put them in polystyrene boxes and they're fitted, but unfortunately they just end up with the handles broken and stuff like that. We did try them some years ago, and that would be the only reason I wouldn't do them, the risk of them being broken. And so we wanted to make sure that they all sort of arrived, you know, in one piece, which would be very nice. What else do we have? Shane Warne told a former fling, shortly before he died, that he was struggling with stress. People do get, I mean, everybody gets stressed to a certain, it just depends whether you can cope with it yourself. You know, they had I thought it was a woman actually on the television. I had no idea. Somebody called Jordan. And it was a program on people who are addicted to having cosmetic surgery. But what they do is they make the big mistake of going abroad to have it. And they had surgeons in this country saying the conditions abroad might be cheaper, but their standards of hygiene are well below par. And this was Jordan, who turned out to be a man, wanted a bigger bottom. And so had all the filler put in and everything else, came back to this country. Within a week, it had burst. And you're then stuck. Because most surgeons over here go, whoa, we can't do anything about it. Literally, one of the surgeons said, he said, all we can do is pack it. He said, we can't do anything, you can't stitch it. You can't do anything else like that. So these people who have, I'm warning you now, because if you decide to go abroad and have cosmetic surgery because of the price, because it's cheap abroad, you end up with a lot of trouble. It's not something you want to contemplate. There was one man, his whole nose collapsed all on one side and then burst. And I was looking at horrendous pictures thinking, you must be really bloody desperate to go abroad for these things if you're going to have cosmetic surgery done. And unfortunately now, people have it done because they have an addiction to it. Look at Jordan. How many boob jobs has she had? What does she look like? Dreadful. She doesn't think so. And she always goes abroad to get it done because it's cheap. That's the only reason. Or failing that, she plugs it and she gets it, you know, gets a discount or free or whatever it happens to be. But you should always get it done here. You should go and talk to an expert, first of all. There are lots of clinics that will do anything for you. Can you believe, in this day and age, I can set up as a cosmetic surgeon. I don't have to have any qualifications, nothing at all. I can go and buy the equipment for doing laser surgery, for doing lipo. Yes, you can go and buy it. Yeah, it's so easy to do it. There's no, who's actually going to regulate you? Answer, nobody. You know, I can't be a surgeon in the NHS, but I could set up my own clinic doing laser eye surgery, doing all sorts of things. I just go and buy the equipment. It's really, you know, it's a highly dangerous industry, and you do see some people who've had some really bad jobs. Look at the Bride of Wildenstein. You know, the people who you would think could afford to have something done properly, they go and get it done on the cheap. You see, I mean, that's why we've got all these dreadful programs in America on cosmetic surgery. And it's people who will go there and you get some little man who's saying, I can't operate until you lose, you know, 3 stone or 4 stone or something like that. The moment they've lost that little bit of weight, then they go, now I can have the surgery. It's like having tattoos. It's an addiction. Thank God I haven't got an addiction for anything like that.
Attention all passengers. You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in Uber credits to spend on your next train journey. So no excuses not to visit your in-laws this Christmas.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Certainly is. Phil Vickery's up and about, which is always, you can always tell when he's having a good day because he gets up early in the morning, very early in the morning. I like getting up early. we were talking about this the other day, and somebody's saying, you know, what time do you go to bed? I said, well, I go to bed when I'm tired, and that can be any time. I mean, Saturday, I become a dirty stop out because I stay up till at 7:30, I think it was, which was ridiculous for me because generally by that time I'm falling asleep, and I sleep like a log. I sleep absolutely brilliantly. Actually, just going back to Billy on the Isle of Wight. They had to cancel, but either way, before I forget, sorry, I've just digressed. They had to cancel the matinee the other day of Tina, the show, and we didn't know why. They were all coming, strange enough, they all turned up at Joe Allen's, a white limo. They'd come all the way down from Birmingham, all these girls in Tina Turner wigs and everything else. Funniest thing we'd ever seen. But so Billy's coming over to go to Phantom of the Opera, the matinee, and they showed it on Sky Arts the other day when they did a big one at the Royal Albert Hall. And they did the whole show, and then they brought on the original London cast, which of course included Michael Crawford. Michael Crawford came on and brought the house down. Still the most popular Phantom. You know, there's other Phantoms who are, you know, as good, but Michael has that little click that goes with the audience. Anne says, any chance putting a picture of you on your new car on your Instagram page? I don't have Instagram. I've never had Instagram. Wouldn't want it. I think it's a pile of crap. There you go. I wouldn't touch Instagram. It doesn't interest me in the slightest. I don't know why. But there is a picture, but it's up on Twitter. Is it on Twitter? It's on Twitter. Is it easy to find? Can you find it? Oh, right, it's easy to find. But, it's a Steve Allen show. Fairly straightforward, I suppose. And there is the picture of the car. I took it, actually. When did I take it? I can't remember when I took it. There it is. Yeah. That was... Yeah, but I didn't think it was video. And... but this is before it went for a clean, which is very interesting, because it looks clean, doesn't it? It looks as though it's clean. It's one of those sort of colours, which this was taken at the back of Hampton Court. It was so funny because my friend, I went to pick him up, and he said, I can't get in the car because the seat was too high. We had to lower the seat, first of all, to push the right buttons and all the rest of it, because he couldn't get in. It looks quite nice, though, doesn't it? Yes. Bobbing up and down on the beautiful briny sea, thank you. But no Instagram, Anne, but I'm up there on Steve Allen Show. So the TV show Pointless, Richard Osman's going to depart. He's got too many other bits and pieces on, and he can't do it. And somebody said, well, you have to axe the programme. And there's no mention of anybody replacing him. Because you know that he sits there with this computer, but you know it's fake. It's a fake computer. There's nothing on it at all. He said it's just the case. So he makes it look as though he's doing something on it. He told us that, and he said it in loads and loads of interviews before. And Mary Beth says, classy car for classy guy. Says, I never get to see a beautiful car like this in Maryland. Oh, I bet you would if you looked around. I bet you would. They're actually a lot cheaper, actually. They're an awful lot cheaper in America. But says, enjoy all your journeys. Oh, you do enjoy the journeys. You really do. It is like, it's so quiet. It is unbelievably quiet as cars go. And so I sometimes like having the window down. But then you've got a thing that you push on the back seats. It's inset into the door, and it brings up a dark screen over the windows into the little V-shape bit as well. So you can be sort of privacy in the back. Privacy. Kim says, I do hate that side of the National. The poor horse is dying. However, I did still participate in a wee bet. I put £2 on Snow Leopardess. I like the sound of her, Steve. Not that long since she had her foal. A real working mum. Don't think she finished the race, mind you. At least she's safe and sound back in the stables with the foal. Yes, they always lose one or two. I can't remember how many, what's been the maximum they've lost. But out of the horses that start the race, it's amazing how many don't finish it. Either the jockey gets unseated or something like that. And it's, because they're sort of jumping over the fences. And it was, I did watch it. I was secretly hoping I didn't get a penny piece. Producer didn't get a penny, so he went into deep depression. I sort of went into semi-deep depression. Can I ask something? I'm getting ready for work, and I say I do listen to you via my Alexa. I just put the headphones on to continue listening to you via the LBC app as I walk and noticed the advertisements were different. Is this a regional thing? We have different adverts depending on what you're listening on and where you are in the country or in the world. That's how sophisticated it's got. So different adverts depending on what you're listening on and where you are in the country or where you are in the world. That's why. So now you know, you see. Now you're as well informed as I am. Yes, we have lots of sets of adverts. Oh, if you're lying in bed at the moment, you're going to really want a cup of tea in a minute. Really, really want a cup of tea. I'm enjoying this. This is a nice hot cup of tea. This is very delicious. They came up with another one of these watches on the Antiques Roadshow. This is some bloke who'd had it in a drawer for ages, and he took it along there. And if they haven't got any stories, they sort of run with something like this. It turns out there was only 1,000 of these watches made, and this one was worth £15,000. And I thought, it seemed a lot of money to me. It's like somebody was talking about the oligarchs spending money on their houses in London. I was hearing on LBC, you know, £10 million here. I thought, £10 million? You don't get anything for £10 million. What are you on about? It was the biggest pile of dross I'd ever heard. Somebody very ill-informed. You know, even the flats at One Hyde Park are starting prices about 15 to 20 million. And half of them are not occupied. They just buy them as an investment. So, you know, they wouldn't be... There was a woman who spent 60 million in the Bishop's Avenue buying a house to knock it down, put up something better. I mean, I've got a nice one-bed flat in One Hyde Park, okay? It's a one-bed flat, and the price I can offer you only for today, 5.5 million. It's a one-bedroom flat, and you've got your kitchen in there. Your outlook is other flats. Okay, it's got a very nice reception, which you're paying for. And, the service charges, I can't even imagine what they would be. Your kitchen is what's commonly known in the business as pokey. Very, very pokey. They've got loads of sort of dead plants in vases, and they put mirrors in there to try and make it look bigger. And it's pokey. And it's got a little swimming pool, which you have to share with other people. And there's only one car. That's a Bentley. Down in you can tell. And they've got a little gymnasium in there. Your service charges are astronomical, I should imagine, don't you think? Absolutely astronomical. And you can play real tennis and everything else. So it's all geared for that. But unfortunately, at the end of the day, you've just got a one-bedroom flat. Serviced by the hotel, which is good. But you can see it's just a sliding door. You know, very pokey little bathroom. 5.5 million. 5.5 million. Even I can't get used to things like that. It's ridiculous, isn't it? Can you find me something nicer in that same block? Can you find me, I don't know, a 3-bed apartment would be quite nice. Because then it's for you, and if you have a couple of friends over or something like that, that'd be good, isn't it? I quite like the idea of having a 3-bed flat. I did see a lovely house a short while ago, but it would mean winning the lottery. There's a 3-bed to rent. Okay. How much per month? Do we have pictures of it? Show me some pictures. Is this in the same place? One Hyde Park. Okay. Okay, a three-bed flat to rent. I think this one would be 15,000 a month. £80,000 a month. £80,000 a month for three beds. This is the communal swimming pool. See, look at the entrance hall. It's all very flash. But so you can have your business meetings down. Still the same car in the car park and a television, little screening room and everything else. But that's it. So it's 3-bed. So it comes with. Oh, wait a minute. So it's per week. It's sounds better, doesn't it? 18,500. So it's fully furnished, separate WC, 3-bed, 3-bath, shower, porter, burglar alarm, and lift. And it's a very sought after location. Only 80,000 a month. It's lovely, isn't it? They're looking for a long-term let. That's £9.5 million a year. Now, your service charge would be included in that amount of money, so you don't have to pay that. That's paid by the owner. God, amazing, isn't it, really? I don't know where these people get this money from. 3-bed flat for sale. Oh, lovely. In the same block. There's a lot of flats for sale in that block, isn't it? It looks a bit jinxed. How much do you reckon, ladies and gentlemen? A 3-bed flat will cost you 17.5 million. But it's not so much the 17.5 million. That piece is easily done, very easily done. It's the service charge. Yeah, I think your service charge would have to be in the region of, well, there's porters, there's everything. I mean, there is a slightly bigger 3-bed for 22 million, which is, very nice if you sort of But look, your outlook is looking into other people's flats. You'd have to have your curtains drawn all the time. Oh, that's a long corridor, isn't it? I quite like that. Kitchen, a little galley kitchen. For 22 million. Oh, look, you sit on your balcony. Oh, I know exactly where that one is. You can sit on your balcony, just about, with your plastic plants. God in heaven, 22 million. Frightening, isn't it? And you think the oligarchs are going to live in something like that? Absolutely not. Millionaires Row. Have you got anything in Millionaires Row for me? That's a very nice little place, just off Ken High Street. And you've got lovely security there. And there's some really big mansions there. Big mansions. I mean, I don't know who they were built for years and years ago, but I think they're sort of definitely the sort of place, if you come into London and you drive around, because the one thing I noticed actually in London on Saturday was all these people with these suitcases on wheels. So all you can hear, and they're all coming down, they were all excited, they were on our train, you know, what we're going to do tonight, first of all, let's go to Covent Garden, we'll have some drinks, and, you know, have you booked tickets for show? We go to theatre. And they were so excited about coming to London. I remember thinking, we take it for granted. We live and work in London. We think it's fantastic. I love London. I mean, you know, tired of London, tired of life. Oh, nothing for sale in Kensington Palace Gardens. Bit of a shame, isn't it, really? I mean, yeah, I'll have to wait till something comes up so I can go and buy it. If I won the lottery, I'd definitely be looking at... I've seen a house in Richmond I like. It's not for sale, but I reckon I could make them put it on the market. If you offer them enough money, yeah, it's beautiful. It would probably cost me in excess of 18 million. But if you saw it, you would go, that is really nice, Steve. It's on the river.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. Nice to have your company at Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. 'Tis Monday. You've got a whole week. And then you get the bank holiday and everything, don't you, next weekend? But I think people have flown away already, if you were lucky enough to fly away. If you were lucky enough, because so many flights were cancelled. I think there was over 150 flights were cancelled in one day. And people are going, oh, God, that's all we need. And the petrol prices, I mean, I put £100 worth of petrol in the other day, and that filled me up about 3/4 of a tank. 3/4 of a tank on £100. So I did notice, actually, the funny thing is, it only had to come down a penny for me to realise that I was on a very good deal. Jonathan Shallett, lovely Jonathan, says, I'm listening to you. He's not in this country. He managed to get away. He said, I'm listening to you, Steve, from the back of an Uber in Hollywood. Just been to the pharmacy to buy some COVID tests as need to show I'm negative tomorrow before entering a meeting at Warner Brothers. The meeting at Warner Brothers? Seriously, he's so glam. He said, had lunch today at the Polo Lounge in the Beverly Hills Hotel. Hope as sunny and warm in Hollywood. As Hollywood in London. I wish. It's freezing over here. He said, missing you, Steve. Did you get my invitation? I haven't got it yet. No. I shall look out for it. Don't worry. I shall be looking out for it. So, did you have to ask the Hollywood taxi? Oh, no, he won't have it in the car. He'll have it on his phone. He'll be listening on Global Player. Well, listen, I hope you have a nice time. I love the idea of having a meeting at Warner Brothers, Jonathan. I mean, that is fantastic. Fantastic. Steve Allen, the movie, I'm a big fan of. I think, you know, I could play myself. Seriously. Or, because you probably get him cheap now, you could get Will Smith to play me, which could be very good. Little bit diverse, little bit. But I hope you have a nice time over there. Listen, when this man, well, I know when he rests. He goes through the year, and then Christmas is his time for feet up with the wife and everybody else, and has a lovely time. I think he's got a very charmed existence, but I should imagine at times it's very stressful. I'd love to know how agents operate. I know what the agent does, and a lot of people change agents. You know, they'll sort of do something with one agent, and then they go as far as they can, and then they need to go to the next level. And I want to know if you're sort of Jonathan Shallett, and he's got literally, you know, everybody you can think of on his books. So when he goes out to pitch for them or to do something for them, I wonder what your opening line is. I mean, there must be an art to doing it. And going out there and going, listen, I'd like to introduce you to so-and-so, so-and-so. I mean, there would be a team of people working to get everything right. And then, of course, you've got to come to the money. And that's always the bit, isn't it? Because if you move agents, and I've only ever had an agent once, years and years ago. But, of course, if you have a job, you don't really need an agent. What you need is personal representation to take you to the next level. That's the way I always sort of saw it. But I was always quite grateful. But I remember doing a deal with Channel 5 when I was on Five's company, and I did it. My agent went up the wall. Seriously, I've never been spoken to like that in my entire life. And she said, listen, that's my job to get you the money. She said, yeah, I did it without consulting her because I was so worried that she might have gone in a bit too high. You worry about these things. So Jonathan says, last week, Intertalent won a prestigious award, Edinburgh TV Festival, New Voices 2022 Awards. Intertalent won Best Agency for New Talent. He said, I may have a charmed life, Steve, but for one reason. Yeah, I can well imagine. And that one reason would be that you work for it. But the funny thing is, Jonathan, isn't it true that if you love your job, it doesn't really feel like a job. Sometimes you might get to the end of the day and you might be tired and you might be thinking, oh, and then you think, always tomorrow. Things can change, can't they? Which is lovely. But I think it's nice. But the trouble is, we all think it's glam. But I should imagine Jonathan just goes, listen, if I'm flying, it becomes my office. While I'm up there in the skies, it becomes my office. He said, I work harder than any other agent in London and achieve more for our clients than other agents do. Success is not rocket science. Work harder than anybody else. Exactly. And the proof of the pudding is in the eating. If you do that, I mean, you're always up. Jonathan, I think, would be the only agent I've ever known who is up. And I don't see him as an agent. I know that seems ridiculous because that's what he is. But he's always up. Well in advance of everybody else. He does his workout. Sometimes he has a naughty breakfast and sometimes he has a good breakfast. And we probably think it's glamorous. He said, yes, totally true, Steve. He says, I love my job. See, I feel exactly the same. I've never felt any differently about it. I don't think I've ever had a day, thank goodness, where I wake up and go, oh, I really don't want to go to work today. Only when I was ill. And that was a case of not really sort of thinking I don't want to go to work today. It was a case of I don't think I could manage it. And I did try it on a few occasions when sort of the voice started going and all the rest of it. And the manager were having secret phone calls with the producer, going, how well is he? How unwell is he? The producer being the usual sort of, champion on behalf. He says he's too ill, far too ill to go on. No point putting him on air just yet, which is lovely. Yeah, bring back Ian Payne. At One Hyde Park, an extra parking place is 500,000. Steve, 500,000. Yeah. So 80,000, says Tanker Drive, Phil, a month to rent. Surely that's ridiculous. My house costs 425 a month to rent. It's got 2 bedrooms, a golden retriever, and a Mrs. Tanker Driver, and a gorgeous coal fire. I love the emptiness of North Lincolnshire and Yorkshire, where I've had a lovely weekend in a village called Huberholme, population 72. 72. I love it. Marilyn says, I'm the one with the LBC watch that I've had, still working since the 70s. Is it now worth a fortune? Well, to be honest with you, I don't know. Never know with these things. It's supply and demand. Supply and demand. Huberholme is an old village in Upper Wharfdale in the Yorkshire Dales. And it's quite secluded. Nearest village is Buckton. The village was a favourite place of writer and playwright J.B. J.B. what? I don't know. J.B. what? It's very pretty. Look at that. J.B. Priestley. Oh, blimey, that's why. And does it? It looks like Heartbeat territory, doesn't it? Do you know I watched Heartbeat territory? I was watching Heartbeat the other day, and guess who was on it? Benedict Cumberbatch. And I remember looking at him going, when did he do this? And the answer is he obviously did it ages and ages ago. Benedict Cumberbatch was on that. And Jonathan says, you are right, Steve. The location may change, but my office is wherever I am. Airport, Cross Trainer, Hotel, Barbados, Four Seasons, Hotel, Beverly Hills. And that's where it is. It's that old song, isn't it, Jonathan? Wherever I lay my hat, that's my home. Daniel Craig was in Heartbeat as well in the 90s. I do like Heartbeat. I thought it was very well filmed, very well written. I thought it was just lovely, actually. Just very nice. Do you ever watch Richard Osman's House of Games with celeb contestants? Very entertaining, says Duncan in Hampton Park. Yeah, somebody says, as I said, that they should axe Pointless if he's not going to be on it. Unless they can save the money. The BBC are looking to save money. So, I mean, let's wait till Nadine Dorries gets her claws in that one. Whew. I'd be panicking over things. I mean, the amount of people they've got working on programmes is quite phenomenal. It's an awful lot of people. In fact, 10 celebrities you didn't know who had cameo appearances in Heartbeat. First of all, Daniel Craig. Oh, Celia Imrie, best known for everything. Gary Barlow, he played a singer-songwriter. What else? I remember seeing that one. Twiggy, Dame Leslie Lawson, Benedict Cumberbatch. He was at that. I remember seeing that one. Charlotte Church, Greengrass, and Emily Atack, Frances de la Tour. She's very famous, isn't she? And then Julian Fellows, the man who created Downton Abbey. Stephen Graham, who was in Line of Duty, This Is England, all sorts of things. Highly acclaimed. They've taken everybody, haven't they? They've taken everybody, which is, I think it's very good, actually. It's a bit like LBC. O'Brien is on holiday this week, cosmetic surgery. Thailand. He'll probably come back being called something different, actually. We've got Wes Streeting, Shadow Health Secretary, in for him today. You've got the Mayor later on in the week. You've got David Lammy. You've got Rachel Reeves tomorrow, who we've got Chris Bryant on Wednesday and Sadiq Khan on Thursday. So I don't think we've ever done it where we've had a week of all different people. So you're going to be getting lots and lots of different thoughts on the radio. So that should be very interesting. From 10 this morning on LBC. What was the other one that we had? Oh, there's a prolonged fight back to end the gull menace. So on all the chimney pots, they put spikes. Well, it doesn't necessarily work. They'll perch on anything. We've still got them. And at the moment, they're nest building to have yet more ghastly baby pigeons all over. The mess is phenomenal. It really is. Luckily, we have somebody who sort of comes and washes everything down. But even so, it's just dreadful. Farewell to the Eagle Has Landed legend, writer of books, and homeowner. Ordered to demolish a monster mansion, bought 2 houses, knocked them in together, put up a new mansion, and the council went, Excuse me, you can't put that up there. Why? Says the bloke. They go, You've got no planning permission. And by the way, it's refused. So you will tear it down. So he's had to tear it down. Do you remember there was the bloke who built a mansion behind some bales of straw? He built it and he covered the outside with bales of straw. And they didn't know until somebody went, Have you had a look round the back? It's a house. They built a house. And so again, he had to take it down. Very famous. Made all the news. Police are investigating Cristiano Ronaldo after an Everton fan's phone got smashed. And Chelsea. Remember Chelsea? I know, Roman Abramovich. That's the one who's having to ask people to lend him money. Well, obviously, he's trying to rake it in by selling a meal of cauliflower and celery for £8. I mean, called taking the Michael, isn't it, Mr. Abramovich? Hope you'll do that. Jack Whitehall says he'll never do Strictly. He's waiting for Naked Attraction. Well, I happen to know for a fact that Jack says he would never, ever take his clothes off in a film again, because in one film he did, and then people were freezing the picture and putting it up on the internet. And to say that he's, put it this way, they're not going to be calling him Bungalow anytime soon. That was, Joan Collins went out with Bungalow Bill Wiggins. They said nothing upstairs. It was all downstairs. Live in hope.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Monday. I don't know. I feel like this year is racing through already. You know, we're sort of ploughing on through April. And I've got a doctor's appointment this week. In fact, actually, I think it's tomorrow. Hate it. I have to make things up. I have to write down numbers I think I've made, which is ridiculous. Shane says, I watched Beautiful Thing on DVD last night. Haven't watched it for ages. Stands up well, doesn't it? Stands up very well. Very good for... I'm going to sneeze. Thank you. There you go. What if you could spread germs through a microphone? Probably not. Probably not. But no, it's very good. It stands up very, very well. I wonder what they're doing now, the boys who are in that. Such a good one. And from Hassan, he says, this morning, Steve, I'm at the border of Zimbabwe and Zambia border, overlooking the Zambezi River, the Victoria Falls. How lovely. Waiting for my ride to take me into town. How lovely. By the Zambezi. Victoria Falls. That's worth watching. They do this ferry that goes underneath the Victoria, and you all get issued with a Mac. It's a piece of cheap plastic, and you just sort of throw it on to stop yourself getting drenched. It is amazing. Absolutely amazing. There you go. There's one of the boys. He retired from acting in 2007. No kidding. 2003. Good Lord. Last seen selling cars. Wow. I can't remember his name. What was his name? Glenn Barry. Glenn Barry. There were two of them. I can't remember what the name of the other one was. Scott Neal. That's right. Now, Scott Neal, didn't he go into the Bill? I seem to remember he went into the Bill. They were both really good. The trouble is that acting is one of those professions. It's kind of, you go into it, then all of a sudden the work dries up, or something else happens, or something happens to you, or, you know, you get a long running. I mean, my friend Gary Hales, strange enough, a friend of mine sent me a poster the other day with Gary Hales in pantomime, and it said Barry from EastEnders. It was lovely. Scott Neal is a British actor, best known for his roles in The Bill, first in guest roles as Ryan Keating and Carl Sims, and later as a regular cast member, Luke Ashton. Also known for his role in EastEnders as Jason Adams. Really? I don't remember that. Isn't it funny they don't put down Beautiful Thing? It was such a... I don't know if you ever saw Beautiful Thing. It was set in Thamesmead, and it was a gay relationship. And it was... the funny thing was... Two schoolboys, yeah. But it was interesting for the fact that Thamesmead Radio, which my friend used to work on, they filmed, the apartment that they used was their studios. And Thamesmead is this sort of concrete jungle. And it was really... Linda Henry was in it. Absolutely fabulous as the mum. She was like everybody... You wanted her as your mum. If you were going to come out as gay, she'd be the woman you'd want to stick up for you there and everything else. And it was brilliant film. I remember when they did it, because I think we had Scott in to talk about it. They didn't earn very much money at all. But so he was in EastEnders. Oh, right. Because you always wish that people sort of kept on working. It was very difficult. Who was the one who was in London's Burning who got turned over by the fake sheikh, I think, and that sort of effectively killed his career, which was one of those things. The newspapers had this power years ago to sort of... Who? I can't remember his name. No, you'd have to. It was definitely London's Burning, and he was sort of the young kid in it. John Alford, that's right. Now, what's he doing now? You remember all these people, don't you? Because you've seen them on the television, you've read about them in the newspapers, and then you think, but I wonder what they're doing now. You know, I know where I am, and I know where, you know, loads of my friends are and things like that. But people who've been mega on the television, all of a sudden they just disappear, and you think to yourself, Nobody plans for something like that. Sam says, talking of your Channel 5 programme of Working Hard, how on earth should you do a TV show and the radio in one day, one after the other? Yeah, it was exactly what it was, one after the other. It was very tiring. But the trouble is, once you're on a roll, you do it. I used to park the car underneath at Stephen Street. That's where the studio's. I wasn't doing this shift. And then I'd literally finish, offset, change, downstairs in the car park, and then straight over to ITN, which is where we were at the time. So Stephen Street, just off Tottenham Court Road, they built the studios for us. They built studios, dressing room, everything. I've never seen anything like it. It was quite unbelievable. Quite unbelievable. Television has lots more money than radio. Radio, you can turn out, you know, programmes relatively inexpensively. An hour programme on the radio takes an hour. You know, the person who might have to edit it, but the producer could take a little bit more. If you do an hour programme for television, it could take God knows how many people to do it. Look at poor little Brooklyn Beckham. Struggled to make a sandwich with the help of 62 people. Really bad. Did you know it was on this Monday last year that the shops and gyms reopened after being closed since January, says Mark? I can't believe it. I mean, I looked at the buildings down here. where you'd sort of, many of them have closed. Many of them closed. I don't know how they, survived in the first place, but lots of places closed. And I remember I was getting quite panicky over Joe Allen's and Little Italy and places like that, that I wanted to sort of remain open. You become a bit selfish. If something disappears, I mean, looking at the, Oxford Circus, and you looked at all the closed shops down there and the roads deserted, completely deserted. I can remember driving in. I didn't, I had a driver. And we were coming in and we didn't see a bus, a taxi, nothing. We saw absolutely nothing. You could drive through Piccadilly Circus, totally deserted. It was like Armageddon. It was the most peculiar sensation I've ever seen in my entire life. If I lived to be 43 and a half, it was just everywhere. It was nowhere. You forget that there were no cars, there were no buses, there was no trains, there was nothing being operated. And normally Piccadilly Circus, most nights of the week, there are bars that are open and people are out there partying and stuff like that. And there was nothing. We didn't see a taxi for love nor money. Dreadful, really, isn't it? When you think, how it was. It's supposedly getting a bit better. And let's hope it stays that way. Steve, I did the Victoria Falls bungee jump back in 1999 with the Army, says Steve. It was a once-only thing, believe me. Yes, I wouldn't want to do that. Did you see that thing that they were showing it on YouTube? And it was somebody they were doing a very, very, very high bungee jump. And they went, okay, go to that. And as they ran forward to jump off, they went, no, stop, you're not connected. And of course, by that time, they were, obviously. And they do that to wind people up. You imagine, you're there and you just go, run. And they go, no, I haven't connected you up. And of course, they fell off and they were lucky. Oh, I'd have had a heart attack. Benny from Crossroads was in Coronation Street. He was Tyrone's wife's dad. He used to run a strip joint. Yeah, he was the manager of a strip joint, Benny from Crossroads. Miss Diane. Did you before your time, Crossroads, before your time? But he was very good. I'm very excited, says Connie in Stockwell. This evening, me and my son are off to the theatre to see Patrick Duffy. Yes, he's touring. Hopefully I can have a few words with him, because to meet a Dallas star would be the biggest sensation ever. Wish me luck. Well, go wait by the stage door, and hopefully you might get something. Whether or not you get to talk to him, I don't know. I should imagine there'd be a fair number of people, waiting outside stage door. But, listen, it's worth a punt, isn't it? Mark says, Mark is in Worthing. Somebody's got to be. I was in the film Beautiful Thing. I was a barman at the Gloucester pub in Greenwich, wearing white crop jeans and a crop top I bought from Miss Selfridge. Yeah, they filmed. It was the Gloucester pub, was it, in Greenwich? Didn't they call it something else? Who was the cabaret? Was it David Dale? Or something like that? I can't remember, actually. I'm pretty certain it was. When he did the line, he said, I feel like chicken tonight. And that was all very flirty. But it was such a good... I think it was Channel 4 sponsored. I think they paid for it. And it kind of set new parameters. And I thought it was great. I thought it was absolutely great. Although, strangely, the other film that I hated, which I came to love, was a film with Matthew Broderick in it, which was Talk Song Trilogy, with Harvey Fierstein as a drag queen in a bar. And he meets Matthew Broderick, who is a male model, very successful. And he's never met anything like Harvey Fierstein before. And when I first saw the film, I saw it in Vienna. I hated it. And a friend of mine said, you're going to grow to love that film. And I said, I shouldn't think so. It was the biggest pile of rubbish I'd ever seen. Anyway, then I read a review that one of the drag queens had said, listen, this is just not believable. You go up to somebody and they say, what do you do for a living? You go, I'm a drag queen. They go, see ya. Nothing changes. And then I came to love it. I thought it was a great film. It was very well put together. And it was sad because Matthew Broderick died in it. Spoiler alert, but it's such an old film. But so Mark in Worthing was a barman in the Gloucester, because they get the bus, don't they? And they get followed by, I think the mother follows them down there to find out, because she's got a suspicion that something's going, and then she confronts him over it. It was brilliant. It was brilliant. I hope he got paid. Probably just free booze, I should imagine. Free booze, very nice. What else have we got? Complaints about guests on the all-new Question of Sport. Who did they put on there? They put on Jamie Lang from Made in Chelsea. They're a bunch of nasty-looking people, aren't they? I watched it the other day, and they were arguing about, you dissed me. You know, and it's all terribly like that. And there's these two girls, and one's saying, "Oh, you look really, really great." The other one says, "Yeah, but you didn't say that about me the other day, did you?" And I thought she was going to throw a drink over her. Seriously, they're that. So they're basically the same as all the other oddballs made in Essex, except they just speak with a different accent. That's the only reason that they're on there. And we're supposed to think that they're all terribly rich, but they're just, okay, you know, been to convent school, and it's fabulous. And so, did you go out with him? Yes. And then you got the gay one who didn't know he was gay. And he's now, I mean, this must have been filmed ages ago, because apparently they said, oh, it was so-and-so's girlfriend. I thought, well, that's a bit in the past, isn't it, I should imagine. And it must have been a repeat, yeah. And also they were showing a repeat of The Only Way is Essex. It must have been a repeat. Gemma Collins was in it. And all the other people, ghastly, honestly. Again, they all argue. You know, and only they had Joey Essex in it, and his career finished ages ago. You know, they actually put him into, was it a celebrity version of something? Nobody knew who he was. They weren't sure if he was playing stupid or really was stupid. I don't know. And then, strange enough, they asked one of Jade Goody's sons the other day if you miss her. He said no. Because he was very tiny when he was too young to know her. He said, so I only know from pictures and things like that. And so they're Jeff Brazier's children. And his life's been up and down, hasn't it? Quite literally. And so, you know, I think people were shocked when he said, no, I don't miss her because I didn't know her. You only know her from the pictures and the filming and all the rest of it. So it would have been nice to have known her, but he said, I didn't. And that's, you know, so it'll be for lots of people.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to be company. It's very nearly 19 minutes past 5, but we try not to worry too much about the time on this program. We're a bit Vegas. We're a little bit Vegas. It's a case of, you know, if you have to ask the time, you're in the wrong place. Steve, it is Dave Lynn in Beautiful Thing, and he's living down here in Brighton. I know him well, says John. Yeah, he did a programme for Channel 4 called If They'd Asked for a Lion Tamer. And I remember seeing Dave Lynn at the Black Cap. Now, what did somebody tell me about the Black Cap in Camden Town? It was a very famous drag pub, and then the drag finished ages and ages ago. Very famous people like Mark Fleming and Mrs. Shufflewick played there and everything else. But they were telling me who owned it. And I think it might be an oligarch. I don't know why. I had that in the back of my mind. But anyway, so Dave Lynn in Beautiful Thing. Very, very good. Very, very good, really. Steve, me and the family got away just. We were 2 minutes from Terminal 2 Heathrow on Saturday morning. Can you believe it? They'd shut the slip road for the M25 to Heathrow off for roadworks. We were sent back on the M4 and then the long way round, chaos. And that's before we even got to the airport. Anyway, Jen, the kids and I are now in a windy Malta. Kids wanted to use the pool yesterday, but I think we need them to thaw out after we let them in there. Maybe today. Have a good week. So Gareth, Jen, Emma and Ryan, usually Banbury, but for the week, Malta. Very nice indeed. Very nice. Well, I hope the weather improves for you. We're supposed to be getting one little bit. Steve, it was Dave Lonsdale from Heartbeat who was Kirsty's dad in Corrie, not Benny from Crossroads. Thank you. Some people just get very confused. It's an age thing as well. Steve and the team, we visited Victoria Falls a few years ago, staying in Livingstone, absolutely overwhelmed with the falls, brought me to tears of emotion. The wife, Sally, told me to get a grip. We did a microlight, though, through the mist the following day, white water rafting on the Zambezi. Lovely memories. That's from Robin Hatfield. He says, P.S. I'm sure it's Niagara Falls. You can sail under, not Victoria Falls. Well, I don't know if you actually sail under it, but you certainly go near the spray. That's all I remember, actually. And Doug says, they say if you love your job, you don't do a day's work in your life. Well, why would you? It's never seen as work. I've never thought of this as a job. Never thought, a job to me is something you get up in the morning, have to put on a certain set of clothing. And I've never had a job I hated. Never had a job I hated because I came out of school, 15, and I worked in a shop and I loved it. I always said to somebody, some friends of mine were sort of saying, what do you like about it? I said, a job is whatever you want to make it. If you want it to be the most miserable job in the entire universe, it'll be the most miserable job. If you kind of look on the bright side of life, as if, then you'll enjoy it. So I enjoyed it. I was selling carpets. I'd go home covered in fluff every day from the carpets on my suit, which actually wasn't really a suit. It was a blazer, but my mother had taken the school badge off it because there was loads of wear in it. And I always loved that job. I loved working behind a bar, looking after a bar for some friends of mine. So I loved everything to do with it. I loved working in the discos. Didn't earn a lot of money, but there again, money wasn't the main reason for doing the job. I did the job because I liked doing it. I didn't find it that difficult. In fact, really, it's been a bit charmed. So I'm not too sure about that. Kiwi Todd says, sadly, not being connected to the bungee did happen in my home country, New Zealand, in the 90s. An operator of the bungee jump at an amusement park in Auckland was smoking pot with a friend at the launch point. When the friend went to jump, he'd forgotten to attach the bungee properly. Never heard the outcome. Oh, see, I can well imagine it. I can well imagine that. Can you recommend the Orleans Art Gallery for a visit, says Paul? It's only small, but when you think there was a bigger house there. Ian says, was the drag queen Dave Lynn? Yes. Isn't it funny, they always used to call them drag queens, and I used to, watch the drag queens. I knew a couple of people called the Firebirds, and they had the most glamorous of costumes. Drag queens always had the best costumes, except Mrs. Shufflewick, who deliberately shopped in charity shops because she wanted to get that look of an old woman, and so she came on stage and she was always a bit drunk. In fact, I will look at some nice pictures. The amazing Patrick Newley, who was a good friend to this programme, wrote a book called The Amazing Mrs. Shufflewick. She appeared at the Windmill Theatre, but Rex had a problem with the booze, like really a problem, but was very funny. Looked like, he was never going to be glam. He was always going to be that character, and very distinctive. He used to come on stage. Some of the other drag queens would stand there going, right, who's given Shufflewick drinks? Because he could barely stand up on stage. But happy days. Kim says, I watched a bizarre episode of Columbo yesterday. Last salute to the commander. Still enjoyed it. The plot seemed to be all over the place. It looked ad-libbed. Mind you, I was sipping a very large malt whiskey. Salute to the Commodore. I seem to remember. And Steve, as the mayor will be on LBC this Thursday, send an email to him, your bus pass issue, says Howard. I should do, shouldn't I, really? Yeah, I'll hang around. Give me my bus pass. But they're issued by the local council, I'm led to believe. I don't know why I shouldn't better go into the local council and say, listen, this is just ridiculous. Here is my driving licence. Here is my passport. You know I live here because I pay council tax to you. Why can't I get my thing? But as I say, the person on the other end seemed oblivious to my needs. What else have we got? A drugs gang have been jailed after a 10-bedroom house was filled with 5,000 cannabis plants. Can't imagine what it must be. You open the front door and pass out, I should imagine. And a top Bridgerton executive fired by Netflix for bullying on set. Not so good, is it? Not so good. The waste charges have been binned to reduce fly tipping. They won't stop it. The people who fly tip, they know exactly what they're doing. They're not doing it to save any money. They wouldn't be paying you anyway, these sort of people. The chocolate fans slamming Cadbury's for shrinking the size of Easter eggs but still keeping them at the same price. But then you would expect that. I can't say I'm surprised. The story comes around every year. They show you the size, this is this year what, a 7-inch bar of chocolate looks like. Now it's a 6-inch bar of chocolate. It's like the celebration tins. How many chocolates are in there? Well, you've taken some out. You have to check all these different things, and they have to do it because they've got to make a profit. They're not in the business of being, nice to people. They're making a profit. Stu says, Steve, the boat that sails up to Niagara Falls is called the Maid in the Mist. Sails up to but not behind, but you can walk behind it. Did it years ago. Loved it. See, it's amazing all these people have done things. Look at that. Do you know, it's amazing that amount of water, 24 hours a day, is pouring over it. Isn't it? Have you ever seen it before? There's Maid of the Mist. There you go. Maid of the Mist. And you'll stand there with your blue Pacamax on and try not to get wet. But you do get, isn't it? I mean, it's just spectacular, isn't it? Just spectacular. I've seen people who go right up to the edge, from the top of the falls, right up to the edge, and they step up and you're like, oh, I feel sick. I can't do anything. I couldn't do anything like that. But I just think it's an amazing, look at that picture in the middle there. It is just amazing, isn't it? That much water. And then, and then there's us, little people. People have been over the top of those falls, haven't they? In a barrel. Somebody went over in a barrel. Somebody went over in a boat, I think, or something like that. I can't remember. But it sounds lovely. I've never done it, but my dad went there. He went there when it was Southern Rhodesia. That shows how long ago it was. Because he brought us back Zulu masks and everything. Where they ever went to, I've got no idea. We got these beautiful hand-carved masks. Somewhere. Yeah, in the boot of the car. That's where everything is. Tighten your belts and eat tastier food. What they've done is they've picked out all the favourite foods that you like the peanut butter and the Marmite and stuff like that. Then they found you a cheaper supermarket alternative, which can save you an awful lot of money, which is very interesting. So we'll come around to that a bit later on. And here's a picture of the I mean, there's hardly any celebrities at Brooklyn's little wedding. You know why? He doesn't know anybody. He doesn't know anybody. He doesn't get out there. He's been out with a few sort of girls, but he's also pictured in his car not wearing a seatbelt. Very unwise, but there you go. That's Brooklyn Beckham. But they were all there. Oh look, there's nobody. They had about 5 celebrities there. That was about the extent of it. Bit of a shame, isn't it? Kim Kardashian has called in lawyers in a bid to stop another sex tape being made public. She fears her ex-boyfriend, Ray J, who featured with her in the infamous video shot nearly 20 years ago, plans to make millions by releasing another intimate recording. What is it with these people? I mean, how many videos has she made? She spent hundreds of thousands of dollars hiring a crack team of attorneys to shut him down, and she's determined to protect her family at all costs. Well, you shouldn't have made him in the first place, should you? Stupid person, honestly. These people are quite ridiculous. Daniel in Welwyn Garden City says, I ran in the Kew Gardens half marathon yesterday with a section down the Thames path to Ham House, not a million miles from Twickenham. Have you been to Kew Gardens? No, never. It sounds fascinating. What is it? Is it something interesting? The BBC has apologised after a subtitle gaffe announced a news bulletin would be back on air tomorrow night at Happy Sex. That's what it said. Look North host Peter Levy told viewers in Yorkshire and Lincolnshire he would return tomorrow night at 6:30. Twitter post said, good to see Peter with a new hobby. Laugh out loud. The BBC have apologised. Well, they have to, don't they? They spend most of their life apologising. We're sorry we've got crap programmes on the television and we've got the worst presenters. Petrol chumps, more queues as the eco-mob wail on. I mean, to be honest with you, I mean, they really are a bunch of little drearies, aren't they? You can't quite get used to anybody like that. They must be... I bet they don't work. Mumsy and Dadsy probably fund it. One of the most enjoyable aspects, says Perdita, of A Question of Sport used to be seeing top sports people having a laugh in an informal setting away from the sporting environments. Why fill guest spaces with entertainers who'll pop up on every other panel show that will have them? Absolutely correct.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the east of England. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-levels. Search Skills Revolution.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company, nice. So no more, please, as so-called entertainers. Nothing entertaining about Jamie Lang, but, you know, when they pop up, they're obviously not going to say no to something because it pays a fee, but unfortunately they don't add to any of these programmes. Mark Fleming used to say Mrs. Shufflewick would ride on her bike to the Black Cap on a Sunday lunchtime, following behind the Guinness tanker with a pipe attached. I was there, says John, every Sunday lunchtime to see them both. Please drink responsibly. Oh, yeah, we used to go there as well. We used to sing. They used to have a sing-song and everything. And you just sort of join in. And, I mean, some of this are totally unrepeatable on this programme that Mark Fleming used to come up with. But Shuff would walk in, Rex, with a flat cap on and everything else, stand at the bar having a drink. Then he'd go and get changed and just involved a little bit of rouge on his nose and a bit on his cheeks. And that was about it. That was about it, but it was fabulous. Peter says, LBC, easy way around the chocolate companies who give less and charge more. Don't buy it. But if you can't resist them, Cadbury Dream Bar, the creamiest chocolate I've ever eaten. I've never heard of that. A Cadbury's Dream Bar. See, I'm not really a chocolate person, so I don't know. I mean, I've had chocolate before, quite clearly. Sort of milk or dark. Oh, right. See, I just like Bourneville chocolate. X-rated, they used to say, for adults only. But there are much better chocolates out there now. And now, of course, it's owned by the Americans. I'm not wild about buying it in the first place. But Dream Bars are white chocolate. Well, Peter likes them. That's his favourite. Oh, right. Oh, I've never seen these. Dream Bar. Smooth and creamy white chocolate. So is it like a Milky Bar? Milky Bar Kid is strong and tough, and only the best is good enough. Creamiest milk, the whitest bar. The goodness, that's in Milky Bar. Milky Bars are on me. Remember that? The Milky Bar Kid. He always had to be blonde, didn't he? And Jane says, my husband has flown over Niagara Falls in a World War II Lancaster bomber based in Canada. Oh, there's lots of these planes, aren't there? Lots of these planes around. How lovely thing to do, though, isn't it? I like stuff like that. More than 3,000 sailors and marines have taken part in the Royal Navy's biggest Arctic Circle military exercise in decades. Temperatures down to -30. One wonders why. And a top Bridgerton executive has been fired by Netflix chiefs amid claims of abusive behaviour and bullying on set. Production design boss Dave Arrowsmith was working on a big-budget spin-off, but it's been claimed the veteran TV and film bigwig's behaviour crossed the line with colleagues. It goes on all the time now, doesn't it, all these things? And you start wondering. People must realise that if you bully somebody, there's likely to be some sort of comeuppance. And in his case, it was a case of out. We don't want this kind of thing. Which is a shame. A great shame. I love the story of the youngster who's collected more than 500 Easter eggs to give to a kids' charity and hospital in memory of her brother. Ellie Spackman, 8 years old, has already handed over 900 eggs since Arthur, who was 2, died in 2019. Parents Charlotte and Ashley, both 34, take her on Easter chalk runs to Gloucester Royal Hospital and a trust-giving respite for life-limiting children. They cared for Arthur, who was born with a terminal genetic condition. How sad. How very sad. But already handed over 900 eggs, so good for her. And 8 years old. Big responsibility to take in something like that, isn't it, when you're 8 years old? You don't understand about it. And the Queen has told how COVID left her tired and exhausted. She was doing a catch-up via video link to the Royal London Hospital's 155-bed COVID ward named after her. Yes, we've named a COVID ward after you, Your Majesty. Thrills. That must be nice, wasn't it, really? And the biggest Sam Whaley-Cohen victory since he helped save the royal family. He did very well, didn't he? If only I'd thought of putting money on it. It was 50-1. That was the price. You can imagine. Oh, dear. Nearly could have thought about retiring. Not. And a great-granddad has become the world's oldest wing walker at 95. Have you ever done wing walking? No, of course you haven't. So you do it on a sort of like a biplane, and they strap you on, and then off you go. Yes, we'll have to go one time. Yeah, let me know when you can't do it. Dream Bar, says Peter, doesn't taste like a Milky Bar. It has a taste all of its own. It's the creamiest I've ever eaten. Just don't eat the first square, because after that you can't stop. Sounds like you've got an addictive personality. Do you know, why don't they make banana chocolate? Banana chocolate. I was going to buy, there was an ice cream van outside one of the museums yesterday. It was obviously licensed because they were plugged into the pavement thing, you have to have a key for and everything else. And he had banana lollies. He was charging £2.50 for banana lollies. I thought that was too much. My friend Darren said, that's a lot of money. He said, come over, you're not having one. Yeah, it's quite normal though, isn't it, really? £2.50. And I just could have eaten a banana lolly yesterday. They're just something. Have you ever had a banana lolly? Oh, they're delicious. Absolutely delicious. They're just like, they do a proper one, actually. Chapman's ice cream, banana lolly, gluten-free, peanut. Well, of course it is. It's banana. How lovely. I mean, you can actually freeze bananas, then squeeze it out, so it turns out like they're delicious, aren't they? £1.50. And they're in stock as well. Don't you think they'd have melted by the time they get to you? Always worried about things like that. Yeah, it's in the post. We put it in the post box, all right? God in heaven. Did you watch a series called Turtles Progress in the 70s? Main characters, John Landry, Michael Atwell and Ruby Head. It was a hilarious and a great story for each episode. We watch it every 2 years and it's still fabulous, says Mike. I've never even heard of it. Turtles Progress. No. Obviously it didn't sort of make that much of an impact on people's lives, did it? But let's have a look. A British television, the Offbeat show attracted a small audience, and the show ran for 2 series. Theme music written and sung by Alan Price. I liked Alan Price a lot. If you need some chocolate, come to Dunn's Bakery in Crouch End. Busy making more right now, says Neil. If you need some chocolate. So you're making chocolate. How do you make chocolate? Do you just sort of cocoa beans or something like? I don't know. I've got no idea. But Dunn's Bakery are the ones who send in all those donuts. Remember, every year. Yeah, and we get chocolate as well, do we? Oh, right. I'm never around for the chocolate bit, Neil. I never get the chocolate bit. They always used to, if anything turned up after I'd left, they'd all eat it, whatever it was. It had my name on it. They were terrible, honestly. They'd say, "You've just eaten my chocolate." No, I haven't had some chocolate. My mother used to just melt chocolate in is it Bain Marie or something like that? And that was quite nice. So basically you have a saucepan full of water, you heat it up, you put a glass bowl over the top of it and melt the chocolate in, and then you stir in the Rice Krispies. It's dead easy. Then you spoon them out, put them in paper cases, let them harden off, and then you eat them. And then you can wipe your finger around the bowl as well at the same time. So Dunn's Bakery in Crouch End. If you can smell chocolate, that's the place to go to this morning. Neil will happily sort of let you sniff the chocolate. Do you know what I had this morning to eat? Because ever since I've discovered it's really good for me, I feel much better about it. Smoked salmon. I buy these 3 packs for 10 quid. And Peter says, of course I've got an addictive personality. I listen to your show. I can't understand that either. I know that sounds a really strange thing to say. But when people say, like, I was talking to some people in Joe Allen's on Saturday who listened to the programme. And they said, really love it, Steve. Love waking up 4 o'clock in the morning. Even people who work in Joe Allen's listen to the programme, which is somewhat bizarre. And it does have an addictive personality. I don't know what it is. Even people who don't like it listen all the time. And they're the funniest. They're the funniest. They listen more, which is even funnier. But Peter, we're very grateful. As Terry Wogan said, I'm very pleased to be your friend. It's as simple as that. Britain's cheapest shop. Have you ever heard of this one? I didn't know there was such a thing. It's called the 20p shop. He sells everything for 20p. Steve Nelson launched this 4 years ago. It's been a huge success. One lucky punter had their jewellery valued at 120 quid. They paid 20p for it. He says, we have customers coming in 2 or 3 times a day to see what's fresh on the shelves. Good Lord above. So they were originally market traders, so they know everybody loves a bargain. And the stuff he gets in is incredible. Somebody said, other days he's got nothing. Then all of a sudden there's a hidden gem and he sells it for 20p. Well, he must be making a profit. Otherwise he wouldn't. It's still in operation 4 years on. 4 years on. And so they do greetings cards. He said, we're not afraid of buying in bulk. May buy 100,000 items at a time to keep the price down. It has to work at 20p. So they sell drinks, biscuits, sweeties. They do furniture. What sort of furniture do you get for 20p? Well, 3p sweet. And they also sell pot noodles, crisps, and other things which might have just gone beyond their sell-by date. People have bought this jewellery for 20p, taken it to the jewellers. They've said it's 120. So there are bargains to be had. So they're opening these shops, the 20p shop. I mean, to be honest with you, it looks a bit like a charity shop, doesn't it? It does look a bit disorganised. They sell everything, so you can go and buy all their clothes for 20 pence. Oh, you can imagine their till must be full of silly 20 pence pieces. How annoying. Yeah, I would hope they take cash. Simon says, if you slice a few bananas into 1-inch slices and then freeze them and then blitz them into a powder in a blender, add a couple of dollops of creme fraiche and whip them for a few seconds, and presto, you have banana ice cream that is sugar-free. Well, it's easy to go and buy banana ice cream, isn't it? It's actually make the blooming stuff. Ingredient in most ice creams now? Seaweed. Seaweed is the binding agent in most ice creams. Yeah. What do you mean? Just look at me like that, honestly. Well, you mustn't doubt me. As James O'Brien said once, don't ever question Steve Allen, he's always right. Gary says, I discovered on Saturday that Iceland do ambrosia ice cream as an ambrosia rice. Lovely. Had it yesterday with rhubarb crumble. Oh, how lovely. Rhubarb crumble. Oh, that sounds a bit nice, doesn't it? Hot rhubarb crumble, or would that be cold rhubarb crumble? It's got to be hot, hasn't it, really? You can't have it any other way. And I don't mind whether it's ice cream or whether it's custard. I'm not really too fussed. You like custard? Actually, sometimes I have bought just a tin of custard and eaten it. And they do the Devon custard in little pots. So you eat it like a yoghurt. Oh, no, I have it cold. I've never heated it in my life. Woke up this morning, Steve. Wait a minute. I've missed my... Oh, there it is. Missed my mouse. It disappeared momentarily. Woke up this morning And my eye is swollen up and my face, I look like the Elephant Man. Not a good look, but listening to your show before work. Hope all is well. I need to get down to the 20p shop and get some eye drops. Yes, if your eye is swollen up and your face as well. Your face won't have swollen up. It would be the eye. And it could be just an eye infection, which you might have picked up somewhere. So it could be conjunctivitis or something like that, or glue eye, as they call it. Could be all sorts of things. Hay fever? Hay fever? I don't know. Swollen eye? Does that sound like hay fever? I don't think so. But you might have picked up an infection and you rubbed your eye, and that would then infect it. Look at me giving out medical advice. Honestly, so I'm only likening it to my own medical advice that I have to give myself.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Seems to get worse and worse for Rishi Sunak and his wife, who's now moved out because they've got a child in boarding school. But apparently she's now facing a tax probe after she gave her UK firm $4.3 million in interest-free loans. So the loans could be found to circumvent the terms of her non-dom tax status. So confusing, isn't it? I mean, there's no chance this man ever becoming prime minister now. It's like you're watching the collapse of somebody who's sort of, making all sorts of threats. Because it's interesting, the health secretary admitted that from 2000 to 2006, he had non-dom status while constantly globetrotting and was at times entirely resident abroad. It all gets so confusing, doesn't it, really? But he was said to have considered quitting following the tax revelations, including that he'd kept hold of a US green card. Kept that one a bit quiet. So in other words, the Chancellor has now written to the Prime Minister to ask for an investigation into his financial affairs to determine whether all the interests were properly declared. Well, I mean, they're supposed to know these things, aren't they, really? So he's asked the Prime Minister to refer him to Lord Gate, who's the independent advisor on ministers' interests, after days of criticism. He said he'd always followed the rules and he hoped the review would provide further clarity. Yeah, it just smells a bit, doesn't it? We know it's not illegal. It just smells a bit, We'll wait and see, shall we? I'm sure there's more to come out. But they're going to try and find out where the leak was, because there must be a leak somewhere. Somebody must have mentioned it to somebody. It doesn't just appear out of nowhere. Steve, I've booked my flight for May to Brazil with Lufthansa for my daughter Lillian's graduation ceremony and party. She passed an accountancy degree, says Conrad. Well, pretty posh. Actually, strangely enough, they were doing the Royal Ballet. It was on Sky Arts the other day in Brazil. They were touring in Brazil, but they had various members who'd gone down with COVID. And also the heat they were having problems working with. But ballet, I've decided it's okay. I've never seen a full ballet. I've watched little bits of them, but the one I did watch, if you remember, so they do the ballet, it's all lovely, then they all come out to take the curtain call, da-da-da-da, you would think that'd be the end of it. Nope, curtains part again, then the other minor members come out and they bow and they curtsy, and then they go off stage, and then others come on, and then the curtain comes down again, you think that's finished. No, up goes the curtain again, and out come more people, and they get given bunches of flowers. It drags on for about 20 minutes to half an hour. It's the most dreary, boring garbage you've ever seen in your entire life. I mean, listen, just say to him, listen, there's a bunch of flowers in your dressing room and a bowl of fruit if you want it. Take it. Take it. Steve, it's weird. Nearly every day, says Jilly, an ice cream van parks outside Harrods, causing lots of traffic disruption, never gets moved on. Oh, well, there's loads of those ice cream vans all over London, and what they do is there's so much money in ice cream. You see them. They used to be years ago. You can check it out on Google. Ice cream wars. In London, people would fight to get to the prime spots by the museums and everything else. The police would then have a job to sort of get them off the streets again. And yesterday, there weren't just the ice cream van that was outside, but there's somebody selling roasted chestnuts and bits and pieces like that. In Glasgow, in the 80s, ice cream vans were used by gangs as a front for selling drugs. Over here, we had big problems with the families fighting for the best spaces in London, and the museums will be one of the top places because you've got all the kids queuing up and they see it and an ice cream. An ice cream. That was me yesterday. Want an ice cream? I didn't get it, but you always get them near Harrods. They park around the back a lot of the time because the sort of people who are going into Harrods go, an ice cream. Let's have an ice cream. Can't take it in the store. Another banana lolly, for sale. And they do hot dogs and stuff like that. So, to be honest with you, who doesn't? I'm told there's a huge amount of profit in them. Huge amount of profit in, in ice cream and ice. I wouldn't mind doing that. You just have to bend over to, lean to the window. Yes, what do you want? Cherry lolly. Oh, God, honestly, it'll be in here somewhere, won't it? You've got to lift up the top of the freezer and find out where the cherry lolly... See, there's a flavour they don't do. Have you ever heard of a cherry lolly? No. We used to have orange, lemon, lime, banana, and strawberry lollies and raspberry lollies, but no cherry lollies. Perhaps they don't even do cherry lollies. But they should do, really. They should be tangy. Very, very tangy. Of course they do. Sour cherry and raspberry blasters at the Co-op. Look at the colour of that thing. It's almost like it's wandered out of a nuclear reactor. Cherry brandy. Oh, that sounds lovely. Cherry brandy. Stella ice cream, mate. Cherry brandy. Mouth-watering cherry brandy flavour ice lolly. How delicious. Oh, look at that. Cherry lemonade pops. Yum, yum, yum. Pink frozen cherry ice. Yum, yum, yum. It's all too exciting, isn't it? Honestly, you kids are lucky being off school and you can go and get ice. Because the cheapest place to go is Iceland, where you can get a box of 10 lollies or 12 lollies for £1. Seriously. Or failing that, you buy the boxes of the unfrozen ones and you freeze them yourself. Ice pops, I think they're called. We used to have those because they were cheap and cheerful. Jack Higgins, best known for his World War II novel, The Eagle Has Landed, has died aged 92. His real name was Henry Patterson. He published 85 books, most in the spy genre. He sold more than 250 million copies worldwide, reputedly earning more than £4 million a year. The publisher, HarperCollins, referred to him simply as the Legend. That's nice, isn't it? Just to be called the Legend, which was very nice. Motorists in the south facing chaos after demonstrators closed down 1 in 3 petrol stations. Around 1,200 pumps were shut yesterday, the campaign for Fair Fuel says. One driver, Julie Ellis of Essex, said on social media, "I'm in the red," because that's when the little thing goes, bing, bing, mine pings up, puts a picture of a petrol pump like I'm stupid, and I've got no idea. Bookies have cut the odds on Easter being the hottest on record, with 21 degrees centigrade highs, making it warmer than Mallorca this week. What is the temperature today? Do we have a good temperature today? Something nice? Because then I can take the plants out and put them out there. 17 degrees, sunny intervals and a moderate breeze. Tuesday goes up to 18, Wednesday 19, Thursday 20, then back down on Friday. That's okay, isn't it? 34. It's not very sunny, no. But it doesn't matter. The top temperature today will be between 2 and 4 o'clock. It'll go to 18 degrees, but you're going to get that tomorrow anyway. Just when I have to go to the doctor, it's going to be 18 degrees. Typical, isn't it? Steve, I read on Twitter you visited the V&A. I want to see the Beatrix Potter exhibition. You need to book for it. You need to book for it. It's a bookable exhibition. And was she Snoot? Yes, the woman. Yes. We were just looking at the board, and Darren said to this woman standing with all badges around her neck, and said, "Oh, where's the Beatrix Potter exhibition? Do you have tickets?" And so he said, "No." "Are you members?" "No." "Well, you can't go. It's fully booked." And that was that. He said, "That was a bit rude, wasn't it?" I said, "Well, kind of everything, I suppose." "I'm addicted," says John, "to rhubarb crumble. No custard required. I was at school. It was a regular dessert. And I used to tell my classmates who didn't want a dessert to get one and give it to me. So I had a few. Oh, I love it. Love it, love it, love it. Just stewed rhubarb. You don't have to have, the top on it or anything like that. Oh, what about Imran Khan ousted? Always thought he was a bit stuck up, actually. I think he's the first Prime Minister to be actually ousted. He didn't quite achieve what he thought he could. He was always in the papers. Every day he was in the papers about, going out with this woman or that woman. He was a bit of a playboy and everything else because he played cricket and he was known as being fit. And then he was the first Pakistani Prime Minister now to be ousted by a vote of no confidence. It's obviously not so great, I'm afraid. Please give a shout out to Julian Morecambe from all her friends from the original Spikers Facebook group, says little Julie. So there you go, Julian Morecambe. You have duly been mentioned on the programme. Brooklyn Beckett. Oh, there was no celebrities at this wedding, unless you call shouty, rude, foul-mouthed man a celebrity. And I didn't go. And then they had Harper. I don't know who actually designed the dresses for the little ones, although Harper isn't little now. She seems to have all of a sudden gone from little to they seem to shoot up, don't they? But the dresses weren't very exciting. And there's no pictures of what sort of mummy's wearing. bit difficult. Dave was wearing his usual thing, somebody else's hair, and the tattoos all visible. And then there were Eva Longoria, I think, but she turns up at the opening of a fridge. Apparently she was in the Desperate Housewives programme, which I never saw, but I'm sure she was marvellous there. I can't remember how many guests there were supposed to be, about 120 or something, but it was a Jewish wedding. Well, neither Harper is Jewish nor his bride, so why it was a Jewish wedding, I've got no idea. Probably for the father, I think. And just leaving home to travel to Norfolk for another week's filming of The Shepherd with John Travolta. What a nice man he is, and a lovely part of our county. Oh, you're filming with I don't know who that one's from, actually. Just leaving home to travel to Norfolk for another week's filming of The Shepherd with John Travolta. The father's Jewish, but apparently she's not. For some reason, I don't know why. But, so, it seems a bit odd, doesn't it, really? But I'm sure they had a wonderful time. So John Travolta is nice. So who is that from? I don't know who that's from. I can't work. Oh, there's no name. Have they sent before? Would there be... Sometimes they've sent before, and then we can read who it is. Who? Frank. Well, he's another week's filming of The Shepherd. That's what is The Shepherd? I don't know what The Shepherd is, but it's with John Travolta, because you got pictures of him all the other day. He was in and out of supermarkets and having selfies taken and everything else. And it's about a pilot flying Suffolk's RAF Lakenheath. Oh, right. So he went to a Morrison's store in Fakenham. He's done all sorts of things, actually, John Travolta. Did you hear that James O'Brien was appealing on air, for him to come on his full disclosure programme? He didn't, of course. That's a bit like sort of the Beckhams expecting any members of the royal family to turn up to NAF wedding, I mean, it's not going to be happening anytime soon, is it, really? Other pictures, SAS Who Dares Win star Rudy Reyes, I think it is, says he's met aliens. Here we go again, the Doolally people. And his wife has seen UFOs. He says the truth is out there. We're not the only ones in the universe. Jackanory. Honestly, they go round the bend, don't they? He said, just recently my missus saw a UFO fly across in Nevada and it eclipsed the sky. It was crescent moving towards the sky. Do I believe it? I'm sure of it. There are lots of things we barely understand, yeah? Your brain workings will be a first one. Honestly, my wife knows aliens and all the rest of it. I mean, where are these people from, for goodness sake? And Alex Berriford is going to get married. His girlfriend has agreed to marry him. He's 41, she's 29.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your Universal Credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. 4 minutes past 6. Welcome to Monday. Welcome to this is it seems to be an extended Easter type of holiday thing, doesn't it, really? A lot of people are flying away, a lot of people are going on holiday, the kids are not at school, mercifully. Mind you, the trains are completely empty. I've never known anything like it. Normally you get on the train and the kids get on and they've got their bags and this and that. I mean, sometimes the bags that the kids are taking on the trains are bigger than they are. It's hilarious, and they used to pile them up in the corridors. I mean, I've stopped taking those trains. They used to drive me crackers. But during the holidays, everything deserted. Everything absolutely deserted. It's fantastic. I love it. Love it. Steve, I've heard Darren on Ian Dale's All Talk podcast. When's your turn? They have asked. I'm negotiating currently a fee at the moment. So it's also got to fit in with me because of the time I work and because of the time Ian works. We're sort of, our agents are talking to each other, about whether Steve could be available for this. It will be the most popular in the history of podcasting, as you can well imagine. Sarah and Mouse the Greyhound in Bromley. Good morning. I still want to know more about this film with John Travolta. Fun film about the RAF, and it's called Shepherd. Where does the word shepherd fit into anything? But if it's about the RAF, I'm all in favour of it. So we'll have to wait and find out how long it's going to be for filming. I like things like that. And I quite like John Travolta. He went through he got loads of bad publicity, didn't he? At one point they were talking about his sexuality and things like that in America. But he flies his own plane. That's why, of course, he flies planes. So he could probably do his own stunts. So it's based on a Frederick Forsyth novella, The Shepherd, which is about a pilot who leaves Germany on Christmas Eve in 1957 en route to RAF Lakenheath and what he encounters along the way. It's only a little short film, but because I'm assuming it's got some sort of feature of flying in it, Travolta is a long-time pilot who recently got his Boeing 737 license. He's 68 now. 68! Imagine being 68. And still working. Unbelievable. So now we know what it is. So it's a little... Why do they show little films now? They won't be doing a cinema release, will they? Netflix? Oh, I don't know. That seems to be on everything, doesn't it, really? Every single thing. Denise Van Outen confessed she raided a church for communion wine after an all-night bender. That seems to be the extent of her book. It's just basically getting drunk, behaving badly and making up things and all the rest of it. But it's sort of... It fills a little bit in the paper. Obviously, the book's not selling, so they've got to try and do something to gain some interest in it. Jeremy Clarkson says he doesn't believe in the afterlife and reckons he'll end up in landfill. It's not very nice, is it, really? The Loudmouth, whose birthday is today, says, I turned 62, which means death can't be that far away for me. He's only 62. I thought he was so much older, but there you go. He said, it's not that I believe I'm going to a better place, and that in this better place I'll be enjoying a refreshing glass of milk and some honey with all my dead friends. I know I'm going to a hole where I shall rot. Oh, it's nice, isn't it? How old do you think Clive Dunn was when he took on the role of Corporal Jones in Dad's Army? 48. 48. He was very... They don't like it up at Mr. Mannering. He was like that all the time. Yeah, you would have thought so, wouldn't you? But not. Householders will no longer have to pay to get shot of DIY waste as the government tackles the £400 million a year fly tipping epidemic. Why don't you just throw people in prison? You know who they are. You know where they come from. Come on. The Environment Minister, Joe Churchill, said enough is enough. Away we go. More talk. More postulating. Oh, no, we want to do away with this. People go fly tipping. Of course they do. Of course they do. And Strictly Bosses want to sign a CBeebies host who has Down syndrome. Producers reckon Kids' favourite, who is called George Webster, would be a hit with viewers. He's very good, but I'm hoping that they're putting him on there, not just to raise awareness. And the sources said after Rose Ayling-Ellis shone her light on the deaf community, they want to push boundaries. It's not pushing boundaries. That really is not pushing boundaries. You're putting him on there because he's got Down syndrome and he's a perfectly pleasant presenter. You can't force somebody into doing something. There's never been a contestant with Down syndrome. No, because believe you me, you would have told us, wouldn't you? You seem to find everything else. So, we're now looking for, presumably, there'll have to be another gay person on Strictly. They seem to have to tick all the boxes on the BBC. I don't quite understand why they feel it necessary to do it. They never used to do it. They just picked people because they were interesting. Now it's ticking boxes. Will Smith's career, as I say, it's going. It's going. A Hollywood exec said his whole professional life is crashing down around him. It's beginning to sink in. He's now doomed to be an outcast. Apparently, Smith's role in Fast and Loose has been quietly moved to the back burner, with questions over the council and Bright 2. So he won't have any work very shortly, and all because of that slap. You just cannot do it. 10-year ban from all Academy events. 10-year ban. By that time, it's finished. It's finished now, let alone finished in 10 years' time. What have we got? Too little sleep piles on the pounds, apparently. Imagine. So if you don't sleep, you pile on the... Why would that be if you don't sleep? I mean, I would have thought, actually... Yeah, but, well, I'm not insomnia. I sleep really, really well, actually. So it's not lack of sleep. I mean, sometimes I sort of wake up and I sort of think, I've only been in bed about 4 hours. And but I've never... But apparently it piles on the pounds, including dangerous fat around vital organs. If only I had a vital organ, that'd be something worth talking about. It affects everybody, regardless of age, health or size. So there you go. Lack of sleep leads to a 9% increase in total abdominal fat area and an 11% increase in abdominal visceral fat. Oh, it's a clinic in Minnesota. We don't need to worry about it. It's nothing to do with us. If it happens in Minnesota, it stays in Minnesota. Much easier. And the homeowner, Gowinder Singh, bulldozed his modest semi-detached house and replaced it with a 4-bedroom property, which neighbours say has made their lives hell. Walsall Council slapped Mr Singh with an enforcement notice, ordering him to tear the building down after 95 complaints. One neighbour said the house is bloody huge. It looks like a horrible monster mansion. But he didn't have planning permission, so no planning permission, no house. Okay, doesn't matter who you are, no planning. You have to have planning permission. And you know what they're like? You know what they're like. And do you know that humans inherited their love of booze from primates, who apparently gorged on fruit containing alcohol? So hence sort of drunk monkeys, be ferment. Well, that's what it says here. It's monkey see and monkey brew, which seems fair enough. Boffins have looked at urine samples from black-handed spider monkeys in Panama, and they can see that without a shadow of a doubt that wild primates with no human interference consume fruit containing ethanol. So basically, that's why they sit there looking. They're going to fall over because they're basically drunk. I mean, some of this fruit has an alcohol content of up to 7%. So they're testing monkeys' urine. Yes, I don't know how they do things like that. There was a place in Japan where they pictured monkeys and they swim in these waters which are warm. They're thermal baths, heated, but there's ice and snow all around them, and all these monkeys are sitting in there to keep warm because they get cold. It's like going to the theatre, and especially the theatre museum, as used to be now, and have a look at all the stuff that they've got. And Steve, somebody says, is it Wes Streeting that's on This Morning After Nick? Says Eddie, it is. It is. Wes Streeting is doing today. Who is tomorrow? I think tomorrow is going to be Rachel Reeves. Wednesday is going to be Chris Bryant. Sadiq Khan on Thursday. David Lammy on Good Friday. And it's always a Good Friday. So James O'Brien off this week. Different people filling in every day, which is good. It's very nice. So Wes Streeting today. Was it Clive Dunn who sang Grandad We Love You? It was. And apparently, Steve, despite being an RAF station, Lakenheath currently only hosts United States Air Force units and personnel. There we are. There are these monkeys. And so they're there all year round, and they sit in there. It's like having a hot bath. But look, the snow's coming down. Isn't it remarkable? You'd think that they'd sit there free, but if they're in the water, it's all nice, and they go to sleep in the water as well. It's very sweet, isn't it? But you wouldn't want to get in after they've been in it. Because I should imagine they just go to the toilet and everything. They don't really care. But it's freezing cold. There's snow everywhere. These are macaques. And you'll find them on YouTube. And very nice they are too. Oh, look, lovely. Tattooed people. This is the Tattoo Tea Party. And it's people who've had literally every... It was at the Manchester Central Convention Complex. Every part of their body tattooed. Now, there is a Japanese cult. To be a member of a gang in Japan, they are covered in tattoos. And you only know they're covered in tattoos when they take their suits off and their entire body from top to bottom. And these are people here whose faces are all tattooed. Why on earth you'd ever want to get your face tattooed? I can't imagine. And there's a couple of them who are they would be head turners, but for all the wrong reason. All the wrong reason. There's one bloke who's had his eyebrows tattooed and his eyelids tattooed as well. It looks absolutely dreadful. Absolutely dreadful. But I suppose it becomes addictive. I mean, if I had to get a tattoo, what would I get? I wouldn't. I absolutely wouldn't get a tattoo. Nothing on earth would persuade me to have a tattoo. If I had anything, it would have to be the tiniest little tattoo ever. And it would just be a little fish. Because I'm Pisces. I just thought of that then, actually. Yeah, piranha, I think. Steve, The Shepherd is a short Frederick Forsyth book about the... Yeah, we know that. Thank you, Chris and Chelsea, as we've already done. You're late to the party, I'm afraid. We did that hours ago. Hours and hours ago. Pointless. Without Osman is pointless, so wrap it up and call it a day. And somebody writing to the Daily Star today saying, I'm gutted. Richard Osman is quitting Pointless. The show won't be the same without him, but good luck for the future. Well, I mean, loads of people have written about him, actually. They think he's, because they work together as a team. He's enormously tall. I've interviewed him, yes. I had them both in. They both came in, actually. And He's just got so many other things on, he can't fit it all in. And because television is, they have to do it when they get the studio and then they've got to rehearse. It's just so time consuming. It really is. One mum's blood pressure went right through the roof when she scooped £300,000 on a scratch card while at the doctor's. She bought the Super Sevens ticket on her way to the surgery and then, rubbed it, and there's £300,000. You're right, I didn't like her either. It's funny though, isn't it, really? Somebody sort of, and they have to mention this. This will be out of the millions and millions of you who buy tickets. One person gets 300,000. I watch all these different lotteries on the television now. They go, oh, and don't forget you can enter this lottery or that lottery. Top prize £1,000. £1,000? Who wants £1,000? Good Lord above. Mind you, when the electricity bill comes in, probably all of us, I should imagine.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Do you know, there's a lovely picture in the paper today of an actor that you'll probably remember if you watched The Karate Kid. And his name is Ralph Macchio. He's 60 now. He's turned 60, but he still looks good. I mean, to be honest with you, you'd have to sort of think about who he is. And they had a reuniting at the Nickelodeon Kids' Choice Awards in Santa Monica. And I liked the Karate Kid movies. I thought they were great, only because I loved Mr. Miyagi. Mr. Miyagi was the one who taught him, no say thing to people. And I thought he was brilliant. I thought he was absolutely. We lost him a while ago. And Mr. Miyagi's advice as the Karate Kid's guru says in the film, to make honey, young bee need young flower, not old prune. He came up with some cracking stuff. He really did. But we miss him. But no, Ralph doesn't look any different. I mean, for 60, he looks fantastic. But he made a few films, actually. Back in 1984. Did you ever see The Karate Kid? And there was have you ever been outside? Have you watched any films whatsoever? Honestly, it's ridiculous. Steve, I work at the Royal Melbourne Hospital ICU and the staff are always watching Pointless on the TV, says Tim. Clearly a hit in Australia. I didn't even know it was shown in Australia. But it is. I mean, sometimes you sit there and you think that's definitely the wrong answer. Definitely the wrong answer. You won't get anything on that one. And greetings from Milan, says Donny, here on the annual holidays. Weather excellent and food divine. I would expect it to be. Christine says, you going anywhere for Easter? Here for Easter. Just normal. Which is, the way I like it. I believe in taking life a bit easier. I shall pootle around. There'll be some fun fairs on. I think there's a big one at Hampton Court. George Irving's fun fair will be there, and it takes up most of the Hampton Court Green, so if you're around that neck of the woods. I think there's the circus still, the Great Las Vegas Circus, which is down at Richmond, just by the swimming pool, and that's there, I think, till the 18th. So Australia had it's got its own version of Pointless. Is it with the same people? Australia's has been cancelled. Lack of it, probably too intelligent. I should imagine. Some of the questions were really quite difficult. I thought the Queen looked amazing. I'm looking at the pictures of her doing a talk, and she sounded great, talking about the horrible pandemic and how it had affected her. But I thought she looked quite remarkable. There you go. West End show Life of Pi was cancelled on Saturday night because 2 zebras, a tiger and a goat, were stuck on Piccadilly. The production at the Wyndham's Theatre meant to start at 8, but around 40 minutes later the message was relayed seemingly about missing costumes. At 9 p.m, a duty manager confirmed there'd be no shows, saying we did everything we could. Ticket holders promised a full refund. One audience member said, I don't understand why the costumes weren't here. We were told they'd been filming because of an Olivier Award nomination. So the duty manager didn't explain the cancellation. How annoying. Very annoying. That would have really annoyed me. So they lost a whole show, which is a shame, really. Great shame. So the Beckhams, there they are. As I say, really short on the ground. I've seen no pictures of Emma Bunton at the wedding. The only one we saw was Mel B, but she'll go anywhere. Seriously, I mean, she's not exactly doing anything at the moment, but it's very interesting. And it's basically the Beckham clan and Victoria wearing some skin. She's so skinny, there's nothing of her really. Dave wearing his suit, And that was a bit. The Peltz family spent 50 grand on rare orchids for the tables. Diners relaxed in chairs from the Chelsea Clinton's wedding supplier. And that was it. That was it. But it's interesting. I think one of the Nicholas says, "I can't wait to spend the rest of my life by your side." Brooklyn then wrote, "Your love is the most precious gift. I love you so much, baby." He is only 23, of course. You have to kind of excuse him things. And what else do we get here? One of Britain's last D-Day heroes has died at the age of 101. Tommy Trotter, who survived the bloodbath of Omaha Beach, was awarded France's highest order of merit. His wartime exploits included building airstrips for Allied planes in the landings. He served in the Royal Northumberland Fusiliers, and the Pioneer Corps. Died at his hometown of Stockton in County Durham. When he turned 100 last year, he got 2,452 cards. I bet he hated it. How many more blooming cards have we got? How many more cards? Loads and loads of them. Worst delays for travellers in 8 years to strike at Easter. The RAC say 21.5 million leisure trips will be made by cars between Good Friday and Easter Monday. I'd put petrol in now because there might be sort of that danger because these little, the little limp people are going to be out there sort of stopping you buying petrol and things like that. And it's the Easter getaway. And you might not be getting away anywhere at all because if you haven't put petrol in the car, I mean, you got quite a while between now and the Easter break, as it were, to actually put the petrol in the car and then get something. And then you can at least go out because everybody wants to go somewhere. And if the weather's going to be as good as they say, it would be quite nice to think that you could go to a beach or a seaside resort or somewhere, or just fill up the paddling pool and stick the kids in it in the garden. Tell them it looks like this. Programmes on the television, nothing. Oh, Joe Lycett is off on another European adventure, flying to Split, which is a Croatian city, with fellow comic Aisling Bow. Ever heard of her? Aisling B. Who is she? I've never heard of her. Never heard of her. After arriving at the hotel via speedboat, they take in the sights before signing up to a cooking lesson. I've never even heard of her. Who is she? She's a comedian or something. Irish comedian. But apparently day 2 is all about animals. There she is. What would I know her for? Am I supposed to know her for something? Has she been on something? Have I got news for you or something? She looks vaguely familiar, but I don't recognise her in this thing with Joe Lycett, whose sense of fashion is abysmal. Dreadful, it really is. He's done all sorts of things with the sewing bee and everything else, and I remember thinking to himself, his wardrobe must be the oddest ever. Oddest ever. Other stories which are making the papers today. Do you know that calorie-controlled ready meals can have more than 40% more calories than they claim? Because you have to take somebody's word for it. If they go, this is 200 calories, you assume that they're telling you the truth. Why would they lie? But unfortunately, they do lie, and they've said really that they could contain more, absolutely more. What else we got? Oh, the Queen and people queuing for a little bit of petrol, which is very sweet. Also, Rishi refers himself to the sleaze watchdog. It doesn't seem to be getting any better, does it? Really? I wonder how much more can come out. And NATO's permanent force in the east to keep Putin at bay. Plus Ground Zero, the town that defied Putin's blitzing. And Richard Pendlebury is out there with a photographer called Jamie Wiseman. I mean, literally, they're just razing everything to the ground. And the visa shambles. Mayor's tears. The mayor of a Ukrainian border town wept after hearing about the Mail's record-breaking fundraising appeal. They've raised about 11 million. I mean, I think we're doing really well, actually, in raising a lot of money. And they're still, when I came through London yesterday, they were doing a thing about outside, must be Marylebone Court or something like that, Free Assange. That's some woman trying to poke paper through my sort of car window. Go away, I said. Go away now. Be gone with you. Don't touch the car. Please don't touch the car. And New York's, the biggest Apple's newest and skinniest skyscraper. And it literally is, I mean, how this thing's staying up there, I've got no idea. It looks frightening to me. Frightening. It was Wallis Simpson, Duchess of Windsor, who ordained you can never be too rich or too thin. She was talking about women, but she might as well have been referring to skyscrapers. There's one here, which is more than 1/4 of a mile high, but no more than 60 feet wide. I'm not sure I could live in a place like that. It looks as though it could move in the wind. It does. When you look at it, it's 1,428 feet, 84 floors. It may look like a death trap. You almost will be feeling a bit seasick because it's so slim. I mean, it's lovely views and everything else, but it's huge, isn't it? It dwarfs everything else in the surrounding vista, and it's a great view, and it's lovely. I don't know how much. The Steinway, which cost £2 billion to build, you can see everything, but I don't know how much. Oh, the cheapest studio flat. Here we go. We love these prices here. It makes us feel quite grateful. £6 million. That's the cheapest. Rising for the penthouse to $66 million. That stretches over 3 floors. It's got 7,130 square feet of interior space, 4 bedrooms, 5 bathrooms, 14-foot-high ceilings. You'll never change a light bulb. Seriously. A private lift and a handmade nickel bathtub created by a British designer. And so that's quite nice. But actually, $66 million is not a lot for the penthouse. It's just that the lift's going to take forever. Can you imagine if the lift breaks?
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, everybody. So there's this Amazon delivery driver, and he claims he was asked if he could continue delivering parcels after he told them he was suffering chest pains and dizziness that turned out to be a heart attack. Neil Martin, who's employed through the agency, said he'd asked to go to hospital after falling ill during a shift. However, the 46-year-old from Merseyside claimed the agency told him a relief driver could take over only half of the route. When he returned his van, he was allegedly asked if he was all right to work the next day. When Mr. Martin went to A&E, he said his heartbeat was found to have reached 320 beats per minute, 3 times his normal rate. Father of 2 said it made me feel like delivering packages was more important than my health. Yes, that's exactly what it was. Both Dava and Amazon have said they've launched an investigation. A Dava spokesman added it thought another driver had taken over the whole route. Obviously not. Obviously not. But that's the thing, isn't it? I'm sorry, could you not carry on delivering parcels? I think I'm suffering a heart attack. We've got all these parcels to deliver. I sat next to a bike from a well-known pizza company the other day. As I was sat next to this motorbike. Well, I say motorbike, it was like a hairdryer with an engine on it. And we were sitting there and I looked at it. And what was the biggest thing about it? First of all, the name of the company that makes pizzas. And the other one was, you can ride this bike and make £10 an hour plus tips. That's what they were paying. £10 an hour to deliver pizzas. That's unbelievable, isn't it? Shows how much profit there is in pizzas. I've said to you before, costs to make a 12-inch pizza, an 18-inch pizza, about £1.50. That's all it takes. So, and they're charging like nearly 20 quid for it. So they can afford to pay £10 an hour because you're going to be delivering quite a lot. £9 is a living wage now. £10 an hour plus tips. Who gives tips? People give tips to the pizza bike. People, do they? Oh, right, they still do that. Good Lord above. No idea. Anne in St Albans says, Steve, my mum lived in India as a child in 1921. She used to tell me about the antics the monkeys got up to, and the saying, drunk as a monkey, was something my gran used to say when I was little. Funny to hear it now. Yes. Oh, they have all sorts of problems with monkeys, don't they? In India, where they literally go into people's houses. They can wreck kitchens and everything else. They swing on the electricity cables, and it's sort of ghastly. John in Smithfield says, I've not had a kebab for nearly 40 days because of Lent. I can't wait till Friday. I hope you make it. Claire says, Steve, if you have Netflix, there's a whole 2 seasons of Cobra Kai, which is the sequel to The Karate Kid, and it has the same actors in it, Ralph Macchio too. Well, he's 60 now. He's 60. And I still think they were so good. It was that good winning over evil, the bullies, and he was just very, very good. But as I say, it was Mr. Miyagi who was the one who made the series for me. This little man, but he was good. They did a lovely sequence when it was Karate Girl, I think, and they're in a garage, and the girl goes in to get a chocolate bar while Mr. Miyagi puts some petrol in the car, and then the men in there are saying, come here, darling, and all this kind of stuff. Mr. Miyagi says, no good idea. And so they look at him and go, what, old man? And then the girl goes, look out, Mr. Miyagi. And this guy picks up an iron bar. He's going to hit him over the head. Mr. Miyagi, of course, who is well ahead of this, he manages to destroy all of them. And then he says at the end, I always say, No good fighting. I just think you're a star. You really are. Steve, you may have seen Aisling B on 8 out of 10 Cats, says Christine. Have I seen her as well on Have I Got News for You? I think I might have done. Yeah, all those sort of things. Oh, well, then I do know her. There you go. She was on Taskmaster, says Natalie, in Poole, in Dorset. Wonder what your weather's like today. Because everybody, all these seaside towns and things like that, they're all going to be getting geared up for everybody going. So what they don't want is bad weather. Steve, just listening from the Premier Inn on Leicester Square. I'm with my 12-year-old son in London for 5 nights. Busy, busy, busy. Probably be in the Lego shop every day. Love your show. That's Nicola and Daniel. He is actually fast asleep. Well, let's face it, it is 20 to 7 in the morning. You're entitled to be fast asleep at the age of 12 years old. And Mickey says, Isaac's face was a picture when you just mentioned his name. He stared at the radio with a huge smile when you say the name Isaac. It always works. It's such a nice name. Such a nice name. Did you see Back to the Future won Best New Musical at the Olivier Awards last night? Great show. Effects are spectacular. I've not seen it, but I pass the theatre every day, because it's just down the road, and it was the same theatre I saw Sunset Boulevard in and loads of other things. So the stage adaptation of Life of Pi and a revival of Cabaret, hence they had to cancel the performance because they were too busy recording a bit. Jubilant year for theatre at the Royal Albert Hall, because they need you to go to the theatre. They want you to go to the theatre. It's because they lost so much money during COVID that it's going to take them a long time. I mean, Andrew Lloyd Webber said he's 28 million down. The company's 28 million pounds down because of the money that they lost in seats. They really need you to go to the theatre. Go to the theatre. Go to a restaurant. Go out. You know, enjoy yourselves. Don't let it be a restriction. You must go out there and do things. And especially over Easter. Especially over Easter. Even if you just go out for a walk on the Thames or wherever you happen to be in the country, it makes no difference. Let's just pray for good weather, shall we? But well done to all the winners at the Oliviers. And congratulations. Tony in Southend, he says, I love listening to you with my morning coffee. Yes, I seem to be like the breakfast break. Listen to Steve. You're either in hospital and you have to listen to me or anything else. Steve says, Andy, minimum wage is now £9.50. So there you go. Get a tenner if you deliver pizzas, plus tips. Could be very, very exciting. Half of England's teachers plan to quit within the next 5 years, according to an education poll. A fifth said they would leave within 2 years, many citing heavy workloads. I don't think the money's fantastic, is it really? They don't get treated very well. It's like, you know, we're still trying to sort out the NHS, which is in a terrible state at the moment. You know, long hours, lots of stress, especially in teachers. And the one thing you've got to watch is disruptive pupils. And that the pupils can make life hell for people nowadays. It's quite dreadful, some of the things that they get up to. Looking at what everybody was wearing, Bonnie Langford looking very glam, Felicity Kendall looking very glam, and Oti Mabuse. Boobies out, you know, because it's the Olivier Awards. No, not literally, but not far off it. Not far off it. And balloon girl Emma Corrin at the Olivier Awards appearing to wear her bra on the outside of her dress. I thought they were supposed to be worn on the inside, but, you know, what do I know about things? Heavens above. I'm not a fashionista just yet. Starving protesters have rioted over Shanghai's lockdown. This includes a cull of cats and dogs. Fighting has broken out over food parcels. They've got wardens enforcing a zero COVID policy. Some of the footage was of cats being shoved into bags and dumped in the streets. And they've literally annihilated all the pets there. They're literally taking them off the streets because they're under lockdown for 24 days. 26 million people under lockdown. And people are being beaten up for not following the advice. All non-essential businesses forced to shut down, almost all vehicles movement banned, with rule breakers facing up to 4 years in prison. 26 million people have been tested for COVID. They've managed to get through 26 million people. Amazing, isn't it? Old-fashioned and twee. That could be a description of me, but it's not. It's roses, because rosebush's popularity is wilting. Sales have fallen from 65 million a year in the 60s to 5 million last year. You're not buying roses. Why not? The most beautiful colours they get. Most beautiful colours. You know, the peaches and the creams and the creamy apricots and stuff like that. Perhaps that's why. But I don't know. I mean, is it because, 5,000 rose plants have been sent to community gardens as part of the campaign, with 100,000 more to be given away over the next decade. So young people apparently see the rose as old-fashioned and twee, but they do standard roses, bush roses. My former producer, Chris, bought me a rose, and it's an apricot, I know. It's got a name on it, and I can't remember what it is. Yeah, creep. It's so nice, but it's very tall. My other neighbour, Lindy, looks after it for me. And you get lots of, flowers and everything else on it, and they're like a creamy, peachy colour. It's really nice. It's a David Austin rose, so it's a good rose. Wasn't anything cheap, put it that way. Happy birthdays we'll do in a moment and tell you what happened on this day in history. Actually, strangely enough, I'm sorry I haven't a clue. In 1972 was first broadcast on the radio with Tim Brooke-Taylor, Graham Garden, Bill Oddie and Joe Kendall, who was it was chaired by the jazz trumpeter Humphrey Lyttelton. So there you go. Birthdays to celebrate in a moment. First of all, the latest news headlines with Simon Conway.
French voters will again decide between Emmanuel Macron and the far-right Marine Le Pen in the presidential election runoff. Chancellor Rishi Sunak has requested an investigation into his own financial affairs, and the Queen has spoken about how having COVID left her very tired and exhausted. LBC weather, rain in the southwest, moving north and west, mostly dry with sunny spells elsewhere, a high of 17 degrees.
LBC Travel, I'm Joanne Webb. The M20 remains closed eastbound between junctions 8 at Leeds Castle and 11 at Hythe. And that's whilst the lorries are held on the motorway before they can go to the Channel crossing. Now, all other traffic, including non-freight traffic for Folkestone, should use the A20, and non-freight traffic for the Port of Dover should use the M2 and the A2. But the A2 in Dover remains closed eastbound. Also, P&O ferries are suspended until at least Good Friday. Elsewhere in Catford, the A21 Bromley Road is blocked southbound after an accident. On the trains, London Overground Services can't run between Harrow and Wealdstone and Watford Junction, and also minor delays on the DLR.
This is LBC.
I race for life for my mum, who was diagnosed with bowel cancer.
I race for life for my best friend, who we lost too soon.
I race for life for my dad, who's living with prostate cancer.
I race for life for everyone facing cancer.
Who will you race for life for? Sign up to your local event at raceforlife.org by Easter Monday to get 30% off entry. And together, we will beat cancer. In partnership with Tesco.
Hello, I'm Nick Ferrari.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast.
I'm back, leading Britain's conversation in 15 minutes on LBC.
Here we go, a quick shop at a local BP, a scan of a BP Me rewards card. She's got her promotion code. Back home now, hubby's got his feet up.
Some tired legs out there.
Sidesteps the dog and squares up to the laptop. The code goes into the box and it's there! Oh, she's won a pair of Premier League tickets.
You don't see this very often.
Well, actually, there's a pair to be won every hour and a half.
At the end of the day, it's all about 90 minutes.
Scan your BP Me rewards card between 6 a.m. and midnight for the chance to win Premier League tickets. Closes 2nd of May 2022. Full T's and C's at bpmerewards.co.uk/scan to score.
MailChimp's Customer Journey Builder has generated on average 4 times more orders for users with a connected store than bulk emails alone, reaching customers with the right message at the right time. And a big part of marketing a small business is nailing that timing. You could get orders from cart abandoners, birthday havers, or even first-timers. Sign up today at MailChimp.com.
Work. It's changed a bit, hasn't it? Everyone's got to be a bit more flexible, including us, whether you need to switch on for work or just switch off at the end of a long, hard day. At Premier Inn, we've made sure you have everything you need, including a choice of flexible rates at over 800 UK locations, so you can always rest easy. Premier Inn. Rest easy. Only available to book at premierinn.com.
We've got loads of great offers at Morrison's this Easter. Like fresh whole salmon from our fishmongers, only $5.99 a kilo. Or a succulent whole leg of British lamb, just $6.49 a kilo. Morrison's. Make good things happen. Majority of stores subject to availability. Lamb and salmon, when it's gone, it's gone. Salmon max 2 per customer.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. 12 minutes to 7 is the time. Happy birthday to Joss Stone, who's the singer-songwriter from Devon, who won the Masked Singer last year, dressed as a giant sausage and chips. I haven't quite got to grips with that programme just yet. But also Lisa Stansfield, the singer from Lancashire, had number ones with the single All Around the World. and the EP5 Live with George Michael and Queen. She was the first white British woman to top the US R&B charts. She quit her 3 packs a day smoking habit after hypnotherapy. 3 packs at 60 a day. I was doing 60 a day. She's 56 today, by the way. Anne Jostone is 35. Born on this day, James Parkinson. I don't think you'll know him, actually. He was a surgeon from London. He published an essay on the shaking palsy, which would become known as Parkinson's. He was born in 1755. Also in 2013, Malawi accused the pop star Madonna, who had adopted 2 Malawian-born children, and announced plans to build schools there, of wanting the country to be forever chained to the obligation of gratitude. She's adopted quite a few children, hasn't she, I believe? And Westminster, 1981, had its first IRA terrorist MP last night, but he will never be allowed to take his seat. Bobby Sands, who's been on hunger strike in Ulster's Maze Prison for 42 days, was yesterday declared the winner of the Fermanagh and South Tyrone by-election. And in 1912, the giant liner Titanic of the White Star Fleet sailed from Southampton on her maiden voyage. 300 first-class passengers, 330 second-class and 700 third-class passengers. A large company for a westward voyage at this time of year, besides the crew, who numbered nearly 800. Nearly 800 crew. That was some going, wasn't it? Some going on the Titanic. The ship they said would never sink. Wrong. And what else we got? The Emmanuel Macron, after casting his ballot in Le Touquet, his rival Marine Le Pen voted somewhere else, as you can well imagine. We love a cabaret. Lots of pictures in the papers of people performing, especially the cast of Frozen were performing. They did very, very well. And Jessie Buckley and Eddie Redmayne, he was the MC. She was Sally Bowles. And Cabaret did very well, actually. We do love a cabaret. It did very, very well and suits people down to the ground. And Life of Pi as well. Do you know, I saw the film. I didn't quite get it. I wasn't sure what I was watching. I watched this thing, and all I kept thinking to myself was, this animal isn't really here. This is green screen. This is superimposed. And I didn't really. There's been a few films like that over the years, which have probably been very worthy. And I should have understood them, but I'm getting worse and worse with these things. It was like, what was that one that some guy? I mean, yeah, you look at this tiger on stage. It's very clever. It's almost like Warhorse. They've got puppeteers who operate these things. And talking of Warhorse, they've got one of the Warhorses in the Victoria and Albert Museum, and we had them in Leicester Square years ago. They're quite impressive. If you never saw Warhorse, which you obviously didn't, they're just really fantastic, absolutely fantastic. I noticed that the Mayor of London has thanked the outgoing Metropolitan Police Commissioner, Dame Cressida Dick, for 4 decades of dedicated public service, and yet he finally got rid of her. He's going to be sitting in for James O'Brien this week. I'm sure you'll have some conversations there. And because it was after he actually criticised her handling of a group of police officers based at Charing Cross Police Station who'd shared racist, homophobic and misogynistic messages in WhatsApp. And I can't remember what WhatsApp is. Is this another one of these things that they appear and then they disappear? It's another messaging service. God, there's so many of these things. I didn't realise how many there were, actually. Steve, rose bushes need space around them to survive and do well. They don't like other plants near them, otherwise they can easily be overcome. Maybe because of the lack of outdoor space in new builds, they're becoming rarer, says Tina. Well, the other thing is, my mother was cremated, as I've said to you before, and what they do is, in all the crematoriums, in the graveyards there, you plant a rose bush. But what they do, which is unusual, which I've never heard, because I thought you put roses in and then they establish and then you prune them every year and they grow back. No, not in crematoriums. They take them out and they put in new rose bushes. It seems to be an ongoing thing. So they're constantly making money, I suppose, for the upkeep of the graveyards. But it was a really bizarre thing. So we decided not to bother because it seemed, an unnecessary expense. We know where she is. But it was the putting in of the rose bushes, which I forget what they cost at the time. But then it was the same cost every year to put in another rose bush. So when they say that rose, I mean, I think, you see some of these lovely big old country houses. They've got, Sion House has got a big rose garden there, and they tend the roses. But no, you can still get standard roses. They're still around. They're still there. So hunt them out. Hunt them out. Just try any of the big nurseries and go round, and you can... always been around. Richard Attenborough, the late Oscar-winning director and chairman of Channel 4, would be turning in his grave. The broadcaster... to see the broadcaster privatised, his son has said. Michael Attenborough said that Michael Grade, Channel 4's chief executive from 88 to 97, who will monitor the privatisation process as chair of the broadcast regulator Ofcom, was breaking a promise to his father by supporting the sell-off. I mean, I'd forgotten that Richard Attenborough, fought attempts in the 80s to privatise it. I always used to like him. He used to live in Richmond on the Green. And I used to say, not all the time, but you'd see him every so often. I used to think, oh, he's so good. He's so good. But he was Father Christmas, of course, but he did do long speeches. It was almost a case of if he did a speech, you might as well get your duvet and sort of settle down for the evening, because it went for a long, long time. Steve, you've just made, says Dave, a 150-mile drive from Milton Keynes to Chester fly past. Well, that's good. That's good. I was because I always listen to LBC in the car. It's tuned in everywhere I've got. I only listen to LBC. Steve got a Whiskey Mac rose years ago for my dad. Medium yellow, pink edges, absolutely lovely and smelt beautiful. Not produced anymore. Love to get another one. Oh, Christine. Well, there are so many rose specialists. Try David Austin roses. He has all sorts of roses. They're sort of considered top notch. My one's a David Austin rose, which is very nice, and they deliver. I'm big into this delivery thing. You see something online, or failing that, I'll sit on the train, I'll go to Amazon, because when I was trying to find these golf balls, they arrive in good condition. I mean, it's really bizarre what they send through the post now. You can get washing machines and everything through your letterbox. But when I was finding out these golf balls, I couldn't find them in Costco. My godson had said they were in Costco, and I wasn't sure if he'd found them online and they were in a catalogue. So anyway, I stupidly, although it turned out to be very fortuitous, I went to Amazon and they sold Costco golf balls, exactly the ones he wanted. So I ordered a pack, and they got delivered Saturday. But then in the meanwhile, I went back into Costco. Now I knew what I was looking for. I bought 3 boxes before, which I've now got to go and change because we don't need them. And I bought him another 3 boxes. There's 24 in each box. So at the rate of the time he's losing golf balls, he should sort of just about get it for a few months, which is quite good. But I mean, I didn't realise there were different golf balls. Knowing my love of golf, I just don't get it. You walk about and you hit a ball from here to here. It's great if you're doing it through the windmill or round the little whirly thing and it's on the seaside and all the rest of it. Crazy golf. It's so much easier. All this other stuff, I just don't get it. The amount of people who go out there when they show golf on the television, they're all crowding round to be Tiger Woods or somebody, and they're all standing there and you think, what are you watching? You're watching a man hitting a ball into a little hole. I'm obviously a heathen. I'm so sorry, because there are lots and lots of people who absolutely love it. I just don't. You have to wear special trousers and everything, and jumpers. You have to wear Pringle jumpers to make yourself look right. It's really bizarre, very bizarre. So, anybody ever heard of a Whiskey Mac rose? I've heard of Whiskey Mac. That's very nice. Abby says, "Can you say happy birthday to my dad, David? He listens every day whilst he's working from home." So there you go. We don't know how old you are, David. You just have to assume that you're probably perhaps the wrong side of 40. Only guessing, of course. So many happy returns. Half of the NHS maternity services in England are unsafe, and they say babies' lives are at risk because of these unsafe. This is years after families raised concerns about preventable deaths resulting from poor care. It's getting in a bit of a mess at the moment, actually. In the NHS, they need to pump lots more money and keep the Easter eggs on ice. They say that this week we will get temperatures rising to 20 degrees centigrade. We haven't found 20 degrees. We've found about 18 degrees, but it could vary. And because we've had miserable cold weather, isn't it? I mean, even this morning I came outside and it was a bit cold. And also, by the way, just a little warning, the Saharan dust could visit again. Already had it once. We're going to get it again, I'm afraid, which means, grubby cars again, which is good news for all the car washers. Because I do like I go to one just near Kingston Bridge, which is very good, because you just can't do it yourself. I mean, how many people get out there now with a bucket and a sponge and do... You don't. Oh, clock, I've got to go, I've just realised. Happily chatting away about cleaning cars, goodness sake. Morning, everybody, nice to be company. Welcome to Tuesday. Well, I thought yesterday's weather was quite good. I'm sorry that Darren missed it. It was the only bit of sunshine that we've had, and people were out there wearing their summer... There's me walking about with a big thick coat on and everything else, thinking maybe this isn't the best look. But apparently it's going to be nice this week, and then you're all going to fly away on, the Friday and the Saturday and go and have a nice little bit of a break somewhere. That's the whole idea. Unfortunately, there might be chaos in the airports because they might be cancelling flights. Because they can't get the fuel, which is another added complication for them at the moment. Meghan jets off to Holland with Harry. Goodbye, see you. Wouldn't want to be you. And Mimi Reinhardt has died. And I bet you, because they didn't know either, but I wouldn't have expected them to, she was 107. What do you think her claim to fame was? And it was a claim to fame. Calling a woman good girl at work is sexual harassment, but it was for this poor lady. She was getting it on a daily basis. And London's newest and sexiest attraction, would you climb up the rigging of the Cutty Sark? Nope. No, thank you. I can't do heights. I really can't. Even chairs defeat me. Standing on a chair, and I've got a little thing at home, and why not? It's my home, and it's a little pair of steps, and I have to use it for changing some of the light bulbs. And seriously, I sometimes get dizzy. It's little thing, two little step thing, so I could change a light bulb. Yeah, it's ridiculous, honestly. I'll have to think of something else. Disgraced Andrew has shut down another one of his pet ventures. This is his companies are closing left, right and centre because nobody wants to talk to him, do business with him. Although, strangely, I think he thinks that it's all finished now and we're going to forgive him. No, we're not. Boris says yes to a probe into Sunak. The Saharan winds blowing in a warm front to Britain. It's going to come with more sand again, just what we don't need. And what was the other one? Oh, yes, a boy at the beach gets bitten by an adder. He was in the dunes, and in the dunes, that's where adders live, apparently. I never even thought about it. But he almost died, so he was bitten by this thing. His hand swelled up 5 times the normal size. I mean, he's only a little lad. Only little, wasn't he? I don't know how old he is. He was Hemsey Beach, 8 years old in Norfolk. See, the trouble is, they originally thought that he'd been bitten by a harmless grass snake, turned out to be an adder, which I think is our only poisonous snake. And, he must have seen it and he must have gone to touch it, because otherwise it wouldn't, because generally speaking, snakes are scared of us. They're only going to, attack if they feel threatened. They're generally, things that sort of slip away. Anyway, the venom caused his veins to shrink, but they managed to treat him. He was vomiting and sweating. I feel ill even reading it. I don't like snakes. I'm always worried. Do you remember there was that person who did it some years ago? They were holding the snake up to their face, the head. They were holding the head, and they poked their tongue out, and the snake went, and its fangs went through the tongue. So you're now stuck with the eyes of the snake literally about half an inch away from your face, and you're going, oh my God. Because they milk snakes, don't they, for their venom? Yes, because it becomes the antidote. So you see them, and they've got like a milk bottle with a gauze over it, and they hold the snake's mouth over, and it punctures it. But, this thing, he might have thought it was harmless, but it's the only poisonous snake that we've got, the adder. That'll kill the people. I wouldn't go anywhere near blooming snakes anyway. Even, it was bad enough when I went to London Zoo, because that's where they filmed Harry Potter. The snake that talks to him. Well, it's actually, the snake isn't there, but the actual tank that they use, it's just as you go into the house where all the snakes are and everything else. And, of course, it's the tiny snakes that are the ones that are the most venomous. Bright little orange and green things. But I didn't know that they were in Norfolk. Excuse me. But they obviously are, so be warned. And what they do is they come out in the morning to sun themselves to, give them... But you don't often see snakes in daytime, do you? I don't know how they operate. But you would think, that you can do something. Oh, we seem to have solved the pigeon problem at home. We had the pigeon problem. And I was talking to two guys yesterday who, their job to get rid of pigeons, and they paint this stuff over everything, and they'll only go there once because it's sticky and they don't like sticky. It's like a paint that doesn't dry. It remains permanently wet. And so they paint it over everywhere they go because they're building nests like there's no tomorrow. But they show no fear. Their days are numbered. The adder is a relatively small, stocky snake that prefers woodland, heathland and moorland habitats. It hunts lizards and small mammals. How many lizards have you got on a beach? And it also does ground nesting birds like skylarks and meadow pipits. In spring, the male adders perform a dance, during which they duel to fend off competition to mate. Females incubate the eggs, initially giving birth to 3 to 20 live young. They hibernate from October, emerging in the first warm days of March, which is the easiest time to see them, because they bask on a log or on a warm rock or something like that. Or on the beach where they've taken their little towels, their little Speedos, and they're all there. The adders off for a little swim, little red Speedos. Oh, very nice, very, very smart there. Go for a little swim, blow up their lilo. It's quite nice. And this kiddie goes, oh, look, a pet snake. I'll take that home with me. No, you don't. Definitely not. Steve, I've been away for a long weekend, says Vicky. Flew from Terminal 5 with British Airways, and it couldn't have been smoother. No queues either end, and the airport wasn't packed. Wonder if it's just the airports that package holidays use. I don't know. No idea. Not a clue. Simon says, alarm clock's gone. Coffee in hand, few hours of my favourite radio presenter before work. Hope you're okay. I was yesterday. I was very excited. Because I'm definitely going to fill up my pots today. I'm going to start, and I've got the doctor, but I haven't had the notification from them yet. So I might have to phone the doctor to sort of say, have I got an appointment today? Have I not? I think I have, actually. I think it's the diabetic doctor. Never my favourite, because my numbers this morning were dire, absolutely terrible. Number 10 has slammed the Eco Gorillas as more pumps shut. Well, why are they not doing anything about it? I mean, I love the way they go, we're slamming the Eco Gorillas. We go, yes, we've been doing that for ages. Why are you not doing anything? For goodness sake, it's not all about Sunak, is it? Now Number 10 has condemned them as they've blocked the fuel depots. There's about 80 of them. And so what they do is they take them, and they put them in court and they get fined and they go straight back out and do it again. Petrol retailers say the protests are not having a serious impact on deliveries, but there have been dozens of local reports of petrol pumps running dry, and Priti Patel, apparently still the Home Secretary, said people across the country were seeing their lives brought to a standstill by... I'm sorry, are you completely stupid? We can see this. You're preaching to the converted. People are seeing their jobs being affected. No kidding, love. No kidding. The protesters have vowed to continue taking action until the government agrees to ban all new fossil fuel projects. Well, that's not going to be happening, is it? Not going to be happening. Perhaps we'll just have to go and export them to Australia or something like that. Put them on ships and just moor them out in the Thames or something and leave them there. I'm amazed that they've managed to get away with it. But, the government are so ineffectual at the moment, they can't organise the proverbial in a brewery. Brandon says, I was bitten by a snake when I was a teenager. Oh, ghastly thought. I've been bitten by a bee, stung by a bee. But it is biting, isn't it? Yeah. Because the bees are really quite normal around me. They're actually, they'll go out for a walk or something like that. But they'll only sting you. Wasps are a little bit aggressive. I think I'm allergic to wasp stings, but you can get stung by wasps, especially if you're eating outside. We've got this thing at the moment, haven't we? Oh, we must go and eat outside. And somebody goes, what do you want to eat outside for? Oh, I tell you what I saw the other day. And I knew I was going to mention it to you because we don't see them very often. Ladybirds. How often do you see ladybirds? Well, do you know where they are? Do you know where they are at the moment? I can tell you this because I saw them with my own eyes. I should have taken pictures. Because my godchildren live in this very old house, ladybirds will all congregate around the door frame. So when the door is shut, they're all protected in there, and they get the heat from the house passing through because it's an old building. And they must have had in their doorway, in the frame bit, hundreds of ladybirds. I've never seen anything like it. You could vacuum them up. There were so many of them, and they congregate there. I think that's where they do their business. But anyway, they go there, and they go all the way around the frame. I've never seen so many in my life. You know, if you see one ladybird, you go, oh, that's quite sweet. When you see hundreds of them together, all the way round their door frames and their window frames. And they said they've been having them for ages. And I said, really? Couldn't believe it. Could not believe it. The Tory MP who's been found guilty of a sex assault on a boy of 15. The boy is 29 now. He said it happened many years ago. And he made a complaint at the time. And the police investigated. And he said he didn't want to do anything about it. Well, he's thought differently. Now he's 29. And so it went into court. And then strangely, well, you'll hear more about it because we've got Chris Bryant, who's going to be sitting in for James O'Brien tomorrow. And this will come up, actually, I promise you. So ladybirds apparently need somewhere to overwinter, so they'll try and find a dark, sheltered spot to lie dormant during the colder months. This could be under a log, behind a shed, or in the gap between the casement and a window frame. Many species like to clump together, so you could find tens of ladybirds in a single huddle in a dark corner. It's a way of protecting themselves. Literally, they opened their front door because in their house, people tend not to use their front door. It's like they use their back door because it takes you straight. Don't ask me why. We used to have a house like that, and our drive went up the side of the house and round the back, so you went in through the kitchen. It's quite normal. And so the front door doesn't get used, so they don't get disturbed. But there literally were hundreds of them all the way round the frame. Is that interesting? A little thing, you know, which you probably wouldn't realise. We'll give you the pick of the supermarket's hot cross bun flavours today, because they're all adding everything, cheese, and I got a lovely one from Helinka the other day, which was shredded wheat, little bite-sized shredded wheat, which were hot cross bun flavour. I was eating them dry. I didn't bother with the milk. I was just eating them. I was sitting at my desk eating them the other day. I didn't care. Steve, says Kim, I know the feeling. I was out yesterday clad in the old padded jacket and gloves, past a lot of folks wearing T-shirts and shorts. The air temperature was still only 11 degrees. Maybe it was wishful thinking. Steve, I was whisked into hospital the other day and now lying here waiting for diagnosis. Never has listening to your show been more welcome than this morning. Oh, it's like me, isn't it? When I was in hospital, I spent all my time listening to the radio and everything else. Especially, it depends whether you're in a ward with other people or you're in a ward by yourself or a private room, which is actually very nice. But you do get bored. God, it's so boring in hospital. I'd forgotten how dull it was. But you just look on the fact that they're going to make you better. So there's nothing to do. No, there is nothing to do. And if you're in a private hospital, you know, I mean, you can summon tea and stuff like that. So you can always get pots of tea and, you know, cold water, summon tea. You just push the little buzzer. Somebody pops in and goes, yes. You go, can I have a pot of Earl Grey, please? And one of your ice lollies. Must take a short break. 4:15.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning. Nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. Welcome to Tuesday. I know we're racing through, aren't we? And because it's Easter weekend, it's an opportunity. We just see it as an opportunity, don't we? Well, I say we. I'm now speaking generally. That people see it as an opportunity. What happens at Easter? Well, nobody remembers the Bible. Nobody remembers anything like that. They just go, Easter eggs. It's like Christmas. Anybody remember the religious aspect? No, because it's made up. It's made up. There is no religious connotation to December the 25th, I promise you, or to do anything like that, because Jesus wasn't born in December, so you don't need to worry about that one. We think it was July, something like that. They worked it out. How they did that, I've got no idea. Perhaps they found some old photos of him. And so for Christmas, it's presents and food and turkey and Christmas crackers and a tree and everything else. Well, the tree didn't come in till Queen Victoria's husband introduced us to the Christmas tree. Up until that point, I don't know what we had at all. A bunch of twigs sitting in a pot or something. And everything's been turned around. But at Easter time, it's Easter eggs. But they're so expensive. They really are expensive. I feel sorry for people who've got big families, you know, and you've got to buy little eggs for the kids because that's what they want. Whereas, you know, even when I was little, we had Easter eggs, and we liked the ones. If they had a filling in them, like Smarties or like chocolate buttons, Cadbury's buttons or something like, anything like that would be most welcome. But the one that lasted the longest was what's commonly known as a sugar egg. And I don't even know if you can buy them anymore. And it was literally, it looked like an egg, but it was white and it was made of sugar, and you sucked it. and because you couldn't bite it, it would have taken your teeth out. And it was a sugar egg, and it was really nice, actually. But when you think about it, it was probably rotting your teeth at the same time. But they don't make them. It lasted forever. You could make it last a month. You know, you'd sort of suck it a little bit and then it'd be fine. You could make it go really well, actually. Steve, they are Harlequin ladybirds, and they come into the house, they hang around in corners. They bite you. I had them in my house. We had horrible bites. They kill our native ladybirds. Well, not these ones. These aren't Harlequin ladybirds. They're just ladybirds. How much sugar is in a cream egg? Oh, about 80%, I'll show it. 25 grams of sugar. Yeah. If you actually look at it, that's from one egg. I know. My God, that's a lot of sugar. But when we were little and we used to go off down the motorways and things like that, if we pulled into the motorway for a cup of tea or something like that, my mother wouldn't get out of the car because my dad always used to want to go to the there was two bits to the motorway service station. There was normal motorists, and then the other side was the lorry drivers. And you used to get a mug of tea, which was much bigger, better value, and they would do bacon wedges, big bacon thick sandwiches, which were really delicious. And my dad would always want to go there for the bacon sandwich. My mother wouldn't get out the car. She definitely wouldn't. And at the time, we were driving, my father had an old Bentley, very old Bentley, you know, with a running board on it and all the rest of it. He'd found it in a garage. I think he'd paid about 900 quid for it. And it was fabulous. I mean, it really was fabulous. In those days, cars seemed to last longer. It was really nice, the proper leather seats, and it was comfy. You could fall asleep in the back of it easily. The longest I've had a car for, probably the last one, actually, my last car, which I seem to have had for ages. But normally, I mean, I do change the cars every sort of year to 2 years, just because I quite like a change, you know, while they're sort of doing the rounds. I quite fancy the idea of a change, which is very nice indeed. But it's this car we had was great, but as I say, Mum wouldn't get out of it. So you get all these lorries parked up on the motorway thing, and then you get this Bentley sitting in the middle of it all, grey, two-tone grey. It was grey and black, I think, and it was lovely. I mean, I never got to drive it at all. I don't know why. Perhaps I didn't want to drive it. Perhaps I wasn't really into cars in those days. Didn't really matter to me. And but you got better value for your bacon sandwich than you did round the other side. It's ridiculous. It's like going into pubs years and years ago. You either went to the lounge bar or you went to the public bar. The public bar was no carpet on the floor. It was all, the beer was a bit cheaper. If you went to the lounge bar, you got comfy seats to sit on, and it was carpeted, and it was a complete difference. You know, we used to mainly go to the lounge bars. We didn't go to the other ones at all. And Colin says, in the summer of '76, I can remember the lighthouse at Flamborough Head being absolutely covered in ladybirds. I've never seen them. And Desmond says, have you been bitten by a ladybird? Cute little things till they bite you. No. But, I mean, they have a reputation. But if there's no food or water, they can turn vicious. I mean, they're tiny. While ladybird bites don't usually cause any health problems, in some rare cases they can cause an allergic reaction. They were hoovering them up the other day. There were so many of them, they were hoovering them up. It was because how else do you get rid of them? It's all very odd, very strange. Another one says, I live in Millom in Cumbria. It's well known that when the weather warms up, the adders become more active. So we locals stay away from walking in bracken or ferns, as that's where you're likely to get bitten. But the daft tourists are clueless. Can well imagine. There's a place in America where they go hunting rattlesnakes. They kill rattlesnakes. Snakes aren't doing any harm, but they kill rattlesnakes, generally by using them as a whip. And they go like that with the actual snake, so of course it kills it. Steve, can you wish Amanda an original Spiker in Bury a very big 50th birthday? That's embarrassing, isn't it? Honestly, fancy telling somebody how old. Currently keeping warm under the duvet with Persian kittens, Beatrix and Monty, an avid listener who first heard the show when training down south to do pharmaceutical sales many years ago and addicted ever since. Now she can listen in the comfort of her own bed up north via the wonders of the app. And to celebrate the beginning of the next half century, it's off for afternoon tea and Prosecco at Richmond Tea Rooms in Manchester with the girls. How very nice. I like an afternoon tea. Very big for that. I do like an afternoon tea. I don't care where it comes from, as long as it's nice with a little sandwich. The Richmond tea rooms we're looking at, actually. And, you've got everything. The Richmond tea rooms. Let's have a look, shall we? Oh, it looks very Alice in Wonderland. Okay. Oh, they do a breakfast. They do an afternoon tea. So the afternoon tea is a selection of finger sandwiches and a canape, an assortment of homemade cakes and delights, tea-infused sultana scone served with clotted cream and Tiptree preserve, a pot of premium loose-leaf tea and a glass of luxury bubbly. And they will offer free refills on the tea or the filter coffee. That's £29.50. They do that's the Richmond tea. They do a Tweedles tea, which is mini beer-battered fish and skin-on chips. So in other words, they haven't peeled the thing. A selection of finger sandwiches, homemade Cumberland Scotch egg, tea-infused sultana scone served with clotted cream and the Tiptree preserve, a pot of premium loose tea and a pint of beer, £29.50. Or a Queen's tea, a selection of finger sandwiches and a canape, an assortment of homemade cakes and delights, tea-infused sultana scone and a pot of premium loose-leaf tea, and that's £23.95. Or you can have a Hatter's tea, selection of finger sandwiches and a canape, tea-infused sultana scone served with clotted cream and Tiptree preserve and a pot of premium loose-leaf tea, and that's £14.50. Seems good, doesn't it? Very nice, we like that. Could eat that now, actually, if somebody brought in a tray of sandwiches. I don't want to put a pint of beer. So anyway, and Amanda, you have a very nice 50th birthday. Very nice indeed. Steve, shows how resourceful ladybirds are. Charge them rent to help with the heating bill. Well, actually, what they end up doing is basically, because they're in the door frame and the window frames and things like that, is they're enjoying the warm air that's wafting over them from all the cracks in the doors. It's a very old building, so of course in modern places you're probably not going to get them unless you leave your front door open all the time. Steve says, Dale, re ladybirds, I remember the hot summer of 76. I was 9. We had a family holiday on the Isle of Wight. There were thousands of ladybirds, and I remember getting bitten by them. I've never heard of this before. I just assumed they were a little thing. I've used to have them on my finger. But I suppose as long as there's water, do they wee on you? Ladybirds? I don't know. They're tiny. They're absolutely miniature. So do they leave little... Oh... bit of liquid, really? Oh, dear, I'm not sure about that, actually. Steve, I remember in the 1980s and 90s, you used to get a mug with Easter eggs with Yorkie Crunchy Maltesers printed on them. No more, you just get them in a cardboard box now, as the days of chocolate companies are too tight to do that, says Sean. Yeah, I mean, it is one of those things, isn't it? Barry says, help. Me and the wife have work 6 days a week for the past 18 years. I put my girls through private ed. We hardly socialise. I'm turning 50 and I turned around the people I really know are work-related, not close enough to invite to a party. My closest friends are over 70 years old. Am I an idiot? How do I mark my 50th? Well, I'd stay in. I mean, honestly, I don't think you should have to celebrate 50. I thought the most ones would be 60. Because somebody said to me, my hairdresser said to me the other day, as she was desperately searching for some hair to cut, she said, we were talking about age, and I said, well, the next big one's 70. And so she went, everybody says the same thing, went, 7? She says, you're not that old. Because she's just turning, I think, 45. I thought, blimey, you want to be in my body. Do ladybirds wee on you? Sometimes it leaves a yellow liquid on your hand. Did it pee on you? No. That's hemolymph, blood that the ladybird secretes from its leg joints to tell you and other would-be ladybug predators to back off. Really? When you live and learn. Hasn't that been educational this morning? The next educational thing you will need to know is Mimi Reinhardt, who has died at the age of 107. What is she famous for? She's famous for doing something that gone down in history, actually, but yet nobody would know. You'd know what she did, but you certainly wouldn't know her name. That's why it's so interesting that we celebrate this lady's life. Plus, they're asking the question, so if the Russians used chemical weapons in Mariupol, they might have done. He's obviously on a bit of a mission, old Putin, isn't he, to actually be the most hated man in history. What a peculiar mission to go on. You know, if you want to be anything, you want to be liked, and you did something good for your country. He's basically a prat of the First Order, hasn't got the faintest idea. They've now imprisoned one of his top generals, because they're accusing him of all sorts of things. I mean, basically, he doesn't trust anybody around him, which is probably just as well, because I should imagine they're all after him, because he's ruining the country. Ruining it. I mean, if they put the sanctions and they tighten the little spherical objects hanging between his, we assume, stomach, it's a case of, the war could be over very, very quickly. Trucker Chris says, well, I'd love a Bentley one day. They're built to be driven. Rolls-Royce is built to be chauffeur-driven, but Bentley's just seen the more superior car. He said, I'm just listening to you on my slog up to Holyhead. Oh, once you've driven one, they're nice to drive. They're very, very... And this latest one of mine, you just get used to having... And also, I need a bit of room in a car. Also, I need somewhere else to fill up. So the boot is sort of... We're back again. But it's all in carrier bags this time. So it's very nice. In a minute, I'll tell you who Mimi Reinhardt is. First of all, let's get the latest news headlines at 4:30 with Andy Ivy.
May I have your attention, please? You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on your next Uber ride, so you don't have to walk home in the rain again.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, 27 minutes to 5 on a chilly... When I say chilly, it's a bit difficult for me to tell, actually. It's not that cold outside, is it? It definitely warmed up yesterday. But today, because I bought some of the earth... because I seem to get through sackfuls of earth. I'm going to start filling up the pots, and then I can put a lot of the little plants in there, because I think we're going to warm up this week, so that'll give them a chance to establish themselves. 18 degrees today, which is better than yesterday, and it's going to climb as well. Wednesday, 20 degrees, Thursday, 20 degrees, Friday, 20 degrees. So I think we're safe in putting the plants out, just so they can get established. There's a woman who used to eat 35 chocolate bars a week. That doesn't seem very much, actually. 35 a week. Yeah, I mean, I would have thought that, the way they were sort of saying it, it's a case of 35 chocolate. But how big are the chocolate bars? They might be little chocolate bars. Big bun, you think? 35. She's lost 10 stone because she took up running. Whether she's still eating the chocolate bars, I don't know. But she took up the running and she lost 10 stone. I'm told if you actually stop booze, you lose a lot of weight because of the sugar in it. They call her a former wild child, but I never saw her as that at all. Debbie Harry. It was all a little bit pouty, wasn't it, really? But anyway, she's now an old lady. They call her a former wild child, Debbie Harry. She's taken up knitting. Because you know what they say? They go, knitting, that's what old people do. Tom Daley does knitting. He's not an old person. He makes lovely jumpers. There was a very famous man years ago called Kaif Fassett. Used to have a programme on the television, and he knitted. And in fact, you don't even have to knit to make knitted items. All you have to do is buy a knitting machine. And all you have to do is have the ability to move your hand, shing, 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 backwards and forwards, and it just knits a scarf or whatever you want. Tea cosy. Reassuring to know that a batch of Tesco free from digestive biscuits may be free of gluten, but not necessarily of small pieces of metal, says Tara. Yes, Tesco's have issued this urgent recall. They said, please don't eat the biscuits. This is Tesco free from digestive biscuits, which are priced at £1.30. And the affected packages are 160 grams, and the end date is March 23. They've issued a recall notice on April the 8th to advise shoppers not to eat the recalled biscuits, because it may contain small pieces of metal which make it unsafe to eat. On earth could it contain metal? I mean, the whole process is automatic. They don't make the biscuits individually. Yeah, it wouldn't have happened in my day, I'll tell you. Because we used to do we used to have digestives? Yes, I think we did, actually. I can't remember what they used to make in each different factory. I just remember that Liverpool Jelly Rounds number 5, they used to make all sorts of nice things in Liverpool. And Manchester was where Penguin biscuits got made, which were basically a Bourneville biscuit covered in chocolate, Bourbon, covered in chocolate, which was quite nice. Magic mushrooms could cure depression, so they say. Although in my strange, peculiar mind, I sort of think to myself, well, you take magic mushrooms, even if you had depression, you don't really care anymore, do you? That's why people were smoking weed. They were going, oh, it's very good for this and very good for that. They were using it as an excuse. But they say it could cure depression, but, if you are depressed, please do not take them without medical advice. It's far too dangerous. Also, a Chinese vase. They do these every so often. Bought for 50 quid, sold at auction, £15,000, which is always a nice little bit of money, isn't it, to have? I think so. Steve, says Jeremy, yes, the summer of 76 was the one when I was with friends having a lad's holiday, and we found ourselves in Rhyl in North Wales. A vast dark cloud of millions of ladybirds hit the town, and cars needed windscreen wipers to see out as the road crunched with the vehicles driving over them, and people were screaming as they tried to get away from them. We were bitten several times, running from the car to a fish and chip shop. It was actually very scary, like a plague. The story hit the papers next day all over the country. Yes, these were the 7 spotted ladybirds that which besieged. They reckon how many the British Entomological and Natural History Society has estimated how many were swarming on the southern and eastern coasts of England. How many ladybirds these are? These are the 7 spotted ones. 23.65 billion of them. Billion. In 1976, a warmer than average spring saw larger than usual populations of aphids, which creates more food. So whenever if you've got roses or fuchsias or things like that in your pots, they will have little green aphids on there, and the ladybirds milk them. But in fact, in the hot, dry summer, plants matured and dried early. The aphids were then left without food. The population collapsed, so the hungry ladybirds moved on in their billions, searching for nutrition. It's like the plague of locusts. Do you know where they got the plague of locusts? And they literally, this dark cloud comes over, and they land in a farmer's field, and they strip it in seconds. It's really terrible. But, I mean, over nearly 24 billion. 24 billion ladybirds. Who'd have thought it? Who'd have thought it? It was a bit like the plagues of Egypt, says Jeremy in the Highlands. I'd never even heard of that. Oh, Mimi. Yes, I was going to tell you about Mimi. Mimi Reinhardt, 107. What did she do that made her famous, but nobody ever knew that somebody had actually done it? I'll tell you now, she typed. What did she type? I'll tell you. She typed Schindler's List. That's what she did. She typed Schindler's List, Oskar Schindler's list of people Mimi Reinhardt typed up. That's why she's famous. That's why she goes down in history, because everybody knows about Schindler's List. And this was a list of Jewish workers to be spared from the Holocaust. She was hired by Schindler in October 1944 to keep track of his small army of employees. Schindler was able, as you know, to save more than 1,300 Jews from Nazi murder by employing many more than he could afford and ensuring they avoided the nearby death camp of Auschwitz. And if you haven't seen the film, I can only say it should be on your list of films to see, because at the very end of the film, the clever thing about people who make these sort of films, and to make something about Schindler's List was a labour of love. So she was employed by Schindler during one of the so-called recruitment drives, which were basically guises for sparing Jews from the gas chambers. She'd learnt shorthand in Vienna in 1933, making her suited to the typist role. And so they had them at the very end of the film. Oskar Schindler had already died, and the original Jews from his list come into the graveyard and put stones on his grave. It's the most amazing thing. It's the absolute tearjerker of all tearjerkers. And then they had the descendants of Schindler's List, the Jews that survived. Some of them very old, but it just absolutely just blows you away. So that's why she's famous, and that's why, you know, at the age of 107, she was enjoying her time on Earth. Steve, says Oliver in Muswell Hill, I listened to your show when I was 15 on my Walkman. Blimey, a Walkman. Who has Walkmans? I used to enjoy your handovers to Mike Dickin. 30 years later, I'm still tuned in, and your dulcet tones are helping settle my toddler who's just woken from a bad dream. Oh, no, you have to. That's how they are. Listen, babies understand this stuff. What can I tell you? Have a lovely day. Isn't that funny? Not funny that you're still tuning in, but I find it absolutely amazing that people have been listening for donkey's years. Absolute donkey's years. Amazing, isn't it? Steve, I second that. Read the Ladybirds in 1976. The family and I were on our summer holidays in Scarborough. We ladybirds were everywhere, quite a sight. Isn't that funny? Thank you, Kim. I'd never even heard of it. thought I'd heard of most things, but unfortunately I'm not so brilliant on other things as well. Fern Cotton's TV work has dried up and she can't do radio. She gets panic attacks. How can you ever get a panic attack from a radio show? I always thought radio shows, they're so personal and so private. You know, you just sort of do it. I mean, the only way you could get panic attacks about, perhaps, am I the only one? I'm an exception. I don't get panic attacks. Somebody says, do you get nervous? No. Why would you get nervous? There's only 2 or 3, well, this morning there's 4 of us, but normally there would be sort of just 2 of us in here, so I don't get nervous, no. In fact, I get excited, which is something very different. Yes, at my age, it's still there. No, I get excited over something. If there's like a big news story, like when we did the war in Ukraine, we had all those guests, one after the other. And my boss sent me a text saying, who needs Hugh, what's his face, and Edwards. And, because I enjoy doing things like that, because that's what I started off doing. We started off doing magazine programmes. And then people find little bits of my programmes from years ago because people have recorded them over the years. And they go, do you remember that one? Do you remember this one? And I go, I can't remember anything. Each programme becomes a blur, an absolute blur, but still enjoyable. Mark in Romford says, we're getting a new kitchen floor, so I'm in the process of ripping up the old floor and removing all the nails. And yes, I missed one, and that's the one which I stood on. Oh, God, no, don't. Because I've got feet which don't have any feelings in. My nerves have finished, as it were. So they say, yeah, I mean, I'm just falling apart. So, I mean, I could actually have that nail in my foot and I wouldn't even know about it. I wouldn't feel it, which is very embarrassing, very embarrassing. So, mind you, it's a good time in the morning to start ripping up, isn't it? The old flooring and then putting something else down, because there's so many nice floorings you can get. Monster from the deep. It's a fish. It's an 8-stone fish. You look at it and you think, I don't think we should be eating anything like that. I think it should be left in the ocean. They should have pulled it out and then put it back in again, because it's a weirdo. It's a weird fish. It looks like one of those scary fish that you get, and you go, oh, I'm not sure if I could ever eat anything like that. And you see some of them that never actually. It's a giant fish. Just imagine, it was at Grimsby Fish Market. You imagine what else is down there under the ocean that we've never seen before. Things that they can bring back. It is ugly. Well, a fish like that are probably half blind. It was bought for 165 quid. And then he filleted it, a guy called Nathan, and he thinks it's a record breaker. Big though, isn't it? I mean, that you'd be filleting that. But look at it. I mean, shouldn't they have thrown it back? You know that when you go fishing for crabs or lobsters, they've got to be the right size. So they have if they're remotely worried about the size of it, they have to throw them back in again. Because they've got to be a certain size. You don't want to get them too young. They have to be given a chance to grow a bit, and then we eat them. They don't know this, but they do throw them back again. I was watching one of these, something Dangerous Catch or something, where they go out on these boats. And have you ever seen these programs? Oh, they're fantastic. They go fishing for crabs. And they're literally, you are tossed around in these boats. I mean, you're in the middle of a pitch dark ocean, and these people are sort of fishing for crabs. So they put these huge boxes over the side with rotting fish hanging in the middle, and the crabs crawl in there. And if you're very lucky and the skipper has found the right spawning grounds for the crabs, they come up, and there'll be hundreds in each cage, and they've got 200 cages on board these boats. Big cages, not little pots or anything like that. Absolutely amazing. Wouldn't want to go there or eat the crabs or anything like that. And also, if you get washed over the side, you're gone. There's no chance of them finding you again. Not exactly sort of job, but the more you bring in as a catch, you're all on a split. So you make a bit of money. 14 minutes to 5.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. Nice to have your company. Nice. Welcome to Tuesday. Welcome to. Are you going to be flying off on holiday? Hopefully. Is everything going to return to normal? Hopefully. And the thief who stole thousands of pounds worth of perfume, he's obviously got a bit of an obsession with it. He had, I forget how many bottles of perfume he had at home. Anyway, he's now spending time inside. And a thief who started stealing condoms and lubricants after her benefits were cut. I mean, well, at least she's practising safe sex. I mean, I suppose we should be grateful for that. But I mean, you know, I don't even know how much condoms are now. Are they sort of terribly expensive? You know, is it something that, you know, I mean, couldn't she give up smoking, because she's quite clearly a smoker, and then you could spend that, because a packet of cigarettes about 15 quid. I mean, condoms can't be as much as 15 quid. Depends. I suppose if you buy in bulk. I mean, you can buy them on Amazon, can't you, I suppose, have them delivered, you know, because otherwise where do you have to go? You have to go into, don't you? You have to go into Boots the chemist and talk to some 15-year-old girl behind the counter about, I'd like some toothpaste. So you come out with toothpaste, you know, because you can't ask some of these children, can you? About £1 each, apparently. Oh, right, that sounds quite nice. Very, very good. Lawrence says, funny, I too used to listen to LBC in my Walkman days in Muswell Hill. Mary in Harborne, are you a fan of dark chocolate? No, I said this yesterday. I mean, I don't eat chocolate. I'm not, well, I have eaten chocolate, but I'm not. Yeah, I mean, there was one called Bourneville. Yeah, but that was years ago. Cadbury's is now owned by an American company. They don't make stuff to the same formula. It's all made differently now. They used to say a pint and a half glass of milk was in every bar of Cadbury's chocolate. I don't think it works like that now, does it really? But I'm literally, I could take, they used to do big adverts on the television for Cadbury's Fruit and Nut and things like that. And I remember having one once and sort of thinking, well, it's okay, but I mean, I wasn't anything to get too excited over. The only one I used to like was Fries. The phrase was originally used to explain the amount of milk in every half-pound chocolate bar in its place. It now reads the equivalent of 426 millilitres of fresh liquid milk in every 227 gram of milk chocolate. Yes, that really rolls off the tongue, doesn't it? We'll be using that one, you know. Go, 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 go. So the equivalent of 400 is just ridiculous, isn't it? They were saying, somebody sent me in something the other day, which I thought was really funny, which was a bit about the menus and seeing all the calories on there, and would you change what you were going to buy? And we all came to the conclusion that we wouldn't care. You know, if somebody said to me, oh, you know, liver and bacon and mashed potato has got so many I couldn't care less. I'm going to eat it anyway, because I don't eat it every single day. So I'm not one of these people that sort of needs to worry about it. Chris Tarrant describes his presenting style as that of a demented duck, which I think is quite sweet. I don't know why, actually, because he used to have this, and they all do it on the television, don't they? And the winner is, and then you wait, and you wait, and you wait, and you wait. And it's just very infuriating. It really is. There's a movie seeking flat-chested film extras. They don't want people with big... They're doing it's a Tudor drama, so that's us out straight away. We won't be going for that one anymore, which is quite good. And the full tally of the petrol bosses rip-off, because they've not passed on the savings. You know, they're supposed to have done it by now, but they haven't done it. You know, they might give you I put some petrol in the other day. So I've got a full tank of petrol, and so that'll last about 2 minutes. And it was about 170 something. Whatever it was cheaper the other day. But Brits are being ripped off by 20 pence a litre as the fuel bosses rake in 30 million a day. So the cost of filling up should have been dropped by 20 pence a litre. Well, they've put it up. And because it's Easter, they're keeping it up there. You should boycott all these places. If you see a garage and they've actually marked up. I mean, you know, they're making 35.7 pence on diesel. This is per litre, up for an average 9p over the past decade. £30 million daily profit stands in contrast to what are the government doing about it? Nothing. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Apparently, if you want condoms, you can walk into your local sexual health clinic and get them for free. Yes, I know this because in Twickenham, at the end of Church Street, there is a house, and we were having dinner at an outside cafe, because we do a lot of cafe society. Pan au chocolat and stuff like that. Yeah, for dinner, yes, we just have one between three of us because we're saving up. And all these kids were coming in, and they go in there, school kids in their uniforms, and go in and they come out with a little paper bag, and they've got all the stuff you need in there. So at least they're practicing safe sex. So that's quite a good idea. It's just that people don't talk about it now. And so they were coming out. There was quite a steady stream of schoolboys and girls going in to get their free condoms and stuff like that. So it's the local sexual health clinic. You'll find them you'll probably find them actually on the internet, which is very good. So Chris Tarrant describes his presenting style as that of a demented duck. I don't know why a demented duck. I mean, how do I describe my presenter? I've got no idea. My presenting style, I don't know. But listen, it's worked for 43 years. So whatever it is, I'm obviously doing it right. Yes, I'm a very proud duck, or pride duck. But yeah, it's because I can understand if I'd only just started, but when you're still working after 43 years for the same company, and it shows no sign of slowing down. You know, I've got people who've listened to me for 35 years. 35. Ginny in Birmingham says, do you think they'll ever bring back the Crossroads Motel soap? Bloody well hope not. God, ghastly. No, I mean, they did bring it back once, and that was a mistake. I've got the box set of it, and you know, I've never watched it. Because it was, you know, dum, 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 dum. It was set in a place called King's Oak, I believe. And I thought it was quite interesting because of the characters. It had characters in it, and I like characters. There are 4,900 episodes of yes. I've got the box set, yes. I mean, it's very nicely packaged. It's just that, you know, to sit down and watch all of it, I think I'd probably end up, you know, going completely mad. Yeah, it would take a while, wouldn't it? I could sort of watch it in bed, but the trouble is you've got to keep up with the stories. There was David Hunter, who used to listen to classical music. There was Meg Richardson, who ran the motel. Shuey McPhee in the kitchen. Amy Turtle the big star who got fired. That was Mrs. Richardson, wasn't it? Yes, who was played by Noelle Gordon, because they then lampooned her in a Victoria Wood show, where she said, you know, do you have a word for your friend? No. You know, she was axed. I mean, she was a big star. I mean, they axed her, I think, because they wanted to get rid of the show. That's why. So she was, and so she sailed off on a ship. But she was very good friends with Larry Grayson, I think. Very good friends with Larry Grayson. But no, she was a big star. But you know what it's like, you know, people sort of end up doing all these sort of programs on the telly, which turns them into very famous people because people believe it. They believe that, you know, Walford exists. They believe that Coronation Street exists. But I mean, look how long it took them in Coronation Street to get an Asian running a corner shop. You know, it just didn't make any sense at all. They were sort of so behind the times. But nowadays, you know, things have moved on a bit, and it tries. I think it fails in a lot of things, you know, because what they do is they start doing stuff. They go, we think this is very important, you know, that we deal with mental health issues, or we deal with this. The only thing I've never heard, actually, is anybody transgendering appearing in any of these soaps, although somebody will now probably phone up and tell me that, yes, there are people in soap operas. It's like, at the moment, it just seems to be on Strictly Come Dancing. They don't even worry about it on Britain's Got Talent, because it turns out that, you know, Britain doesn't have very much talent. It's all, as you can see from the new, and there's big double-page spreads of all of them. They've obviously had a very expensive photo shoot. So it's like they're bringing back Britain's Got Talent, but to be honest with you, I thought it had its day years ago. I didn't think, you know, it's people from circuses who they go trawling for. You know, you're not going to find somebody from a council estate in Widnes who juggles chainsaws, or who sort of swings around by their hair or something like that from the top of a trapeze. You know, where do you think they're practicing? In the garden? On the washing line? No, of course they're not. They've come from a circus. These are professional acts. You know, sometimes you get something. I mean, I've seen people on there who I've known are professional acts, and Simon Cowell pretends he doesn't know who they are. There was a very good impressionist who does Katie Price and all the rest of it. I mean, they've been through loads of stages before, even before they get to see Cowell, you know, and obviously what they're looking for is sort of you always get for the first bit of the series, it'll be those stupid ones who, you know, have got no talent whatsoever. They can't sing, they can't do anything, and they put them on there just so that we laugh at them. And I always thought it was a bit of a shame, really. I was waiting for somebody to sort of go, you can't laugh at me. And you think, listen, they've all signed to be on the programme. Because we've seen them before, you know, people punching each other on stage and doing all sorts of things. Because they're stupid. They're people of limited intelligence. They shouldn't be on there at all, but we put them on. I mean, it's less mean than it used to be. I mean, I remember somebody saying, you know, and it was two girls, and they were just pathetically stupid. You know, and they couldn't sing, and then in the end one punched the other one, and because she actually said to one of the panelists, "Who are you?" And I thought, have you ever seen this programme before, thicko? You know, and they sort of use these people on other programmes. It's a bit sad, really. Connie says, me and my son had a great time at the theatre. We liked the play, and meeting Patrick Duffy was very nice. To meet a Dallas star is something I shall never forget. He was very nice, and we had a good conversation. Well, there you go. I told you. If you wish for something, it always comes true. And so that's why I'm going to be here just after the news of 5. Because we've got a 3-hour show to do today, and we're going to make sure that you listen to every single second of it. So we'll take more of your texts and emails as well. What else can we deal with today? Oh, the supermarket flavouring of hot cross buns. They used to be just plain hot cross buns with currants in. Now, cheese, Marmite. Have you seen all these different things? Most peculiar, most peculiar. And Idris Elba gets into the ring to fight gang culture. All of that and number 10 slamming the eco-gorillas but doing nothing about it. After the news, which is next.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Nice to have your company, nice this Tuesday morning. So lots of you jetting off and going on. I don't know why people do that at Easter. I suppose it's because the kids are on holiday and you just think, let's go somewhere for a bit of sunshine. But actually, normally the Easter getaway, I mean, it seems to be a new thing over the past few years where people go, we're going to do the getaway. And you go, really? I mean, some people have already gone. You know, they went last week. Obviously looking for an extremely long holiday, which sounds very nice. And Scott in Littlehampton says, I rediscovered Bourneville's old Jamaica a few years back. My late granddad always kept a few bars in his wooden bureau desk. Seeing them on sale took me back to a childhood. Imagine my horror when I discovered the ship had gone from the packet and the recipe had changed. Childhood ruined. They're never the same. They're never the same. It might be the same name on something. I used to like years ago floral gums. They were little tiny hard pellets kind of things, and they were perfumed, and they tasted it. And then somebody said, "Oh, you can still buy them." So I bought them, and taste at all like the original recipe. I know recipes have had to change over the years. I mean, I didn't even... Yeah, you see, you can still get floral gums, but they do not taste the same as the original ones. I promise you. I know because I've tried them. And I didn't know that Bourneville's old Jamaica, because it had rum in it, allegedly. I mean, to be honest with you, I can't imagine how little rum there would have been in old Jamaica. But I didn't even know they still made the blooming thing. But when you go out there, there's all these different sweet shops now. So there's Bourneville, Old Jamaica, dark chocolate. Look at it, it's not even the same thing. It had a ship on the original one. It was completely different, and it was round the other way. So you can buy it. It's £1.50. It's Old Jamaica, dark chocolate, rum and raisin. Well, there ain't going to be that much in there because you can buy this over the counter. So if there's got, a serious amount of booze in it, it's going to be a little bit dangerous for kids, isn't it? Imagine a 3-year-old going, "Oh, I'll have some of this. It's got rum in it." But it's such a tiny amount. Hardly worth bothering, actually. Steve, if you get the app Waze, a driving map that warns of cameras and hold-ups of traffic, it also lets you know petrol price around you or your destination. Good free app updated by its users. See, I never worry about things like that. It's like a sat-nav, isn't it? Like a sat-nav. I mean, I've got sat-nav in the car because I think everybody's got sat-navs in cars. And somebody got done the other day again for using their telephone at the wheel. And I can't understand. I mean, they're so cheap to get hands-free in the car. I mean, some people have it built into the cars, but other people, you can buy I used to have a little tiny box. I bought it on Amazon, and it was about 40 quid, and you clip it onto the sun visor, and it's linked by Bluetooth. I didn't understand. My one in the car is the same as everybody else's, I should imagine, whereby all my phone book is in the car, and the phone rings, and it dips the radio, and it puts up on the screen who it is calling you. Pretty flash. And Naomi Says, if you ever get round to watching your box set of Crossroads, perhaps you could give a daily update of what was going on with the character Amy Turtle. Well, the one thing was, Naomi, she couldn't remember her lines. She used to stumble over lines like there was no tomorrow. She was too old for it, I think. And also, it must be a bit difficult after a while when you've got to learn things. In EastEnders, you learn the lines as you go, because they're filming scenes. So they'll say, in this scene, okay, right, you've got your little... And then they go, action. They don't retake things. They don't like to do the retaking. And they've had to do some episodes live in the early days, and everybody dreaded it. I remember when EastEnders did it, there were cock-ups all over the place because a lot of actors, aren't used to doing it. And if you put the added pressure that it's live, and yet because they've only ever done television, if you do theatre, of course, you have to do live all the time. You can't pre-record your theatre show, can you? Steve, was that big fish a coelacanth? Very rare and prehistoric, says John. I don't know. It didn't have a name, this thing. And I know what coelacanths look like, and this one wasn't. It was 8 stone. And they've eaten it. I don't think you should be allowed to eat things like that if they've come up from the deep. I think they should be allowed to rest down there. But I know what coelacanths are. After missing the Philip Memorial because they were too stuck up to bother about it, Meghan and Horry have decided to go to the games in Holland, so that's fine. But, of course, have you seen what the Queen's done? To counteract the fact that Harry's done another boring book about his dreary existence and how much he hated the family and hated his father and hated everybody, because Harry's, there's something the matter with him. The Queen's bringing out a book with her dresser. Her dresser's been given full permission. She's been with her for about 28 years, and she's writing a book about how the Queen got through COVID and everything else. And it's basically done as a spoiler for Harry's dreary little tome, because nobody's interested in a spoilt child who stamps his little foot all the time. I'm not coming back. And, she's bringing this book out. Now, she never gives approval for books, but this woman has been given total access. I mean, she's been with the Queen for 28 years. I think her name's Pamela. I might be wrong. Might not be Pamela. Angela. And she knows everything, and so she's been given carte blanche to do it. And they're bringing it out at the same time as Harry brings his out. Well, coincidence or what? Crispin Blunt... He's going to have to step down, surely. I'm utterly appalled and distraught at the dreadful miscarriage of justice. I mean, even Chris Bryant, who's going to be on LBC tomorrow, standing in for James O'Brien, he says, I don't want to be on any committee that's got Crispin Blunt MP there. Thank you very much indeed. And, he's been called completely inappropriate for questioning the conviction of the MP, Imran Ahmed Khan, and who was found guilty on Monday of sexually assaulting a 15-year-old boy in 2008 and thrown out of the Tory party. Mr. Blunt described the conviction dreadful miscarriage of justice, nothing short of an international scandal. I mean, I can't work out whether or not he started drinking or whether he's lost all sense of propriety, because Southwark Crown Court heard how Khan, a gay Muslim, yes, they do exist, elected to Parliament in 2019, forced the victim to drink alcohol, dragged him upstairs, pushed him onto a bed and asked him to watch pornography before the attack at a house in Staffordshire. And the police were called, but the boy didn't want to press any charges. All these years later, nearly 15 years on, he's decided, yes, he does. And so Khan goes to court, found guilty, kicked out the Conservative Party, and then Crispin Blunt, former Justice Minister, then writes this peculiar thing. I mean, honestly, I've got no idea why he wrote it. Now he's actually questioning the conviction of the former MP, Imran Ahmed Khan. And of course, if he gets sent to prison, then there are even wider implications. And Chris Bryant, who stands on another committee with Crispin Blunt, has said he's stepping down immediately. It's an LGBT thing. And he said, I don't want to be on the same committee as him. Thank you very much indeed. So that's the way it is at the moment. Conrad says, I saw a wonderful programme about deep-sea crab fishing off the coast of Alaska. The season for various crabs, like the king crabs, is between late October and January. The fishermen earn between 11,800 to 314,000 average. The average is $57,000. That's what they make, because these, if you fill all your pots up, all these cages that they have, it's phenomenally. If they don't find the crabs, or they don't find the lobsters, or they don't find all the fish, then they don't really make any money out of it. And if they injure themselves on the boat, they're out of action. It's tough. You're up half the night, and people, you've got to be very careful. It's snowing out there, and the king crabs are amazing. I mean, they're absolutely huge, but you've got to find them, and that's the art of it. When Meg got married on the show, Larry Grayson was the chauffeur. Yes, I remember that. And Zara says, what are your plans for Christmas? I thought I'd go and sing a few carols. What are you going to be doing for Christmas? Same as last year? Nothing at all. You've got to do things for Christmas. I work over Christmas because I love working. And if you remember, I've not had a Christmas lunch because I get two Christmas lunches. Well, actually, I get 2 Christmas lunches and then at least 2 other Christmas lunches so I get 4 in total. I get my brother's family and my family as well, and his wife, and that'll be a number of us. And then I get my godchildren's family. That'll be about 11, 13 of us, something like that. And then I generally go to Joe Allen's, and I shall probably be going as well to Little Italy and getting Christmas lunches there, because I missed it the last couple of years. It's been very disappointing indeed. So I can't wait for it to get back to normal, because I like my Christmas lunch. So this will be well worth waiting for. God knows. I mean, if we waited long enough for these things. Steve says, Janet, I watched the Jimmy Savile documentary after hearing you talk about it. What a piece of work. I remember in the 60s, if ever he came on the TV, I had to leave the room. Yeah. I mean, the trouble is when you watch these things, but the producer watched a documentary the other day. He said he didn't realise what a huge star he was. This is a new one, which is on Netflix. He was enormous. And of course, the reason, as I pointed out before, they never touched him was his association with the royal family. They didn't want to embarrass the royal family in any way, so they avoided talking about it. Everybody knew. We didn't know the actual details. He advised the royal family on PR. Can you believe that? Seriously, we've seen the letters. Steve, all this talk of chocolate. Ever been to Cadbury's World? Says Bradley. No, it doesn't really interest me. I'm not bothered about chocolate. I'm not bothered about it. And somebody said the oldest shark in the world, 512-year-old Greenland shark. It's amazing. Oh, the oldest shark in the world. You mean the oldest dead shark? Can't be 512. They don't live that long, do they? Because they have, they just basically expire, sharks. They just sort of give up and then drift into shore, and then, all sorts of bears and everything else eat them, which is a bit embarrassing. Josh says, bears. Yeah, bears go fishing. Oh, yeah. Have you not seen the bears salmon fishing? Where the salmon swim upstream and they leap, the sharks on the sea. Yeah, the bears are on the sea, and they eat rotting shark. They love it. They can't get enough of it. Have that with chips and some guacamole, and they're very happy. Oh yeah, they get all of these sort of things there. Do you know James Corden? No, I interviewed him, same as loads of other people have interviewed him, I should imagine. He's very, very pleasant, very, very talented, and he's got a huge career in America. Very rare for somebody from here. They've used him for hosting, I think, the Tonys and everything else, and he's good. He's very good. I saw him in the History Boys at the National. He's excellent, quite excellent. Very good chat show host. Very, very nice. My favourite is him skydiving out of a plane with Tom Cruise. Tom Cruise takes him up, and they go into this aeroplane, and he's never been out before, so they strap him to obviously somebody else, and then they fall out of the plane, because he doesn't think it's going to happen at all. And it falls out, and then all of a sudden, halfway down, he quite likes it. Because when you see people who skydive, it looks as though they're floating. Nope, they're hurtling to ground at a speed of knots like you can't imagine. 5:15, let's get the latest LBC travel this morning with Joanne Webb.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. 18 minutes past 5. So everybody going away for Easter. Me, I haven't decided actually yet. I might go away for Easter. I can't remember. Might go and visit sort of family or something like that. It's an opportunity to do it. Sort of start taking bits and pieces down there. Because I told you I bought this fish the other day, which is electronic and it moves. It's basically a toy for a cat. And so it will sort of lie on the floor, and then it starts flapping around, and it'll keep cats amused. I quite like the idea. I see these things and I think, I think I'll buy that. So consequently, I'm a compulsive buyer of things, but mainly for other people. Disgraced Andrew. This is apparently Prince. Embarrassing. shuts down another one of his ventures. It's all collapsing, isn't it, really? But it doesn't seem to have made any difference. He's still going out shopping and doing all the rest of it. And we're still yet to find out where the 12 million came from, given to a woman who he's never met, apparently. What was the other one? The rescue package for millions facing the £1,000 bills hike. Because they keep telling us, I keep opening up the newspapers, they keep saying, you wait till these bills start coming in. At the moment, I see people out spending money as if, there isn't anything around the corner. But I have a sneaking feeling around the corner there's going to be a few little surprises. And, the national insurance and all these other little bits and pieces that are going on. Eventually, we're all going to be reduced to sort of having to sort of shop around and buy all these stuff that's nearly out of date, which is not very good. The robbery story of Ashley Cole is quite amazing, actually. I mean, it really is an amazing story. They've got some people. He was on his knees in front of his 2 children. The robbers forced him to give up the contents of his safe and everything else. The masked gang, and they've all denied the offences. They threatened to chop his fingers off. I mean, a frightening experience, I should imagine. And also Tom Huddleston, wife, was tied up during a raid. All these people who sort of seem to just appear. The trouble is with sort of footballers, that they've got expensive watches, because you can see them on their wrist all the time. You could see the houses. And jurors were told the gang bizarrely sprayed Cole's hands with odour eliminator Febreze, possibly in a bid to stop recovery of DNA. But they picked 5 watches up because the footballers have an insatiable urge to buy lots and lots of watches. And they also took his BMW smart key. The people have denied the robberies, but as I say, there's quite a number of them, actually. There's about 6 or 7 people at the moment, so we'll have to wait and see. Strictly Pro Neil Jones is head over heels for a former Miss Romania. I don't think I know Neil Jones. What does he do? Is he somebody? He's been out with loads and loads of different people. In fact, there's a picture of about 4 different girls, and he's a dancer. Oh, how boring. How dull. Neil Jones, dancer, best known for being in Strictly Come Dancer, and that's it. 39. Fairly old, actually, for a dancer, isn't he, for stuff like that? But I don't know who he is. I know he's a dancer. I've just told you that. But I don't know anything else about him. So, he was... he went out with Katya Jones, did he? Oh, right. Oh, yeah. The other uninteresting half of the relationship. So, all the papers are droning on about how the petrol companies are just raking in the money. 30 million a day. 30 million a day. They don't care about whether you can afford to go away for Easter. The Queen gives her blessing to this trusted aide to reveal her COVID-19 lockdown secrets and to go head-to-head with Prince Harry's tell-all book. I don't think Prince Andrew could write. He was asked to do a speech, apparently, for one of these people he's never met before, and he was asked to do 5 minutes, which you would have thought would have been fairly easy. Apparently he struggled with 3. Not the brightest penny in the box. But royal dresser Angela Kelly, who's been with Her Majesty for 28 years, will tell of HMS Bubble and Prince Philip's death in her offering. It's called The Other Side of the Coin. And I think she is one of the Queen's most trusted aides. You have to be, it must be, it's a devotion of duty. That's all it is. And anyway, who wants to hear Harry droning on yet again about how appalling his life was? Wayne and Colleen Rooney are finally seen off travellers who set up camp next to their £20 million mansion. They had a tense 18-month wait after 13 caravans accommodating 50 people moved onto the site in August 2020. Planning inspectors have now given the travellers how long to leave? A year. How long it takes to move off, I've got no idea. Councillor Charlotte Leach says it sends a clear message we will not accept somebody riding roughshod over our planning laws. Well, they quite clearly have. If you've given them a year to get off, could you just not say you've got to be off by the weekend? Would that not make more sense? So after a year off, Britain's Got Talent stars are just raring to go. So you've got Anton Deck, Amanda, Simon, and Alicia. I mean, it's all very lovely and it's all very wonderful. So they say people have had 2 years to work on their acts. So many of them are professional. They haven't had 2 years to work on their acts at all. It's a case of they're just trying to find people to put on it. So David Williams says he's very chuffed because it means he can say whatever he likes. Yep, you can say whatever you like on it. I mean, but can anybody name a Britain's Got Talent winner from the last 5 years? I'm prepared to take sort of anybody who can come up with any... No, nobody. I thought not. You know, nobody knows about these people. They disappear without trace. And also, if they're singers, then they should definitely be sort of axed immediately because they've got the X Factor. You know, if it's gone, has it? X Factor's gone. Oh, thank God for that. I mean, there is a God. There is a God. Because really, it's... I think he's also... I don't think Simon's got Psycho anymore, which was the company that put out all the records. I'm quite sure that that finished as well. And I think he wants to take it easy. He wants to sort of, you know, put his feet up and, you know, concentrate on his son and Lauren and everybody else and have a nice time. Because I should imagine it's quite stressful. It was of its period. They all liked doing it. And that's what, mind you, I was watching, what did I watch the other day? QVC. And Eamon's wife, Ruth, was doing her thing. So I started watching the early hours of the morning. I turned on later in the day. She's still there. I don't know how many hours she does down at QVC, flogging her outfits, but she must be very, very successful. They can't pre-record, though. I don't think so, no. I think so. She seems to have boundless energy for these things. And always very nice things. Kevin says, just to say, Waze is actually an amazing app for driving. You really do get real-time updates from all those around or in front of you, like police cars stationed here, somebody broken down, hard shoulder here. You can see all the cars around you that are running the app. Great for motorway driving. Well, there you go. Stephen Leeds says, Steve, so you're going all Vicar of Dibley, are you? For Christmas dinner? Yes. Geraldine had to go and have Christmas dinner with all these different people running around. Did you see the documentary about Robert Maxwell, says David? I didn't. I'm not really interested in that. That bloated old man who was sort of robbing people left, right and centre. It was a very interesting documentary, but I knew enough about it from a long time ago. It's called The Bouncing Check. I knew all about it from a long, long time ago. Because I came into this one when all the papers were obsessed with bingo. They all did bingo. I knew people had bingo cards, but of course all the games were controlled. And that's what not everybody knew, because I think the Daily Mail ended up with something like 66,000 winners or something stupid, because somebody released the numbers early, whereas they shouldn't have done that. And that was I'm sure it was the Mail, pretty certain, but I think they had a few mistakes. And all these people telling, I've got a winning card. No, they were fixed games. And it took off. People went sort of bingo mad. There you go. During the 1980s newspaper, the Sun published the wrong sequence of numbers, and thousands of people believed they'd won the £40,000. The top prize was 40 grand. 40 grand. That's how they all get very excited about it. £40,000. Mind you, nowadays, they seem to be running lotteries all over the place, don't they, on the television? I can't keep up with them. I really can't. They go, and, so-and-so won £1,000. You think, wait a minute, you can win 70 million on the other lottery. So we're still droning on about the Beckham's wedding, and hopefully that's an end to it. I don't know where they get £15 million for Nicola and Bex's wedding. I was told it was £3 million. And here we go. The guests in the early days, nobody. They didn't have any posh guests. When Beckham got married to Victoria, there's no mention of the celebrities at all. No celebrity. I think when Beckham got married, the Spice Girls were there, and Gary Neville was his best man, and that's it. But the guests that they had for sort of Brooklyn, Gordon Ramsay, David Blaine, but he was working. He wasn't a guest, he was working. Dave and Vic, Romeo Beckham with his girlfriend, Eva Longoria, and Serena and Venus Williams. Oh, and Mel B. It was all a bit lame, actually. Posh and Bex's wedding, 29 guests, close friends. Yeah. That you don't have anybody else. David Blaine just performed magic at tables. He'd have been on a fee for that. I should imagine quite a good fee, but he wasn't a guest. He was working. And Mel C and Mel B were there, but strangely, two weren't. One was over watching the Australian Grand Prix, and the other one was Emma, Baby Spice, who was not there. She didn't go. Perhaps she was busy. And couldn't make it.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. So here is I love a Titanic story. You know, and this is Titanic in every sense of it. It's a brooch gifted to a maid by a cabin steward, maybe selling it. Roberto Maoni and the crewman's 4-day romance echoes that of Jack and Rose, Leonardo DiCaprio and Kate Winslet in the 1997 film. When the ship hit the iceberg in 1912, the steward escorted Roberta to a lifeboat, number 8, and gave her the star-shaped badge from his uniform. He died, but Roberta and her boss, the Countess of Rothes, were saved. A collector brought the brooch from Roberta's family, and it will be sold in Devizes on April the 23rd. Roberta told her family the brooch was a token of his love, or something to remember him by as he realised his fate. They reckon it could sell for £60,000. Small wonder they want to sell it. I mean, it's quite a nice story, isn't it? And in fact, other lots from her £75,000 archive include her typed account of the tragedy and a letter from White Star Line to her mum confirming her survival. Roberta died in 1963 when she was 71. So they've kept it, and now they're gonna sell it. £60,000 for something. I mean, it's not bad, is it? Really, it only goes to prove, you know, all these things that people hang on to, and somebody, oh, what do you want to hang on to that for? And they go, well, listen, at some point, it's going to be worth money. Fern Cotton was once on Celebrity Juice and The Extra Factor, although you've probably forgotten the second series of Love Island, but in conversation with Will Young, she says she rarely gets any job offer these days. So, which is a bit bizarre, isn't it? 1 minute there, and the next minute not there at all. Worse still, she's often mistaken for Holly Willoughby. She was all right, wasn't she? Yeah, I thought so. She said, I've talked endlessly on different platforms about the fact I've been sacked from I don't know how many TV shows. Nobody asked me to do telly anymore. I just don't get asked. She says, a couple of Christmases ago when I was doing Top of the Pops, the lighting guy, because I've worked with him since I was 15, went, do you still do telly? Dreadful thing to say to somebody. But she says, I'm not confident enough to be on camera today. The person I'm presenting with is way more popular than me. So there you go. People sort of like these sort of things, don't they? 1 minute you're sort of popular, and the next minute you fall out of favour with somebody. It's either, you know, I don't think it's a case of people don't like you. It's a case of, you know, why are you not? I mean, Dale didn't have very much work towards the end. It's mainly because he was a bit fussy about what he did, and you know, to get him to do anything, go, oh, I can't be bothered, Steve. You know, I think he was sort of seemed fairly happy with less work. He spent more time in America. Fatboy Slim's son, Woody Cook, will join Tony Beak, Maura Higgins and Josie Gibson in Series 2 of Cooking with the Stars. Oh, God, we're not going to be bored with the sun, aren't we? Stars Chaser Anne Hegarty, TV expert Ranj Singh, Dame Kelly Holmes and Joe Wilkinson. Who's Joe Wilkinson? Apparently a comedian. Well, there you go. Never heard of him. He's got what? He's got a beard. Well, that narrows it down, doesn't it? He's got a beard. My Auntie Enid's got a beard, but she's not a comedian. Joe, oh, I know who he is. Yes, I do. Isn't it funny? I know who he is. If somebody had said to me, what's his name, I wouldn't have the faintest... I know beard. I know... I mean, I know who he is now, but if somebody had said to me, what's his name, I couldn't have told you. I couldn't have told you his name. His name's Joe Wilkinson. Yeah, because I know that. Because I'm quite clever at these sort of things. The older I get, the better I get at it, I think. Also, dancing queen Oti Mabuse has hit a purple patch. She's got a dating series called Romeo and Duet. I'm bored with these things now. There's too many of them, I think. And, oh, guess what's coming back after 2 years off the air? The British Soap Awards. Philip Schofield will be hosting again. Hurrah. Indeed. You can watch at home. The 5 biggest shows will be battling it out to win recognition for their work. So it's the British Soap Awards.tv. You can have your say and you can vote for the one that you like the most. Why don't we all just put the cat among the pigeons and just vote for Emmerdale, and say, listen, there's nobody watching half the soaps. The audiences are falling off there because they haven't moved with the times, which is a shame, isn't it, really? So I quite fancy the idea of voting for them. But it's been off the television for such a long time, I don't know why we bother bringing it back. Perhaps Philip Schofield doesn't have enough work at the moment. We need to get him back on the telly. Who was doing the other day? Vernon Kay was doing it with that woman, I can't remember what her name is. Was it Josie was doing it? And she didn't know how to... What does she not know how to pronounce? Oh, I can't remember. There was some word she said, oh, do you pronounce it like that? And I remember thinking, are you thick? The answer is yes. What was the blooming word? She was talking to Lawrence Llewellyn-Bowen. Oh, Celtic. She didn't know the word Celtic. She called it Celtic. And he went, no, that's a football team. She called it Celtic. She said, oh, I thought it were pronounced Celtic. And I thought, are you really playing dumb? I mean, you can't be that thick. It was Celtic. God knows. I mean, really, very embarrassing. It was a dreary programme anyway. Very dreary. What else we got? The Tramp Who Tricked the Nazis. This is this new film, which I told you about, which is an old film. Very old film. Twiggy has revealed she was too scared to eat sushi because she'd mainly only ever eaten her mother's cooking. I've never eaten sushi. It's all sort of seaweed, isn't it, and stuff like that. It's raw fish. So I'll eat smoked salmon, but, well, it is raw. Well, it's been smoked, I think. I think it's smoked or something like that. But it's very nice. They do a strong smoked salmon, or they do another one. And I nearly bought the wrong one by mistake the other day. I picked up one, same packaging, trout. I think not. We're not going to eat trout anytime soon. And so I had another packet of smoked salmon. Because you don't get a huge amount in there, but I think it's quite nice, actually. Steve, good morning, says Steve. I grew up in Woodlands in the New Forest, and Milvina Dean, the surviving member of the Titanic, lived on my street, and they named it after her. Milvina Close. I told you I sent money to her. Because she used to pop up on all these television programmes. People were trying to work out who she was. And she survived the Titanic, but she was only a baby, so she wouldn't remember anything at all. A baby. Although some people claim to remember things, don't they? The mum of a 14-year-old boy who allegedly had his phone smashed out of his hand by Cristiano Ronaldo has dismissed his apology. God, honestly, you can't win, can you? Wait a minute, we see pound signs on this one. Ronaldo apologised and offered to invite to Old Trafford mum Sarah Kelly, and she said the apology or lack of it angered me more. Oh, dear. Oh, God, honestly, I just tell you, you kind of give up, don't you, really? Why can't people just accept things like that? It's like the other day, they asked some model, was it, I can't remember who it was Leonardo DiCaprio, no, it wasn't. It was Justin Bieber's wife was asked if she was pregnant, and she went off on one, having a bit of a mare of a day. Why couldn't she just say, listen, thank you very much indeed, but I'm not? And leave it at that. Don't sort of say, kick off about it, for goodness sake. It was just a fairly straightforward question, love. By the way, next time you go out with your husband, can you get him to dress properly? Looking like the oversized suit being worn by the kid in the film Big made him just look like a little bit of a dipstick. The bitter defamation case between movie stars Johnny Depp and ex-wife Amber Heard is set to start today. £110 million. £110 million. He's asked for $38.4 million in damages. And so it goes on after alleging she defamed him in a newspaper piece. I love it when these Americans get into court. It's fabulous, isn't it? I think it's brilliant. She counterfiled $76.7 million. Which is just unbelievable. Heathrow has recorded its busiest month since the start of the pandemic. The West London airport was used by 4.2 million passengers in March. 4.2 million. And a guy here from Coventry, his name's Tim Samunyai. He arrived more than 13 hours early for his flight to avoid queuing at the airport. So he turned up 13 hours early. He was getting a flight to Zimbabwe. He said, I was thinking if I come in nice and early, I won't have to deal with all the madness. We used to do that before. I've always rather be there early, because then you can always go and get something to eat. You can have a breakfast in Garfunkel's or something, whoever does it. And but not 13 hours early. I mean, you might as well just book into a hotel and go to bed. Make it a lot easier. People are going to stop using luxury items. Like what? What do you think a luxury item is nowadays? Believe it or not, people are... no, not a phone. A hairdryer. A hairdryer. A hairdryer is a luxury item. And tumble dryers and dishwashers could also be sidelined. So the days of using a hairdryer are long gone. I used to use a hairdryer for drying myself after a shower, which I thought was quite normal. Obviously slightly dangerous mixing water and electricity together. But, I use towels as well, but, But I use the hairdryer too. I love it. Don't you use that? No, just me again. Always the same, isn't it? Always Steve. Always Steve. Lock up your grands as Jack Harlow is after a cougar, the rapper who's on course for #1. He says maybe it's an Oedipus complex. I like somebody I can learn from, and that's for real. Lovely. Too much information. And the pandemic made Harry Styles more of a well-rounded human being, he says. Well, he's made, they say, about £100 million, which is so much more than the Gallagher brothers. So much more. He's #1 in the UK. This is after, and us, yeah. This is even after, and the US, and us. Should have put USA, makes it easier. But, yeah, he was doing very well. And then one of the Gallagher brothers, can't remember which one it was, they're interchangeable, said he's not a proper singer. Well, he's selling out more stadiums than you ever did, Lovey. And was very successful. Al Murray's ex-tour manager impersonated him to get into events and once blagged lunch with Nelson Mandela. I like Al Murray. Very good indeed. And this giant snake here, snakes all over the place, but apparently bosses will have red face when it emerged it's a plastic lookalike for a PR stunt. We never would want... I mean, we used to go to the Boys and Girls exhibition at Earl's Court years ago, which had everything. It was an exhibition. It was like a trade fair, but for boys and girls. And so everything there was to do with us. You could buy records and, people used to buy... And most people came away with a plastic snake, like a rubber snake that you could frighten people with, although everybody knew what they were. Giant strawberry jelly sweets are Britain's favourite pick and mix. Can't imagine why. Because if you do pick and mix, the bigger the thing is, the heavier it is, and the cost is astronomical. Don't ever waste your money. If ever they do it at Waterloo Station, pick and mix, and it's all really heavy sweets. Like jelly teddies, vanilla fudge, stuff like that. It's very expensive. Giant straws you can get from Haribo. And, but these are ones here. These are giant strawberry jelly sweets. You think it's a similar kind of thing. But if you buy them individually, I've seen people, picking up and just filling it up with sweets thinking, it'll only be a few pounds. And they go, £23. And you go, what? And they go, it does have the sign up there. The cinema's worse. Cinemas are worse, to buy popcorn, which costs like threepence popcorn, and who goes into a cinema with a giant fizzy drink and a bucket of popcorn, nachos, a hot dog? What are you doing with that? You're watching nothing worse sitting next to somebody who's constantly putting their hands into a bucket. It's very annoying. And also sitting there smelling the place out with a hot dog. What is going on in the world? We've lost all sense of propriety. Oh, you can get a Cadbury's cream egg. It's for, the slightly bigger version, £3. All your eggs, they say, in one trolley. It's not cheap to buy these Easter eggs. It really is. So please don't send any in. I don't need them. I'd rather have a nice sausage, but there you go. Let's get the latest LBC travel, shall we? At just gone 5:45 with Joanne Webb.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. 12 minutes to 6. Dolly Parton, the country legend, who is 76, gets up at 3 a.m. every morning, 6 hours before a 9-to-5 worker would start their shift. She says, I don't need a whole lot of sleep. I go to bed pretty early, but even if I've been up late, it's a little like a clock inside me says it's 3 o'clock. And so she says most of her best work in the early hours of the morning. See, I love the early hours of the morning. I think it's fantastic. No travel, chaos, you don't need to worry about, did you always, yes, I was doing earlies for a long time. Years, donkey's years. It doesn't affect me in the slightest. In fact, I kind of thrive on it. Because when you tell people, they say, what time do you go to bed? And you tell them what time you go to bed. What time do you wake up? And they go, wow. And you go, yeah, but that's what I do for a living. That's how it works. It's like, so what do you do for a living? I drive a train. No, What's that like? Well, it sounds like driving a train. It's like doing anything else. Just back, says Brit in Nottingham, from beautiful Barbados. Such a beautiful place, absolutely gorgeous people too. Only downside was taking 3 hours of queuing to get through passport control at Manchester United Airport. Yes, that was a disaster, wasn't it? Loving the show as per, and congratulations on your lovely, beautiful car. Love the colour, very swish. Yes, swish would be a good colour, I suppose. And there you go, Steve, I totally agree. Towel dry and finish off with a hairdryer. Gets into all the nooks and crannies. I mean, it's absolutely the easiest way to do it. They did make, I'm sure years ago, they had a thing that when you got out of the bath, you stood in what looked like a frame, and it blew hot air all over you, so you could sort of dry yourself. Which is, I'm sure I've seen this before. So it's basically like walking through a wind tunnel, and you walk in wet, and then you dry by the time you get to the other ends. I always find it's the sort of doing your feet bit. You've got to dry, your feet. There you go. Après body dryer. Yeah, look at that. Very reasonably priced at £485. Very reasonably priced. And they do another one, actually. 1,600. And isn't it gorgeous? Isn't that fabulous? Look at that. Is it time to install a full body drying device? Of course it is. Just blowing air over you. And it saves you having to stand there, with the it's like a giant hairdryer. I think it's a very good idea, but you can use the hairdryer just for those little bits that you have to sort of dry. That's what I'm a bit. It's almost an identical picture of me. Almost uncanny, isn't it? You see the similarity. Differences with the hair. He dyes his hair and I don't dye my hair. Not anymore. So there we go. Everybody thinks it's so unusual to have sort of an automatic hairdryer type thing for your sort of body drying. It's very nice. A mega-rich family is so desperate to turn their kids into chess champions, they're going to pay for a tutor to relocate to Saudi Arabia. They will pay, this is for somebody to teach their kids how to play chess, they will pay £800 a week for 20 hours work and provide free flights and accommodation. So, there's a global surge after the film The Queen's Gambit showing on Netflix. There's a job agency, Polo and Tweed, advertising for a chess whiz for the ultra-high net worth family. A father and his 3 sons who live in Riyadh are looking for an experienced and qualified chess tutor to help them to learn. A relocation package is available. They're a lovely family and live in a beautiful property which is fully staffed. How nice. How nice. Doesn't seem very much, though, £800 a week. If you're looking for sort of somebody to teach your kids chess, I mean, I'd be looking for a lot more money than that. And. The new, I told you it was a Tudor period drama. They were looking for the flat-chested people. So, because apparently the Tudors pushed everything in. They didn't exhibit bosoms all over the place. And it says here, you've got to have tiny boobs, and the men have got to be short. Because I believe, because when we went to the V&A the other day, they've got an exhibition of clothing throughout the years, but it's not made up, it's proper, it's not costumes or anything. And men and women were tiny. Seriously. It was like a sort of an epidemic of dwarfs. Little doors in old buildings. Yeah, people were smaller. We have got bigger over the years. But I told you, when we went to America, we went to the film lot, and they had a cowboys scene, and on one side all the doors were big to make the women look petite, and on the other side they were smaller to make the cowboys look butcher. Nothing worse than a camp cowboy. Nothing worse than a camp cowboy. Ride those horses side saddle. It was never very popular. But we saw all sorts of things, but that's it. So they're looking for flat-chested film extras and short-ish men, not dwarves. They're looking for shorter men, I suppose 5'7", 5'8", or something like that. And that's it. Locals, where the movie's being shot, complaining the strict criteria will prevent them from getting involved in the Hollywood flick. So women with a bust below 36 inches and men to be shorter than 6 feet. Apparently that's what they're looking for. And a typical man in the 1500s measured just below 5'5", with women being a few inches shorter. Must be like the circus comes to town, mustn't it, really? All these little people everywhere, little sort of dresses. Because when I looked at the dresses and some of the outfits, they were unbelievably small. And my friend said, but people in those days were small. We were completely, miniaturized down. The film is shot in the Peak District. And apparently It's the locals have speculated it's the new Jude Law blockbuster about Henry VIII's final wife, Catherine Parr. What happened to her? Did she survive or not? I can't remember. Did Catherine Parr survive, or was she executed? How did it go? What was that poem? I can't remember what it was. What was the poem thing? Wait a minute. I can't hear you. Wait a minute. Catherine Parr. No, she seemed to... Henry VIII, blah, blah, Catherine of Aragon. She was demoted for bearing no son, so blah, 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 blah. Anne Boleyn, of course, was beheaded. We remember that one. And, yeah. It's funny you remember all these sort of different people. Jane Seymour died after giving birth to a male heir. Anne of Cleves, 6-month marriage. I think she survived, didn't she? I seem to remember. Catherine Howard, treasured, then executed. You know, they didn't hang around in those days. And Catherine Parr, the peacemaker who outlived Henry. Oh, right. So that's quite... Otherwise, it'd be a very short film, wouldn't it? Because he seemed to marry them fairly young. Who was the one he complained about bitterly? When she got there, she was so ugly. And he was fuming because he'd been sent a picture of her. And was it the first one? And she was sent a picture, and she didn't look anything like it. They'd obviously sort of tarted her up to make her look a bit more interesting. Was that her, Catherine of Aragon? So she doesn't look too bad. Looks okay. Mind you, if you go to the National Portrait Gallery just round the corner from here, you get all the Tudor stuff. So we now know exactly what Henry looked like. I mean, it's very hard to tell from a painting, isn't it, what somebody looks like? Because if you were going to have a picture done of yourself, obviously you want somebody to be economical with the truth, you know, make yourself look a bit slimmer. I always say that whenever we have publicity shots taken, not very often, but I always say, just make me look thin. I don't really care, actually. It's what Dale used to say. He said, just make me look thin. And then the first thing he'd say to me was, did I look fat in that photo? So I used to say yes. Just to keep him happy. Much easier. So, games are over. Old pastimes are dying. When we were younger, we used to play games in the playground, like conkers. Well, you can't play conkers anymore because of the health and safety. Piggy in the middle. Did you play Piggy in the middle? I can't remember why. I can't remember what it was, actually. I can't remember. It was some sort of game. Do you remember Tag? Tag was very popular. So you go, right, you're it, and so it would go on. Also British Bulldog. That was very popular as well. Apparently, parents of 5 to 12-year-olds revealed it's been an average of 3 months since their children got muddy playing outside. Nobody's played poo sticks. You played poo sticks? No? But I played poo sticks. Winnie the Pooh played it. They were on a bridge, and you throw your stick, your poo stick, in the water one side, then you'd rush to the other side of the bridge and see who's came out first. First mentioned in the house at Pooh Corner. So simple game, and the one whose stick emerges first is the winner of poo sticks. They played it into The Man Born. Audrey Forbes Hamilton was trying to explain to him what Kiss Chase was completely different. We didn't do that. I was at an all-boys school. Don't be ridiculous. Kiss Chase was, again, very popular at parties. That's like, what was the other one that we played? Murder in the Dark. So you'd be in a room with the curtains drawn, and then you'd switch the lights off, and you'd all try and hide behind the sofa or something like that. And so people had to... it was a bit like Tag, but in the dark. And if you were lucky, you got a kiss as well at the same time. Poor Ronald Binns, he didn't enjoy that game at all. He was having a terrible time. But people don't play games anymore. Because you know why? Everybody's doing online stuff. You know, you give kids a telephone and they play games on it. Nobody does anything. Perhaps they still do it in the playgrounds. Where, you know, people sort of go out there and they do things. We used to like Chase and stuff like that. Chase was good. Yeah, simple times, or just a piece of chalk, or a hoopla. Was it hoopla? Not hoopla. What do they call those? Hula hoop. Yeah, we used to have all this stuff outside. You could play with it if you wanted to. I was a bit old, 33, but it doesn't matter. And the sandpit was very popular. We did marble tracks. Did you ever do marble tracks? We used to pile all the sand up in one corner, and then with your hand, you would make all these shapes like little runs and bridges. You push your fingers together through the sand, and then you put a marble at the top and it would roll down. That was very popular, till some of the bullies used to stand on your sandcastle. You know, those ones weren't very popular. That was me. I was the one standing on the sandcastle. A vet says ice baths in his pond helped him cope with his wife Helen's death. Piers Popperell says, I visualise my wife looking back at me smiling, so he ice baths in the pond, which is a thing to do. And they're doing it at the moment on the television. An ice show is a health hit. You know, people who jump into ice. They do that in Vienna. If you go out into the Tyrol, they have the saunas, and then you run outside and jump into an ice cold. I didn't. I was sitting there freezing to death. Yeah, you have a heart attack, but some people do it all the time. They absolutely love it, actually. Right, we'll take a short break for the news at 6 o'clock. It's Tuesday, April the 12th. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast with you till 7. And Nick Ferrari with you at 7. And who's going to be sitting in for James O'Brien? I'll tell you that as well. But first of all, the latest news headlines on LBC with Simon Conway.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Coming up 4 minutes past 6. Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. So thank you to Jane and everybody else. It was divorced, beheaded, died, divorced, beheaded, survived. So in fact, really, you know, because everybody goes, oh, you know, the wives of Henry VIII, they all got beheaded. They didn't. Only 2 were beheaded, which is much better, isn't it? Thank you, Lucas. On shark lifespan, says Chris, I heard from a fisherman that the Greenland shark can live up to 500 years. Now, we also checked that out, and apparently it is true. Between 250 and 500 years. It's the longest known lifespan of all vertebrate species. Estimated, it's among the largest extant species of shark, between 250 and 500. Do you imagine the changes that they've seen? You know, ships and... You know, and when they sort of pop up for a bit of air and have a look around, go, well, that village wasn't there last year, you know, and things like that. I mean, imagine living up to 500 years. So if they live up to 500 years, how long do whales live for? Because I've seen whales washed up on shore when they've sort of died. I don't know. I mean, blue whale, the blue whale. How long does the blue whale live? Because that's about the biggest, isn't it, I think? The other ones. So here is 80 to 90 years in the wild estimated. And yet the shark, 500 years. How does that work out? They're both doing the same thing, aren't they? It has reached a length of 29.9 metres and weighs up to 199 tonnes. They used to have the lovely one, which was hanging in the History Museum, but it's been moved. Gestation period, 10 to 12 months, and conservation status endangered. For the blue whale. Well, I mean, it's a bit big, isn't it? I don't know. I mean, who would attack the thing? Scientists can estimate the age of whales by counting the layers of wax-like earplugs collected from deceased animals. Oh. But it's the shark, isn't it? Not just any old shark, it's the Greenland shark. To live up to... Can you imagine what it must be like as human beings if we could live up to 500 years? I don't think I'd want to do that, actually. I don't like the sound of that. Anita from Tooting. Henry VIII knew what Catherine of Aragon looked like as she was married to his brother. Then when the brother died, Catherine married Henry. I think Anne of Cleves was unattractive and didn't speak good English. And do you know what's going on in Trafalgar Square? Loads of people doing chalk drawings. Yes, they'd be called chalk drawing painters. They do it every day. It's called for money. That's what they do. They sort of... Yeah. Yeah, it's the same picture they do every single day. They only do the one picture, and they write, and they're generally rubbish. They're done by idiots, complete and utter idiots. What do you do? I write and I vandalise the pavement. So then they come along and hose it all off, and they paint the same thing exactly the next day. Ridiculous. I was saying to you about all those pictures in London that you buy hanging on the railings. So many of them bought in China. Big warehouses full of these things. You can tell it's not done by proper artists, because they turn up in a van with tons of these things. Steve says, Jeanette, missed you at Chiswick Vintage Sunday. I was going to come down. I got sidelined, I'm afraid. It was fabulous. The sun shone. Says, don't worry, I'll be at St Albans Vintage this Sunday if you can make it. Lovely little high street. Loads of places. Yes, I have passed through St Albans. So, and do you remember the game British Bulldog? It was rough but fun. I've got a feeling it might have been banned. Jane, everything was banned from the playground. Everything. It was to stop people. And yet we didn't really care. We used to go home with grazed knees, and things like that. People would hit you and punch you and everything else. But British Bulldog. But I can't remember what British Bulldog was. I know what it was. Wasn't it? Didn't you have to cross a line or something? I'm sure it was something interesting. Here we go. British Bulldog. It's a tag. I thought so. There you go. Commonly played in schoolyards and on athletic fields. The object of the game is for one player to attempt to intercept other players who are obliged to run from one designated area to another. British Bulldog is characterised by its physicality, i.e. the captor inevitably has to use force to stop a player from crossing and is being regarded as violent, leading it to be banned from many schools. Oh, right. So basically you were running from side to side and somebody had to try and stop you. And so basically they would grab you and you drag them along as you were sort of still running. I remember that actually now. So, but it's been banned due to injuries. Such a bunch of wusses, aren't we, really? It's just ridiculous. All those games that we used to play years ago. But it's all been taken away. And Conkers went a long time ago, I think. The reason for the Conkers going was because if they flew off, they could hit you in the face or in the eye or something like that. We used to soak our Conkers in vinegar, used to harden them up, and then we'd get a skewer, meat skewer, and you'd push it through there. And they still have the World Conker Championships. That still takes place. But it's a bit dull now, isn't it? Oh, I love it. You get people there. There's a World Conker Championship, and they can't do it in this country, can they? Oh, God. They do look a bit peculiar. But here they all are, the World Conker champions. And people have got special strings that go with them and everything else. We used to love it. We've got all these trees up on Twickenham Green, and they get their conkers that fall down every year, and all the kids rush around and try and get hold of them. So, William Martin. That was the man who never was, with his naval identity card. And they sent somebody over, a spy from Germany, a German spy, to find out if William Martin ever existed. But they said it in the film, and he sends it out. He taps it out. William Martin, genuine. And that was the clincher, because he went round to the flat, and one of the girls had just lost her boyfriend. He was in the war. He'd been killed. His plane had been knocked out of the sky. And so she was crying, and he said, did you know him very well? I did. She was very emotional about the whole thing. And so William Martin, being invented by British military intelligence for Operation Mincemeat, his personal details were created. So he appeared to be carrying secret documents. He washed up on the shores of neutral Spain, apparently the victim of an air crash. And it was intended the documents containing information that suggested an Allied assault on Greece was planned should fall into the hands of German intelligence. And the identity of the body employed as Major Martin was kept secret during and after the war. The body was identified in 1996, that of Glyndwr Michael, who was a Welsh homeless man and recognised as such by the Commonwealth War Crimes Commission. It's a very interesting story. So he was dressed as a British officer, and he was the man who never was. But there's a new film out, which is called Operation Mincemeat. And it hoodwinked the Nazi espionage chiefs, sent German troops racing in the wrong direction, and saved thousands of lives. It's a very interesting story. There's a big piece on it. You'll find it all over the internet. It's well worth going through. Cristiano Ronaldo, letter to the Daily Star today, slapping a phone out of a child's hand was a disgrace, says Bolton Bird. I love these people. I don't know where they come from. And it's just so-and-so should take action against Ronaldo. He thinks the laws don't apply to him. Well, listen, you don't know the facts of anything like that, do you? It was just that, but the family don't want to accept the apology. So there you go. Where do we go after that? Who knows? Who knows? Other stories which are running in the paper today. Sunak Out of touch, says Starmer. He says he's a hypocrite over the tax avoidance. It's taken him a long while to come up with that one. We've been running the story for quite a few days. His opposite number, of course. Also, the man cleared of being a terrorist threat by an official anti-radicalisation programme is facing the rest of his life in jail for the murder of the Conservative MP, Sir David Amess. This is Ali Harbi Ali, who stabbed Amess to death. I mean, he booked in as a normal person. I say a normal person because he quite clearly was cracked. He wasn't remotely interested. He didn't even bother standing in court for the verdict. He really didn't. It's one of those. But he will disappear without trace, thank God. As long as he stays in prison for the rest of his life, I do not care. I do not care. The new book revealing the secret of the Queen's immaculate lockdown hairdo. Her dresser did her hair for her every day, and I'm assuming that it was just put into rollers, then they left it in there, and then presumably Buckingham Palace has got a fully equipped hairdressing salon. Can't see the Queen sort of leaning over the bath, can you? Somebody washing her hair, as we used to do we used to have a plastic bucket in the bath thing to pour over your hair, because we didn't have showers or anything like that. But Kelly, who has the same size feet as the Queen, wears in the Queen's handmade shoes to ensure they're comfortable when they're first used. So the Queen never ever puts on a pair of shoes that are brand new. Kelly, this is Angela Kelly, who's been her dresser for years, she wears them for a while to wear them in, and then the Queen will wear them. So it's quite a good idea. But they must have an amazing sort of rapport to go. She must know every secret going. She sews in extra layers of lining to cushion the impact of beading and crystals when the Queen sits down, because it's very uncomfortable, these dresses, when the events require them. Tiny weights are put into daywear hemlines in case of windy weather, and fabrics that crumple or could develop messy loose strands are avoided. And she still won't eat garlic. She won't have garlic anywhere near the kitchens at all. It's interesting, isn't it? You never think about these things, but that's exactly how the royal family operate. Far more interesting, as I say, than Harry's dreary little tome. You know, at least with the Queen, you'll learn something. I mean, it's the thing about Charles and the toothpaste. Yes. You don't think he puts it on himself, do you? He walks. I'm told Charles will walk to the bathroom shedding clothes, and the person who looks after him will pick up the clothes behind him, and then they will sort of send them off for washing or things like that. Because it must be a little bit odd, mustn't it, really, to sort of say, we're doing his pants today. You know, putting them in the washing machine. It's always the very, very oddest things. But the Queen as well. You know, to look at some of these beaded dresses she wears, very uncomfortable to sit down in. In fact, Dame Edna told us that little trick, who is touring. Barry Humphries is touring, not as Dame Edna, as Barry Humphries, so he'll have some stories to tell. He's in his 80s now. Phenomenal. That should be very, very, very busy. 6:15. Let's get the latest LBC News Bulletins with Simon Conway.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. Somebody said the Queen doesn't drink wine. She blooming well does. She loves wine with her lunch. Definitely. Usually fish or grilled, and then she has a glass or two of champagne with her dinner. So she's always enjoyed that. I think when you knock next time, okay? Just walk in, honestly. I'm in the middle of a broadcast here. It's ridiculous. I've never really like it. It just opens the door, shoves the tea at you. The railways have been cleaned up, because apparently the amount of graffiti, they've been given £2 million to clean up the railways. So Network Rail said they've removed and painted over tags at more than 450 sites, applying anti-graffiti paint. And Richmond is appalling. As you come into the station, on a wall of a very posh housing estate, the other side, it's as fast as they paint over it, the graffiti. Why don't they just get cameras and dogs out there? And that will sort it, because it's been going on for years. London, can you believe, over Waterloo Bridge, some complete turnip has sort of graffitiized all the way along, you know, and written all over things like, these people should be arrested and thrown into prison for the best part of their life. I think we should send them to the colonies and get rid of them. They're obviously a bit simple in the head. Most of them can't even spell. You know, they've got their little monikers, and then they do a little bit of colouring in and something like that. Pathetic, it really is. If they're the artistic types, and some of them are very good, but the ones who just basically deface other people's property, prison immediately. I think we should moor a ship off the coast of somewhere. Other games that you've never experienced, a lot of young children nowadays, people don't go on bike rides. We would go out, there'd be like 4 or 5 of us on a bike ride, which we used to love. We used to climb trees. I can't climb a tree now. I can't lift myself up there. But yet when you were young, you'd swing on it. You'd swing, your feet upside down, all the rest of it. Looking for worms in the garden. I mean, come on, who used to tap the ground and you could make worms come? No, just me again. Flying a kite. Again, yeah, there's worms, very popular, very popular. Flying a kite was very popular. Nobody does that anymore. We used to get lovely ones in Hong Kong. They were paper, made out of like a rice paper, coloured beautifully with sort of little bamboo. Beautiful, really beautiful. Pick-up sticks. Nobody plays pick-up sticks anymore. Not picking up sticks. You hold them in your hand. They're all different colours. And then you take the hand away and they all fall. And you've got to pick the colours out without them there you go, there they are on the right-hand side. Left-hand side. Pick-up sticks. I'm surprised you never did pick up sticks. See? Another avenue of pleasure which has been denied you all these years. You literally just sort of hold all these sticks together. You've got to stop, you have to pick them up without them touching any of the other things, making them move. Yeah, did you play that? But I thought it was a really good, cheap game. And so you'd have another stick that you could help you lift them off. And then if it rolled and then it hit the other ones, then you had to look for where you could sort of get them. Pick-up sticks. Building a den in the woods. People don't build dens in the woods. I mean, mind you, most people don't have woods, do they? But we used to live next to a wood and it was sort of attached to our property, it wasn't ours. And it was lovely. Camping. Nobody goes camping anymore. I used to have a tent. I bought it from a company called Blacks of Greenock, and it was a one-pole tent, but it could sleep probably about 3 or 4 people. It was easy to put it. Some of the ones nowadays, have you seen them? You need like a degree in tent erecting to try and get these things up. Not for me at all. Scavenger hunt. Remember scavenger? I can't remember what that was, actually. Like Easter egg hunts. Do you remember going rock pooling when you went to the beach? You go to the rock pools and then you'd lift it up and go, there's a crab, a little tiny crab, the thing about 1/2 inch across. Making mud pies. We used to put them in a bucket, have a little bucket and you make your mud pies. Rounders. Rounders was very good, very popular game, I think. Yeah. Making a rope swing. You'd throw a rope over a tree and then you'd tie a knot in the bottom of it and you'd swing. No, just me again. And leapfrog. I used to love playing leapfrog. I was always the one they leapt over. I was a very popular boy. Very popular boy. I was the only one who did it nude. But there you go. That's just the way life is. Building a tree house. I was like, there's professional companies that come in now and they will build tree houses for the kids. Which I think is quite a nice idea. Very American thing, isn't it? A tree house. And the other one, number 1, Grandmother's Footsteps. What in God's name was that? Grandmother's Footsteps. I've never even heard. But that's the number 1. What's the time, Mr. Wolf? What was that one? That vaguely, is that Grandmother's Footsteps? Oh, is it? Right. What's the time, Mr. Wolf? And the wolf then says the time, it's 3 o'clock, and then you take 3 steps towards the wolf. Oh, right. And that's Grandmother's Footsteps. Well, I've heard of the what's the time, Mr. Wolf. So the person who's telling the time, the wolf, stands at one end of the garden and all the other participants stand and wait at the other end. The children must ask the wolf, what time is it, Mr. Wolf? The wolf then says a time like, it's 3 o'clock. The children take 3 steps. I mean, why didn't you just say it's 12 o'clock? And then you have to move 12 steps. I don't see any point in that one at all. That's a very silly game. That's a very silly game. I'm not big into that one at all. So Britney Spears, pregnant. And she's very happy. This will be her 3rd child. Do you know she's got 40 million followers on Instagram? During her incarceration, for want of a better description, she wasn't allowed to get pregnant. Now she can get pregnant, and nobody can do anything about it. Britain's strongest granddad has celebrated his 100th world record by balancing a 14-stone crown on his head at the age of 75. Strongman John Evans has raised over £250,000 for charity over 4 decades as a professional head balancer. And he's balanced cars on his head, like Minis and things like that. He said, it's nice to say I have 100 world records. Isn't that good? Very good indeed. And What was the other one? Looking all these different. Oh, we've got to take. Oh, there he is. He's banned. I mean, what a funny thing to do, isn't it? So he's a strong man. How you get into that? It's like I often used to wonder. Have you ever heard of people who do regurgitating? So in other words, people can swallow billiard balls in different colours, and then you go red, and they'll go and bring up the red ball. Seriously. It's like people who swallow goldfish and then they bring them back up again and they're still alive. Regurgitators. They're very... It's almost like an act, but it's people who can control their stomach muscles, and it's like sword swallowers. I used to think years ago it was a bit of a... They used to cheat with a collapsible sword, but no. It's people who can open their throat and they put the sword in and then they swallow and the sword will drop down in their mouth. It's quite something to watch. All these, I mean, how do you ever discover these things? Oh, this man here. He's a regurgitator, and he literally swallows everything from goldfish to look at that. He literally can regurgitate salt, so it comes out dry, and he regurgitates goldfish. He'll take a goldfish, he'll swallow it. It's not the most pleasant thing to watch. And it goes into his throat, and he can put it into his stomach, and there it is. It's in his mouth. I'm doing this as a verbal thing, and he will swallow it. He can hold it in his stomach, then he can bring it back, and it will be alive. And to prove that it's alive, he spits it back into a bowl of water. And you could, how do you ever discover? It's not in his mouth. It's in his stomach, but he can control his stomach, so it's in a special portion of his stomach. And he does the same with billiard balls. You watch. Of course, everybody going, what are you watching? What are you watching at home? It's very clever, isn't it? But you don't see people doing it so often. You know why? Somebody complained it was cruel to goldfish. So, consequently, you don't see these people very often. The only way that you'll ever see them is on YouTube. Thank God for YouTube. Here comes the fish back out again. It's horrendous, isn't it? The fish, of course, seems totally relieved. Makes the bloke with the mini car on his head look a bit naff, doesn't it? There you go. Calling a middle-aged woman good girl in the office is sexual harassment. So I've never heard of that before. It's obviously that. I wouldn't even... Why would you ever say that? Good girl. Good girl. It is very patronising. An employment tribunal judge has said that though the term may have seemed harmless once, it is now demeaning. Judge Gary Tobin's warning about sexist language came as a British female successfully sued a company over the remarks. She was repeatedly called good girl by her boss, and his behaviour degraded and humiliated her. This man also mocked... He tried to kiss her on a business trip. That's obviously a big no-no. But anyway, and referring to a woman in her 30s with a school-aged child as a girl is demeaning. So you can't even use the word good, girl. You can't use the terminology. Amazing, isn't it, really? The Saharan winds blowing a warm front into Britain, thank goodness, because it's freezing at the moment. And magic mushrooms could treat depression. 2 studies have studied from contents of these things derived from mushrooms against antidepressants. Patients on this showed improvement. And when asked, it lasted up to 3 weeks. This was done in London. So I think you'll be hearing a little bit more about that. And JLS star and talent spotter Aston Marigold has tipped his young sons for stage success, calling them mini showmen. Because apparently he's a judge on the Masked Singer live tour. Says little Grayson has the tools to follow in Daddy's footsteps. They're both definitely media trained. That's the one thing that they need to be, isn't it, really? He said it's not a half-baked performance. This is full on. So there you go. 6:30. Let's get the news headlines with Simon Conway.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Lovely, lovely, lovely. Somebody says, or Dave says, do you remember Murder Ball? No. Mind you, we were the other, just a minute ago, we were talking about Tiddlywinks. Tiddlywinks was very popular. It was a nice, simple little game. You had to tiddle your wink, and it's like Snakes and Ladders. Nobody plays these games anymore. I mean, Tiddlywinks has a rich lexicon. So, for example, Gromp is an attempt to jump a pile onto another wink, usually with a squidger, held in a conventional rather than a Bristol fashion. Okay, probably didn't know that. Bristol, a shot which moves a pile of 2 or more winks as a single unit. The shot is played by holding the squidger at a right angle to the normal plane. And Boondock, to free a squapped wink by sending it a long way, leaving the squapping wink free in the battle area. Crud, a forceful shot whose purpose is to destroy a pile completely. You see, you didn't know these things. The squidger, by the way, is the disc used to shoot the wink, which I used to call tiddling the wink. The John Lennon Memorial shot, a simultaneous boondock and a squap. This is all for Tiddlywink fans everywhere, who now will be rushing to the radio going, he's one of us. Lunch, that's to pot a squapped wink, usually belonging to an opponent. Did you ever play Tiddlywinks? You did play it. It was very good. I don't remember Scrunge. Which was to bounce out of the pot. But I remember all the other ones. Yeah, I mean, a squidger, definitely. And Tiddlies, points calculated when determining the finishing placement of winkers in a Tiddlywinks game. You see? But it's so much fun. You can have some... We used to play magnetic fishing as well. That was a very popular little game. You had a cardboard square thing with these fish inside with a little metal disc in their nose, and it looked like an aquarium. And you had a magnet on the end of a thing, and you have to put your thing in there and try and, after you tiddled your wink, you could then go magnetic fishing. You could put your squidger away and just get out your little bit of string and just dangle it in there and do. That was very popular. Nobody does these things nowadays. People have lost the art of... Used to be able to go into pubs and there'd be a box of games. You could play drafts, or you could play Skittles, all sorts of things. Lots of pubs apparently have that now. But to be honest with you, I think if you go into pubs and you play games, you need to get a life. I seriously can't believe anybody ever goes into a pub. Why don't you just stay at home? Because you're really annoying me playing games in pubs. Do you know that women are far more likely than men to suffer from headaches? Hence that old argument about, not tonight, dear, headache. That was it. And it's an important moment in the journey into adulthood, but many 18-year-olds don't seem to be in a hurry to cast a vote. In fact, they are more likely to be on Instagram at the age of 18 than even thinking about voting, which is slightly depressing. Also, one of the world's most successful TV chefs has sold more than 21 million cookbooks. Delia Smith. I can remember people used to say of Delia Smith, her recipes work. She had a lovely book one year. I can't remember what the picture was on the front, but it was fabulous. But she said now that she worries about bringing out a book, and the publishers might worry about how many copies it sells. And that's the problem nowadays, because I don't think people are buying books as many as they used to, because you find them online. People do all sorts of things. People tend not to, and the Kindle and stuff like that. And that's how it works, But to actually own a book is actually quite nice. Actually quite nice. What else have we got in the papers for you today? Oh, the big question which you've heard on the news, have the Russians used chemical weapons in Mariupol? They think that they might have done. And ordinary Russians are saying, we're sick of our young men being slaughtered, and they've got pictures of them. One of them, a tank driver called Alexei Veselkov, only 24, killed. But this is war, I'm afraid. And another Kremlin commander killed in battle. These are all in the papers today. Plus the mum-to-be in a race against time to reach the sanctuary of the UK. But they're just not making it easy for people. We should have taken, far more people than we've done. Russia yesterday warned Finland and Sweden against joining NATO, saying that move would lead to confrontation. What is the matter with them in Russia? What is the matter? I mean, it's some ridiculous megalomaniac, honestly. Also, this climbing up the Cutty Sark's rigging. It's 70 feet. I'm assuming you are. I mean, I've seen people doing it when they do it. They used to do it with all the sailors would climb up and form patterns and everything else. Looks highly dangerous to me. But I think if you're going to do this, and how much it costs to do, I've got no idea. But you're going to have to be on some sort of line that if you fall off, at least you don't go crashing. So there must be some sort of harness. Frightens the life out of me. Even looking at the pictures of it, I couldn't look. It's like all these people who climb up buildings in Dubai and everything else, but with no safety harness. And they're literally climbing up with their bare hands up the outside of buildings. And then one of them was hanging off the end of a crane with one hand. I feel ill even telling you about it. I hate stuff like that. Absolutely. Absolutely dreadful. So only 3 in 10 homes left for locals in the fishing village gutted by tourists. And this is in Robin Hood's Bay, which you knew about, didn't you? The producer told me about this. And they say a rush to snap up holiday homes means prices have soared. So only 30% of properties there are now owned by locals, with all but 5 in the area near the harbour believed to be either second homes or holiday lets. I mean, it's a beautiful place. Robin Hood's Bay does. I mean, it really does. It looks absolutely lovely. But it's the same they were saying out in the countryside. People living in villages, the people who actually grew up in the village and then moved away, can't afford to move back there because the price of houses has gone through the roof. But when you look at these places, it's the people who've probably come from London or anything else where you sell a house and you can make a lot of money. I spoke to a friend of mine a short while ago. He paid some ridiculous sum for his house. He said, I came to get it valued. He said, they valued it at £700,000. He said he couldn't believe it, so he sold it and moved to Wales. He said, because for £400,000 in Wales, he said, you can practically buy Wales for £400,000. He said, it's unbelievably cheap. You need to go and see, says Jules in Chelmsford, 6. It's on the Fortune Theatre, isn't it? I think it's everything you need to know about Henry VIII's wives. Yeah, I didn't know what it was when I first passed it, but you're not the first person to have told me that, so thank you. Chris in Bedford said, I love listening to you. You make my day. Yesterday I was watching a random clip of an audience with Freddie Starr, and Dale Winton was picked. It was so funny. I've not seen it. No. I used to like those programmes where they were an audience with, and you'd get all sorts of really good people. The one who sort of sticks in my memory is Ken Dodd, who just went forever and a day, and people just wanted to know how he wrote all his stuff and everything. I haven't seen I didn't like Freddie Starr, actually. Oh, it's Ken Dodd. Oh, they had to have a clause in the contract to make sure that he finished the show on time, because people would be standing there going, we need to go home, we've got to catch trains. And that'd be the doorman on the theatre. So they put a rider in saying you'll be fined £10,000 if you don't get out. I didn't like Freddie Starr. I think he ruined people's acts. I thought he was a nasty piece of work. I don't know why, just one of those things. I went to see him at the Palladium years and years ago, and it was like a rather naff seaside show. So he'd have other acts on the show, like a variety bill. He would just wander on stage and in the middle of their acts, and I used to think highly unprofessional. But there you go. But him, I didn't get it at all, actually. He went to Spain. There was some disaster that befell him. I can't remember what it was, actually, but that's what happens to a lot of people. Steve, my grandson Harry has got football practice, isn't allowed to run, says Denise. Really? Well, how do they kick the ball? That'd be a bit embarrassing, wouldn't it? Very slowly. Do you remember stray dogs running into the playground as kids? All hell used to break loose. No, we didn't have any stray dogs at all. And Rob says, I'm very disappointed, Steve. You mean you don't have somebody to wear in your shoes? No, I buy pre-worn-in shoes. I think that sounds much better. With British Bulldog, the Bulldogs are in the middle of the pitch, and the others have to run from one end of the pitch to the other without getting stopped or caught. And if you got caught by the Bulldogs, then you become the last person left standing without getting caught, and that person is then deemed the winner. Mickey says, I've got the scars to prove it. Right. Peter says the Queen doesn't like wine. She loves her wine, Pete. She loves it. She loves it with lunch, and she likes a bit of champagne with dinner. But I mean, not a huge drinker, but, you know. Roger says, embarrassingly, Steve, I used to be a plane spotter in the 70s. He says, does anybody still do it? Do they ever? I could take you up now to Heathrow Airport, to near Hatton Cross Station, and you'll see all the cars parked up on the side of the road, and they're all listening in to the planes coming in. Hopscotch, says Georgina in Maidenhead. Oh, look, Maidenhead. We found somebody from Maidenhead listening. Yeah, big up Maidenhead. Lovely place. It's your mum. And Georgina says hopscotch. Yes, I remember that. I don't know how it worked. I just remember yes, I know how it was, but I don't remember how, 1, 2, jump. I don't know. Mind you, do you remember playing jacks? Did you ever play jacks? They were metal jacks and a bouncing ball, I think. That's all I remember. Can't remember how that one worked. Michelle in East London. Yes, in the 70s we used to play over Victoria Park, then called Adventure Playground, and we had a lorry tyre secured by a rope from a large oak tree and swung on it. Also to see how many of us could get on it together. I remember those ones. That tyre. You tied it up with a piece of rope and then you'd swing on it. And you're right, people would be hanging onto the rope, people would be getting their legs through the tyre and everything else. Simpler times, wasn't it? Much, much simpler times. Now it gets very, very complicated. Very complicated. And you can't play certain games because it's dangerous and all the rest of it. There's another piece on Prince Andrew again, I'm afraid. This time in a shambolic pitch, he stuttered and floundered so much that he couldn't even fill 3 minutes. So how did Prince Andrew's friend win prestigious pitch at Palace Award days before fixing it for the Duke to get £750,000? It just gets more confusing by the day, doesn't it, really? It's all questions. 7:15. Let's get the latest news headlines with Simon Conway.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. 10 to 7 is the time at Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. I see there's pressure on Priti Patel, isn't there ever, to crack down on the hipster eco-activists. Misery for motorists as the oil depot stunts carry on. Miranda Wellahan, Cressida Gethin, they all look as miserable as sin, actually. Perhaps they're just not happy with life, poor souls. Happy birthday today. I forgot to mention Andy Garcia's birthday is today. 66. He starred in The Godfather Part 3, Ocean's 11. He said he wasn't nervous singing in the Mamma Mia sequel because he was handpicked for the part by Cher. His baseball coach when he was at school was the Hollywood actor Mickey Rourke. April the 12th, 1985. It seems like ages ago, doesn't it? Wham! Are to be the first British pop group to have records on sale in China, the world's biggest potential market, 450 million people, aged between 12 and 35. 2 cassettes will be released to capitalise on the pop duo's current sellout tour. Last night they played in Canton, following their packed concert in Peking. Amazing, isn't it? You tended to forget that they did them, and I'm sure I've seen, actually, footage of George singing. Oliver Postgate, born 1925, he was the animator who created Bagpuss and the Clangers, and he died in 2008. And in 1975, Josephine Baker, the entertainer and French resistance agent, died aged 68. Columbia, the space shuttle in 1981, became the first shuttle to reach space. Weren't they offering, wasn't there a space shuttle that went up a short while ago and people could pay to be on it? And they're up there now, aren't they? And it was phenomenally expensive. I was hoping it was going to be as cheap and I could have used it, on my pass, but apparently not. So they've paid 55 million each. That's got to be a ticket and a half. Do you think it comes with a meal or something like that? Commercial Space Opportunities. It's a watershed. And the charter company says it's the first step towards building its own commercial space station. And I did say the other day, I wouldn't be remotely interested in going up there because I've seen what it looks like. And I've seen all the footage over the years. But 55 million. So you've got to be a super rich person, haven't you, to actually go on something like that. And it looks quite interesting. They all look very interesting people, I'm sure but they've all paid 55 million. But that would be just a mere drop in the ocean to actually get this thing up there. That's what would worry me. It's the actual getting up there. And it always looks as though it goes very slowly, but it must speed up, mustn't it? When you see the launches. And I can remember every time we had a launch from Cape Canaveral or wherever it was, it's sort of 30-mile-an-hour limit or something on it. There's a little sign that flashes. And then they go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then there's this sort of huge explosion. And people were sitting there with their cameras and everything else. It's quite something. And they haven't done it for a long, long time, but now it's back on again, provided you had 55 million. I don't fancy space, no. I wouldn't. I'd quite like to go, I don't know, I'd quite like to go to the moon or something like that, just to see what it's really like. Yes, do an outside broadcast from it. That'd be good, wouldn't it? I think we could manage that. Steve, I've got a pot of coloured counters, some of which are my grandparents and made of wood. My little granddaughters love to play tiddlywinks with me. Simple game, says Jill. Yeah, it was that expression, wasn't it? Tiddling your wink. And you just had to get it into the little pot in the middle. Alan says, I know the Saharan dust can be frustrating, particularly having to wash the car, but the upside is it's a great fertiliser, so it can help by reducing the amount we have to put on the land ourselves. Biggest benefactor of all of that, according to David Attenborough, is the Brazilian rainforest. Merci bien. And Clinton Webb was in The Man Who Never Was, says Ken. Yes, I remembered it vividly. If you're impressed, Steve, about the shark's lifespan, wait till you hear about some species of jellyfish who are biologically immortal. Wow. The Greyhound pub in a place called Tindlet Green in Crawley says we have the World Marble Championships on Good Friday. There's no end to it. Great fun here. Teams from all over Surrey, West Sussex, and a visiting team from Germany. There's real ale and a barbecue, says Mike, a member of the Caterham Cowboys. He says you can come along. There you go. How about that? So the Greyhound pub, Tindlet Green, Crawley. I'm sure you'll have a great time. I used to love marbles. I watched them making marbles once. I remember thinking, what a clever process. You used to get some beautiful marbles. Beautiful. This one from Ilse, who says, I remember all the games you've been mentioning. Our grandson is now 7. He and his friends are playing the same games now. We live in the Netherlands. It seems that councils in the UK are stopping many of the children's activities in the streets, and their parents in general have got less time to play outside with the children. Maybe they spend time together on boring playgrounds. Yes, I mean, well, the trouble is there's so much traffic here. You can't play on the streets as you used to. Years ago, kids could play football. If, in the rare occasion, a car went past, you just stopped playing for a minute. The car went past, you carried on playing again. You don't do that, I'm afraid. Jason in Kent says, Steve, I used to play Pogs when I was at school. I don't remember that one at all. Pogs. I mean, some of these things, must have been around. But, these were these milk caps. Oh, you played a game, did you? Oh, blimey, well, I learnt something new. You flick them. How interesting. So I don't remember these. I've never heard of them, but they've got vintage Pogs and Slammers, 90s original ones. Steve, do you remember using a magnifying... Oh, I remember having a magnifying glass. Who didn't? You put it in your pocket and you could burn paper. You could get the sun to shine on your magnifying glass and you'd aim it. All of a sudden the paper would turn a little bit dark and then it would burst in. Oh, gosh, yes. My dad still doesn't know that we burnt his slippers in a very uncontrolled manner. We tried burning the bonnet of his car. Proper homeschooling in those days, says Joe in Portsmouth. But the magnifying glass, I absolutely remember. Isn't that funny? Something as simple as that. They were so cheap to buy and so much fun. So much fun. I used to love roller skating, says Lorna. My first skates were one where you kept the shoes on and slid them in. Yep. You then adjusted the length of the skates and they buckled up on the top of your shoes. Definitely not the safest way. I used to have a pair of Jacko roller skates. I mean, it was just different. I think the kids today missed out on an awful lot of things that we did when we were younger. And nowadays, there's so much technology. I remember computer games coming in and people going, we've got Tetris and I remember thinking, crikey, life was so much easier. We weren't allowed to watch television. Nowadays, people sit in front of the television, like glued to the television. But the magnifying glass was definitely... You could only do it on the sunny days, though. It didn't work on the overcast days, but a magnifying glass was a brilliant thing. You could look at leaves. You could hold leaves up and you could see through. Oh, God, they were fantastic. Absolutely. Steve, we are playing, says Mike from the Caterham Cowboys, in the World Marble Championship on Friday. And come along and bring your tolly. There's a low barbecue, and he said they actually do sell Prosecco. Listen, I've never known a pub not sell Prosecco. It's seriously, it's replaced it. In fact, there's a pub in Richmond on one of the bridges, and they say you can come and have lunch there. They do 2 courses. I think it's 36 quid, but it's unlimited Prosecco. So I can't remember when it first came in or when I first discovered it. But I think I've single-handedly kept the industry going over the years, mainly because it's quite nice. And we've had the sugar-free Prosecco. We've tried all sorts of different Proseccos, and very nice they are too. Tony says, we looked after the grandchildren last week, and instead of them watching TV or computer games, I decided to play Tiddlywinks with them, and they loved it. We shall be playing it again today. You can buy a Tiddlywinks set from John Lewis. Oh, lovely. Hannah in York says, Steve, my little girl has magnetic fish. She loves it. Oh, to be 3. Oh, indeed. Oh, to be 3. And Tara says, few things lovelier, Steve, than the physical feel and ideally aged smell of a real book. Yes.